I was positioning a DC-3 on a ferry flight going from Auckland up to the top of New Zealand. And as I was going across that little inlet, ahead of me, just to the left, I noticed something in the water. The tide was out, the estuaries were pretty low, there was only about 30 feet of water and it was very clear. And I saw something on the bottom I thought was a whale that got stranded in there. So I didn't say anything to the other couple of guys in front there, and I just sort of veered over and had a look over the side. And there was a thing sitting in the bottom of the estuary, and it was sort of a real teardrop sort of thing, really streamlined. Just like that. And it had a sort of a thing there, looked like probably where you get into the thing. And it was just sitting there, pointing south. And so I took note of it, and I realised it wasn't a whale, it wasn't a submarine, it had no fins on it or anything, that's all it was. So I just carried on flying up there and took a note of it and didn't say anything. But after a few days I thought, oh, I better tell somebody, so I rang up and let the Navy know, and they weren't very happy with me at all. They said, well, why didn't you contact us straight away? I sort of thought you'd just laugh at me, and they said, no way. Not long after that, I sort of had contact with an agent. Well, he took a boat up there with an echo sounder and he checked that area where said I'd seen this thing. And he found there was an actual hole in the harbour bed where that thing had been resting. So it was about 100 feet deep and a quarter mile wide since that thing had been there. So whatever it was up to, it had left some evidence that it had been around.
Bruce Cathie was no ordinary airline pilot. He's responsible for bringing to light one of the greatest secrets of the 20th century, involving UFOs, a secret global energy system, shadowy government agencies, and the super science of our ancient past. It's an incredible story. When most airline pilots see something they can't explain when flying, they generally hush up about it, not wanting to receive bullying or a stigma from their superiors. But when Captain Bruce Cathie saw multiple UFO phenomena over the western skies of Auckland, New Zealand, he reported exactly what he saw. I don't know whether you know New Zealand very well, but we were going to Wellington, we were about here, we were flying south. And when we were about here, we were both sort of chatting and looking at the front. And coming this way, we saw just that way up in the stratosphere, it must have been 50,000+ feet. The most gigantic thing I've ever seen. It was just a great big pale green sort of a shimmering disc. Great big disc. And it was so big, we were about 80 miles away from where it was going across the straits there, and it actually had a pretty vapor trail coming from each side of it. That's how big it was. And it also ended up right there, where this one come down from the north. These were quite a time apart. But reporting his own UFO sightings wasn't where things stopped for Captain Cathie. He sensed there was a connection that was somehow hidden from public perception, and driven by curiosity, he undertook research into the history of sightings in that same part of the sky. What did the UFOs want with the airspace directly above a very sparsely inhabited part of New Zealand? There's nothing much out there, but Bruce discovered an extensive history of sightings over that same region of the sky. And strangely enough, all the UFOs appear to be moving along the same straight line, a line that actually terminates at Antarctica's South Pole. He started to map sightings across the whole country, and soon a pattern emerged. Multiple sightings confirmed that UFOs had regularly been seen coming in off the west coast and flying south in a straight line, disappearing somewhere above the Cook Strait. Why were they heading there in particular? And why always in the same straight line? On the morning of February 1968, a fellow airline pilot told Bruce about a large aerial that had been constructed on a private property he had flown over on Auckland's North Shore. There was something about this aerial's construction that seemed suspicious to both the pilot and to Bruce. While listed as a simple ham radio antenna, this aerial was uniquely constructed and unusually tall. Bruce compared its location with the patterns he had mapped of UFO activity and immediately found a correlation. Where a UFO had been seen hovering over Auckland and where a large mysterious explosion had taken place 11 years earlier, a straight line could be drawn that perfectly intersected this aerial's location. This led Bruce for a search for other unusual aerials that sat along these same UFO flight paths. To quote, "Over the next 4 months I spent my days off work cruising around the Auckland area looking for anything unusual in the way of masts and aerials. Results exceeded all expectations. This investigation picked up mysterious aerials all over the city, all of them more sophisticated than what was required for basic ham radio use, and all of them sitting along the same grid that Bruce saw the UFOs were using. It dawned on Cathie that not only had he discovered a secret phenomenon, but that someone else had too, in the past. Someone probably quite powerful. Bruce presented his findings to the New Zealand government, which officially knew nothing about this, yet showed great interest in all of what Bruce had discovered. And not long after this, it became obvious that someone, or a group of someones, had started taking an interest in Bruce. First came pressure from above. The national airline that Bruce worked for received a phone call, and Bruce was hauled before his boss and told to stop what he was doing or that he'd lose his job. But this was a task with which Bruce could not comply. A significant operation was playing out in Auckland, and Kiwis had a right to know. Unable to let this go, Bruce stuck to his guns. The pressure then escalated. He found himself harassed by intelligence agents, followed and photographed, whilst the pressure from above him also continued. But things were about to change, because Bruce, shortly after this, discovered something incredible. This is all happening during the time of international nuclear test detonations that were taking place globally. And Bruce discovered that whenever a nation detonated a nuclear bomb explosion, that this invariably happened along the same UFO grid line that he had discovered. What's more, these detonations generally featured geo-astronomical alignments that gave Bruce data with which he could forecast when future bomb detonations would occur. The French happened to be testing nuclear bombs in the South Pacific at this time, so Bruce was asked to give calculated estimates about when their next few detonations would take place. He did the calculations, gave his estimates, and over the next few weeks was proven to be consistently correct with a scary degree of accuracy. Now, for the New Zealand officials, this must have been pretty mind-blowing, but for Bruce, well, he was still wrestling with the ramifications of what he had discovered. His conclusion was that atomic particles seem to require precise astronomical harmonic conditions upon the Earth to become unstable. What did this mean for the threat of nuclear warfare? For Bruce, it meant that the threat of annihilation that had been hanging over the world like a shadow for so very long had suddenly become a far less menacing threat. And it also meant there was incredible energy in the grid. I mentioned a mysterious explosion that had taken place in a factory along a UFO grid line. How many more mysterious explosions could be put down to this phenomenon? It's worth mentioning the Tunguska explosion, which decimated Siberia in the early 1900s, thought by some to be associated with Nikola Tesla and his infamous death ray, and by others to have been the destruction of UFO craft. We must now entertain the possibility that even as far back as the early 1900s, this energy grid was known, understood, and worked with. But we can go back further than that. Projecting Bruce's New Zealand grid across a world map, we see it matches up with Platonic spherical geometry, in which the Earth's sphere is comprised of sacred geometric lines that form a grid. Where these lines converge are exactly where megalithic sites from ancient antiquity have been built. On the same grid, we find Stonehenge, Easter Island, Machu Picchu, Tiwanaku, and the Giza pyramids. There seems to be little question that at least some of these ancient civilizations knew about the energy grid, or at least knew that where they were building these ancient megalithic sites were places of extreme energy convergence. Now, according to megalithic expert Hugh Newman, the ancients built monuments to draw in earth energy, which appears electric in nature, through structures composed of granite and sandstone, using this energy in different ways. Some would enhance crop yields by charging up their seeds. Most cultures would amplify this energy's frequency to induce altered states of consciousness. And if we go further back, we encounter the suggestion of highly advanced aerial technology, culminating in the Great Pyramid itself, widely now thought to be a huge Earth energy amplifier. As major civilizations seem to have developed along these grid lines, could it be that an ancient advanced transportation network existed then, as it appears to now? The idea would explain how distinctive motifs have been found on different continents in different cultural settings, thousands of miles apart. Secret societies are likely to have been the vehicle via which this ancient knowledge was preserved and handed down, as such groups had access to both the geometry and ancient knowledge required. However, genius observers may have also rediscovered this phenomenon in the 20th century. Now a powerful group appears to possess a secret super science, and according to Bruce, they intend to keep this a secret. Soon the group decided to change its tactics with Bruce. Instead of bullying him, they tried to buy him. but he wasn't for sale.
Help in my work was eventually offered from these quarters, but the catch was that I had to remain silent about my discoveries. This I refused to do, and I still continued to battle on my own. Once I realised the importance of the material in my possession, I considered it extremely dangerous for a small group of people to have complete control of it.
Bruce kept speaking out, publishing several books about this phenomenon. The UFO grid he discovered over New Zealand gave us richer insights into the invisible super science behind anti-gravity, Earth mysteries, nuclear physics, and the biggest secret ever to be hidden from mankind. A secret that's now slowly starting to unravel thanks to the efforts of people like Bruce Cathie, who was a true Kiwi hero. I think we can all agree the guy had some serious stones on him. He brought to light incredible knowledge, and I'd like to salute the man for his courage. Thank you, Captain. And also, thank you for watching. Please hit the like button on your way out, and perhaps I'll see you again soon.
By plotting where UFOs have reportedly appeared, a complicated grid system was devised by a man who has become the dean of UFO researchers. Bruce Cathie, a commercial pilot for more than 40 years, believes that his system, controlled by the elements of light, energy, and matter, validates the presence of UFOs.
Square one. I only found the system by actually studying UFOs, or the movement of UFOs. And it was after I found out UFOs have to use that system or tuned into that system if they're going to move from point to point in space. The UFO shots were taken in New Zealand around last Christmas. Everything points to the fact that they were definitely, it was hardware in the sky. And the main reason I say this is the fact that it's not the first time. It was a bit of a joke to us at the time when there was such a furor made about this publicly worldwide, as if it was one case. Well, it's not so. There's been many, many cases similar to this in New Zealand and in the same area. There's been material tracked around the Cook Strait area and up around that area on many occasions by radar in Wellington. And on many occasions, even in daylight, there's been an object seen in the sky by crews in an aircraft, and that's also been sighted on radar. And in one of those particular cases, the radar crew asked the crew of the aircraft to vector themselves onto this object so that they could get a closer look at it. The crew were watching this from a distance and they refused. And that object was in that area for so long that even on the second trip back from Wellington across the Straits again, it was still there. The crew saw it a second time. But that was a broad daylight case. So in nowhere could they say there was lights at night being reflected or a Venus or anything like this. This is, but there have been many cases like this, and particularly in that area. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all hear me for a start? I'm only a little bloke and I've only got a little voice, so if I have any problems, just yell out. And I'd also like to welcome you this morning, and I'd like to thank Duncan for the effort he's made to put this show on. He's put in a lot of time, a lot of effort, and it's a hard thing to do, to arrange something like this. I know from my end it wasn't easy to get here today. So anyway, I'm calling the talk today from UFOs to the Unified Equation, and I'm not an accomplished lecturer, so I feel much better in the back room just doing one thing on my own. So are you having trouble hearing me at the moment? Yeah, sorry. So I'll do my best to give you as clear a sort of picture as I can of what I'm doing. But first of all, I'd like to just read a couple of extracts here that I wrote just a while ago, which will give you enough of an overview of things, and then I'll start from scratch. And I have to use mathematics in what I'm doing to try and prove what I'm trying to say. Obviously, I'll probably confuse you a little bit at first with it, but as we go over and over, what I'll try to do is to show a sequence of values in mathematics that is the basis of all this thing. And the main thing I've tried to point out is the repetition of the same old values coming up over and over again. And it got to the stage, once I'd established the basis of my work, I could then start applying this to a lot of activity that's going around the world, and which is being accomplished by scientists. And it's obvious now to me that a lot of this information has been in their hands for many, many years. And I've actually checked back on their knowledge to as far back as 1100, which means that this has been around a long time, and it's been around before that. And other evidence even puts it way back before Chinese history, the same mathematics that I'm going to show you today. So there's nothing new. I haven't found anything new whatsoever. I've just started finding out what a small group of people in the world have already known. There's always been this group here. They've never been away from the place. This knowledge has always been known by that group. The only reason it hasn't been used until these days is they didn't have the technology to back it up. But now we've got to the stage where the technology is here and they can start using it. So I'll just read these two bits to start. In my books, I've stated that all the evidence pieced together over the many years strongly suggests that modern-day scientists have discovered the secrets of anti-gravity, travel in space-time, which makes possible journeys to the most distant stars, the geometric structure of matter and antimatter, the tapping of energy from the Earth itself at almost no cost, transmutation of the elements, disintegration of matter by use of laser or light beams, and these can be made selective, an almost instant communication between any number of points on the Earth's surface through the Earth itself, a myriad of other technical wonders. All this is possible today. In one great surge of progress, the whole world could be transformed into a material wonderland with plenty for all. Now, several years later, my further researches have only helped to strengthen these statements. Small bits of information are beginning to leak out into the public domain, particularly that relating to laser research. But generally, the most advanced knowledge held by the scientists is not being released for the use of the welfare of the whole world community. There are many reasons for this, but I believe that a comparatively small international group is behind its suppression. They do not wish the knowledge to be made freely available, because this would alter the concentration of power and allow the less fortunate countries to control their own affairs. I believe that this situation is slowly changing. The public are becoming aware that they are being conned and are starting to demand the truth. Modern communications are making it more difficult to suppress knowledge that the subtle brainwashing techniques used to sway public opinion are not working as well as they did in the past. The younger generations, with their more idealistic outlook and superior knowledge, are beginning to take over control in the political and scientific fields, and hopefully they will learn wisdom as they progress and change the direction of world affairs, from the hopeless future we face today to the situation more worthy of the human race. I'm optimistic. They will succeed, although the going will be rough at times. The only alternative is oblivion for all of us. I'm sure that this is a lesson that is becoming more obvious as time goes by. Now, I wrote that a little while ago, but I think it still applies. And in the last year or so, I have been contacted by the younger scientists. And it's got to the stage now that we've got a working relationship. And we're trying to accomplish something with the knowledge. And this is other extract here is just a general overview of how I got into this and what's happened generally over the years. So I'll just read this and then we'll get into the other stuff. My life changed dramatically in 1952. This was the year when I saw my first UFO. The object was hovering over the Manukau Harbour, Auckland City, New Zealand, in the early evening twilight, and carried out manoeuvres that no known man-made vehicle could accomplish at that time. The thing, whatever it was, had an intensely brilliant white light with a small glowing red light some distance from it. And from about 20 minutes, held myself and other witnesses spellbound as I went through a series of radical turns and disappeared straight up into the clear evening sky. Ever since that time, I've collected every bit of information available on the UFO phenomenon. During my thousands of hours of flying, I've searched the skies constantly and been rewarded with many other sightings. As time went on, I was informed that many other airline pilots in New Zealand, by the pilots, that they too were sighting objects for which they could find no explanation. It became obvious that either we were being observed by some sort of advanced vehicles coming in from outer space, or that some scientific group on Earth had discovered a principle of physics unknown to the rest of us, and that secret research of some maker was being carried out. I am now sure that both views were correct and that much is being kept from the public. Over the years, I've studied a great deal of material published by other investigating groups and came to the conclusion that no real progress could be made in discovering the purpose of UFO activity through this means. The main body of investigators have confined their activity collating masses of sighting reports, filing them away, and doing nothing else with the information. And this is a fact. I tried to use all sorts of means of getting information so I could use this stuff. And if you check a lot of these groups, the better known ones, all the information goes in, but very little comes out. And they don't try to do anything with it. And I think that's wrong. I decided long ago that the only way to tackle a problem would be to plot all the areas of activity and try to find some logical mathematical order in the hovering positions or flight paths of the unknowns. To this purpose, I studied the methods of a Frenchman by the name of Aimé Michel, who had also endeavoured to find a mathematical order of this nature. He had had partial success and managed to find several track lines with equally spaced activity in the European area. Just when he appeared to be onto something, for some unknown reason he abandoned this line of research and publicly proclaimed that nothing could be accomplished by this method. And that's made me wonder too, now why did he suddenly stop? Because in those days there was a lot of pressure on people like him and me and others to not to progress in those areas. So anyway, I considered that there was definite logic in his findings and decided that I would carry on my own research using this basic method. But I struck gold. And ever since I plotted the first 2 track lines at right angles in the New Zealand area, I've continued to progress and advance my scientific knowledge in areas which otherwise normally would be completely foreign to me. Along the way, I've taken much flack from the academic world and from those who profess to know all the answers. That is in public. But behind the scenes, there's been a different story. Over the years, I've had many direct communications from members of intelligence organisations, top scientific circles and government agencies, wishing to know what my latest findings are and requesting copies of certain parts of my work. Once I'd established the 2 track lines, I was able to form a complete grid network over the whole of New Zealand area by gradually plotting onto the map the most reliable UFO sightings. The pattern consisted of lines spaced at 30-minute intervals orientated just on 6 degrees displacement from true north. Eventually 2 similar grids were found to be interlocked with each other, creating rather a complex pattern which could be further reduced to lines with spacing of 7.5 minutes. The next logical conclusion was that I had discovered a small section of what could possibly be a world system. The question then was how to transfer the small section onto the world sphere and accurately align it. It was then brought to my notice that a strange area-like object had been photographed by chance on the seabed off the west coast of South America by the survey ship Tannen. Has anybody heard of that? I'll describe it after I get going on the other one. The object was 2 to 3 feet high and had 6 main crossbars, spaced evenly up its stem with a smaller one at the top. I'll draw it now. It was still about that high off the seabed. Now that thing was 13,500 feet under the surface of the sea. And it was just a straight stem and it had crossbars on it. A little one at the top and a series of 6 of these down it. And on the end of each one was a little wee knob, little ball on the end. You can imagine that all the way down. That was sitting on the seabed, and I managed to get onto the ship when it called into Auckland. And this is after I'd searched the files. It was actually published in one of our newspapers. That's how I found out about it. And I think it sort of slipped out. Nobody wanted anybody to know about it. So anyway, when the ship called into Auckland to requisition, a journalist friend of mine came with me and we went on board ship and sort of talked our way on board the thing. And we got down below and we managed to start speaking to some of the scientists down there and we asked them about this thing and they quite openly talked about it. And we said, well, what was it? And they said it was an artefact. But since it's got out into the public arena, the Smithsonian and everybody else, they're trying to say it was a plant. But they say nothing can grow down there, but there's no photosynthesis or anything, and it's impossible for it to be a growing thing. So this is when I really got stuck into things, and that gave me my next step. So I had a hunch that this could be the point that I was looking for upon which to orientate the world grid, if in fact one existed. I spent some time constructing grid patterns on a plastic ball until I found a system which could be transferred onto the world surface and aligned with the aerial type object in the section of the grid discovered over New Zealand. I found that the patterns matched and felt sure the global system was almost a certainty. And the next step was to find the mathematical basis for the system. And this proved to be a long and arduous job, and it took me years. And I didn't have calculators or anything those days. All I had was pencil and paper and logbooks. And it took me 6 months to crack the first figure. I actually woke my wife up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and she wasn't very impressed at the time, actually. But after all that time, I was excited. I knew what I was looking for, but I eventually cracked through, and it was from that point I started getting further on with it. So after a study of all available information on UFO activity, I come to the conclusion that the speed of light, mass and gravity acceleration values must have some connection with the grid structure in order to explain the extraordinary manoeuvres carried out by the strange craft. The basic grid structure was formed by a series of great circles interlocking at various points around the Earth's surface. Nodal points of grid points when two series of small and great circles form what I've loosely termed polar squares around the north and south geographic poles. I've got diagrams that we'll show on the projector. You can put those first two on, thanks Bob. That's the, we'll come on to that once I finish this little bit here. And that's showing the first track line I found down the east coast. And that's when I established, using other investigators' files. And I picked the UFOs out of their files that were stationary over points. And then I also used information from our own control towers and radars. But, and finally, after years of work, I discovered that I could formulate a series of harmonic unified equations which indicated that the whole of physical reality was in fact manifested by a complex pattern of interlocking waveforms. I gradually found that the harmonic values could be applied to all branches of scientific and atomic research. At first I was not very sure of the results I was getting, but as time went by, more and more interest was being shown by intelligence agents, government personnel, scientists in the work I was doing. But the help in my work was eventually offered from these quarters. But the catch was that I had to remain silent about my discoveries. This I refused to do, and I still continued to battle on my own. Once I realised the importance of the material in my possession, I considered it extremely dangerous for a small group of people to have complete control of it. Now, it was in those days, this is over 17 or 18 years ago, I was actually taken into a government department, and I was locked up for 3.5 hours with, I think there were 2 of the top mathematicians, scientists and intelligence people. And at that stage I didn't know very much. But they kept me talking, and while I was talking, the mathematician was writing what I was saying into pure mathematics on the blackboard in the room. It's only a little small room, and it was all bunched in there. And when we'd completed all these talks, I asked the top mathematician there, because I was sort of beginning to see things and what I was finding. I said, is there such a thing as the fourth dimension? I said, with these equations and that I'm sort of coming towards there, I'm sure there is such a thing. And he just grinned at me and he says, here we work in 15. And that was over 17, 18 years ago. And he intimated that their mathematics at that stage could only take them into 15, but there were infinite dimensions and they were already into them. So there's nothing new. But I've never mentioned that before, but this is the first time I've ever said I was in that place. It was only a matter of time before I realised that the energy network formed by the grid was already known to a powerful group of international interests and scientists. It became obvious that the system had military applications and that political advantage could be gained by those with secret knowledge of this nature. It would be possible for a comparatively small group with this knowledge to take over control of the world, and this is exactly what they're up to. I've continually asked these people for valid moral reasons why the information should not be given to the world community, and so far no answer has been given, so I carry on publishing the material as I find it. Now again at this stage, I'd come across, after I'd done quite a bit of study, and I'd already published one book, and even at that stage I was threatened with my job as an airline pilot. I was told to my face by my immediate chief. He said to me, if you publish that book you're going to get sacked. And I said, fair enough, but my private life's my own, and you have no control over me in my private life. And I took the risk. And luckily as time went by, it took me about 3 years to get out of under the cloud. But something else happened, I'll tell you later, that sort of took the heat off. And eventually it turned around the other way and they started helping me. And so it all turned out all right, but I did take the risk. And this is why no other pilots around the world talk. Because the pilots even in New Zealand at that time and before that time, there'd been sightings and the pilots had been taken down and told to wrap up. And most pilots are dead scared to say a thing, particularly in the States and other countries around the world. New Zealand is probably one of the better places, and that's probably where I got away with it without losing my job. And I spent another 20-odd years still flying. But they're pretty hard on people if you get out of line. If once you start finding something specific and means something, immediately they zero in on you. And in the early days, I did have 2 death threats. But after the first one, luckily I was asked to do a TV interview, and I mentioned this on TV, and I thought it'd take the heat off, which it did. So, but since that time, I've had no bother at all for years now. At least 20 years, I've been okay. So one of the most startling facts I discovered by application of grid mathematics was that an atomic bomb is a device based on the geometrics of space and time. To be successfully detonated, the bomb must be geometrically constructed, placed on, under or over a geometric position in relation to the Earth's surface, and activated at a specific time in relation to the geometrics of the solar system. Now, that took me a while to work out, but I've got absolute proof of that now. I found it was possible to pre-calculate the time of various bomb tests and the locations where it was possible to explode a bomb. When it became known that I had discovered this well-kept secret, I was offered a position by the Central American Intelligence Agency. And I'll tell you that story later, but I had direct contact with an agent for about 18 months, and we used to communicate quite often, weekly, and he told me quite a few things actually along the way, because they were trying to sort of soften me up to suck me into the system. So anyway, the offer was very tempting, but I decided that I could not sign my freedom away. And after 2 days, I turned it down. I didn't turn it down straight away. I was tempted, I admit it, because they had the information that I wanted to get into. But after really thinking about it, well, I realised that all they wanted me to do was sign the thing and then just wrap me up and pack me away somewhere. And myself and my family would not be able to do a thing from that time on. So I said the offer was tempting, but I decided I could not sign my freedom away. And after 2 days, I turned it down. According to the mathematical complexities of unlocking the geometric structure of the unstable material consisting of a bomb in order to create a sudden release of energy, I realised that an all-out atomic war was an impossibility. Both sides could pre-calculate well in advance the time and position of atomic attack, plus the fact that only certain geometric locations could be devastated anyhow. A logical war cannot be considered under those circumstances. This could be the explanation for the proliferation of conventional weapons in modern warfare. Well, if you check what's been going on the last few years, you'll find that Russia has been increasing its conventional weaponry. And both sides have they actually used the atomic bomb threat as a political weapon. And if you remember, years ago, China called America a paper tiger, because they also knew the secret. They'd started doing their own tests, and they knew that the atomic war threat was nothing. Conventional warfare is the threat, or germ warfare, or any other type of warfare. It's cheaper and more practical, and it's probably got just as good a result. So all the atomic testing and everything they're doing today, from all the evidence managed together now, has got nothing to do with the war at all. It's purely very, very highly advanced scientific research into the structure of matter, and all the information they're learning is giving them the background to and the knowledge to get out into deep space. They're already out there now. I don't think they can get out into deep space yet. They're around the solar system. And we're being told that they've been on the moon long before the first rocket went up. And you probably yourselves, you've heard the rumours and read the bits and pieces that are leaking out, that when the astronauts got up there, they were already sitting around the crater up there. So nothing's new. Another application of the grid is in the production of energy. Now, this is the biggest thing. There's absolutely free energy available right now, and it's already been checked. Tesla did it in the 1930s and proved it, but they got rid of him very smartly, and he died a pauper. With the right know-how and with a comparatively simple apparatus connected to a ground aerial system, an unlimited amount of free electrical energy can be tapped from the Earth grid network. The international interest connected with the control and production of energy would certainly not want the public to become aware of this. There's no such thing as an energy shortage. We don't need oil for energy, we don't need anything else. It's there, you're surrounded by the stuff and you're standing on it. And every time a raindrop touches the Earth when it's raining and splits, it imparts a static charge to the Earth. And the Earth is like a big capacitor, and all you've got to do to use it is to start oscillating. It's already there, you're standing on the stuff. Trillions and trillions and trillions of electron volts is there to be tapped. And they know how to do it. Another competitive field where the harmonic mathematics of grid can be applied is laser research. Apart from peaceful uses of laser beams, which are many and varied, the military application is considered to be more important with those in control. Most of the advances in this type of research has never been made public. A whole list of scientific areas could be shown where this new knowledge could be put to use without stating the obvious application that would transform our communication and transport systems and give us a means to reaching the stars. It is not right for the public to have this knowledge, I was told. It would not be good for them. I'm sure that most would disagree with that outlook as I do. I am only one small voice. It is up to the scientific community themselves to open up research in all these fields in order that all mankind can reap the benefits. Now, I still abide by everything I said here a few years back. And, but I'm still sure right now that the public are becoming aware they're being conned. And there's all sorts of things leaking out. And if you keep your ears open and read and buy everything you can find that it's got some sort of a bearing on this, you get little snippets of information. But the thing is to start putting it all together. And the various times, a few times I have given a talk anywhere to smaller crowds of people, I always say, don't believe a word I tell you. Treat me as a liar, but I do say, check everything I tell you and get out a calculator and try it for yourself. And then start looking around at what's going on around you, and you'll find there's all sorts of things being built on the ground that you can apply those mathematics to if you really look into it. Anybody with a basic knowledge of mathematics can find everything that I'll show you today and tomorrow. And I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a physicist, I'm not anything, I'm just an ordinary guy in the street. But I've found that as I've gone along, I've had to teach myself just little various bits, and I only know what I have to know. A real mathematician run rings around me, I'm in kindergarten. But I'm just picking out the areas where I can feed into this sort of stuff. So I'll just start off the talk itself with, I'll just tell you a few things that happened to me when I was flying. Now my first UFO, as I said, sighting was 1952. Now I was on my way out to the local airfield. It was just a paddock those days, and this is where Auckland Airport, International Airport, is built. Now it's the old paddock we had with tiger moss and things all disappeared. You wouldn't even know where it was. But not long before I got to the airfield, it was in the evening with a clear sky, no clouds whatsoever. Suddenly, just out to my right there, I saw about 2,000 feet over the harbour, gigantic white light with a red light just to one side of it. And so I knew immediately it wasn't aircraft, there's no way. So I rushed out the field, and I got 9 of the other members out, and we stood watching that thing for about 20 minutes. And it sort of just hovered there, and then it dropped vertically down and went to one way, stayed there, and at the end of 20 minutes it just sort of went flash and went straight up. And I swear that thing was doing thousands and thousands of miles an hour, and just went up and just disappeared into the stratosphere. So that was when I knew that UFOs are real. And I, being a curious sort of a guy, I got really interested and wanted to know more about it. My next sighting was when I was flying a DC-3. I was only a co-pilot then. And we were, I don't know whether you know New Zealand very well, but we were going to Wellington. We were about here. We were flying south. And when we were about here, we were both sort of chatting and looking at the front. And coming this way, we saw just out way up in the stratosphere, it must have been 50,000+ feet. The most gigantic thing I've ever seen. It was just a great big pale green sort of a shimmering disc. And the captain was a bit startled because he didn't believe any of this stuff either. He's one of these new sort of guys, and we both sort of sat there spellbound watching this thing. It was a great big disc, and it was so big. We were about 80 miles away from where it was going across the straits there, and it actually had a pretty vapor trail coming from each side of it. That's how big it was. And as it come down, it sort of come down an arc like this, and it also ended up right there where this one come down from the north. Now, these were quite a time apart, years apart actually. And but when it was about here, directly in front of us across Cook Strait, there was 2 driplets coming out of it like that. Now, anybody that knows anything about bodies in space and meteors and all that sort of thing, would know that if that things come out of that thing, they would have carried out a parabola like that. They would have gone in like that. But these things could just come straight and went straight down. So I knew that whatever it was, that's not normal. It had to have some sort of control. So after I got home, I did a few calculations, and the calculator, that thing must have been at least 2,000 feet in diameter for us to see it the way it was, see the two vapor trails off the sides from about 80 or 90 miles away. And that was one of the best sightings I saw, and that was what helped me to start off with that, as I'll show you in a minute. And after that, 1957, I saw two green fireballs that have been mentioned in many UFO books. Nobody really knows what they are, but they seem to think they've got something to do with sort of a coppery thing. And they're sort of put in for some reason, I don't know. But they're quite spectacular too when you see them, when you're flying above cloud at night on a dark night. And then suddenly two of these things pop out of the stratosphere and come down in front of you. And it was quite spectacular. And then another, in 1965, was the sighting I had that started me off, and that's the point I started everything I was doing. I was positioning a DC-3 on a ferry flight, going from Auckland up to the top of New Zealand. And we were actually, I'd taken off, we used to operate from the Air Force airfield up to the top here those days, and we're going up where that USO stayed at the top there. We took off here and we're going up there. I was going up the coast and going to just sort of have a visual figure. And as I was going across that little inlet, ahead of me, just to the left, I noticed something in the water. The tide was out, the estuaries were pretty low. There was only about 30 feet of water and it was very clear. And I saw something on the bottom I thought was a whale that got stranded in there. So I didn't say anything to the other couple of guys in front there, and I just sort of veered over and had a look over the side. And there was a thing sitting in the bottom of the estuary, and it was sort of a real teardrop sort of thing, really streamlined, just like that. And it had a sort of a thing there, looked like probably where you get into the thing. And it was just sitting there, pointing south. And so I took note of it, and I realised it wasn't a whale, it wasn't a submarine, it had no fins on it or anything, that's all it was. So I just carried on flying up there and took a note of it and didn't say anything. But after a few days I thought, oh, I better tell somebody, so I rang up and let the Navy know, and they weren't very happy with me at all. They said, well, why didn't you contact us straight away? I sort of thought you'd just laugh at me, and they said, no way. And that they were pretty unhappy about the whole thing. So not long after that, I sort of had contact with an agent. Well, he took a boat up there with an echo sounder and he checked that area where said I'd seen this thing. And he found there was an actual hole in the harbour bed where that thing had been resting. So there was about 100 feet deep and a quarter mile wide since that thing had been there. So whatever it was up to, it had left some evidence that it had been around. So that was, that's the position where I started off all my calculations. Because I knew I'd seen it myself, I knew it was there, and there was evidence that it had been there. And before I go into that again, I'll just a couple more sightings here. In 1970s I was on Friendship then as a captain. There was another ferry flight, we were going home. Fairly late, was all about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. And we were again in the south here, we were coming out of Wellington, we were about here. And just sitting here over there was a sort of a moonlight night, and there was a level cloud cover, just a layer of it. We would probably be about 8,000 feet, and the cloud layer would be about 5. And sitting on top of the cloud was a monstrous big ring of lights, and sort of just dotted around, you know, like that. And we were about 50 miles away, and that thing was just sitting on top of the cloud, and not moving or anything. So co-pilot looked at each other, and we just sort of swung around and started heading for them. And I suppose we got it within about 20 miles, and the thing just sunk down in the cloud and disappeared. I knew we were coming. So that was quite a good one at that time. But the most startling one we had was a few years later. And again, we were coming up that same area, and we were, again, there was a lot of activity around that area. We were coming out of Wellington, and we were late at night going home, 10 o'clock at night. And it was pitch dark night, no moon, no cloud or anything. And there's a little township here called Eltham. And we're about here, and Co and I were talking quietly, and we're looking ahead, and we thought, oh, there's Eltham ahead of us, no problem. And then about 3 or 4 minutes went by, and then suddenly we realised all these lights are coming towards us. And sort of like this, just straight out in front of us. And then suddenly we realised they were going at enormous speed. And there was no use us trying to avoid them. It was a head-on attack. So we just sat there, and when we realised that they were moving, we sort of dinged the bell and got the house there. So the three of us were just sort of spellbound, watching this light come towards us, wondering what was going to happen. And it ended up they went below us going the other way, just straight underneath the airplane, about 1,000 feet below us. So they already knew what I was up to, all the airways and everybody else in the country. So I just looked at the co-pilot and said, I'm not going to say anything, you do. So he picked up the microphone and called up the control people in Wellington who were covering the whole of the North and South Island that night, and wanted to know what other traffic was around. And they said, well, what traffic? There's nothing in the air, you had only one. And they tried to get more information out of it. We gave them just not too much, but enough to let them know that something pretty drastic had happened to us in the sky. And when we landed at Auckland, all hell had broken loose over the whole country. They were checking everywhere to try and find out where these things were. So that's on official record too. So as all those things were happening to me and other pilots, and I was the only one that started talking. I was the one behind the 8-ball, all the other guys just kept mum and just fed it to me all the time. And as I was going up and down the country, the radar people in Wellington and Auckland to call me over every now and then as I passed through and say, oh, such and such happened, and all that sort of thing. And the guys in Auckland were pretty good. I'd already established that map, and I use that all the time. And they said, bring your map out, we might have something for you. So I went out that day, and they said, oh, we had three unknowns on the scope last night, and give us a look at your map and we'll plot them on there for you. And they plotted them on the screen and we transferred them into that map. And the three things, there was one on that one halfway there. And during the time they watched them on the scope, there was a Viscount coming north, and they got up here and they tried to vector him over towards them, and he started to go over them, the three of them just vanished off the scope again. So over the years there's been a lot of activity in the New Zealand area. I don't know how it's been over here, but there was one a freighter going across Cook Strait to Wellington, and this was in broad daylight, 10 o'clock in the morning. And there's a great big blue ball sitting about halfway across the Cook Strait there. And they rang up the freighter captain and asked him if he'd veer over and have a close look at it. He says, like hell, he wouldn't go anywhere near it. He just kept paddling across to Wellington. And on the way back, the thing was still sitting there. And eventually it just was probably there for about an hour all told. But none of the other aircraft would go near it. They wouldn't have anything to do with it. But God, I wish it had been there. I would have been close as hell. As close as I could get to it. So all those things were going on. But anyway, back to these track lines. I was asked by another investigator. He gave me all the information and asked me to plot this thing. So we got that pretty accurately on the map. And then this other one I saw in 56, I was pretty sure that it would be at right angles. So I plotted it at right angles. I thought, well, I'll assume it's at right angles and see what I get. And it took a lot of sort of shifting fractionally until eventually we got it in, and then that's what happened there. And then we come to the area on the seabed. So Bob, do you mind putting, what have we got on here? This is a pattern that I constructed on the plastic ball, and I spent a whole week just drawing patterns on the ball until I got the one that looked good and might fit. And what I did, we had this thing on the seabed that I could get one position of, so I calculated the opposite position in Siberia, and then took that point there and the one in the south and hung it on those 2 points, and then swung it round until that pattern fitted the section I'd found over New Zealand. And I found it fitted perfectly. It just slotted right in. So I was still only assuming that I was right, but I carried on. After we'd established it, I started breaking down that section, this area here around the pole. This is on the North Pole zone, and this is the pole of the grid itself. And I took out that section, which I roughly called the polar square. It's not a square, it's made up of bits of great circles and small circles, but when it's laid out on a flat plane, well, it does come into a square. And started finding out just what those coordinates were. And I had to form in some form of mathematical concept, which would be a universal concept that you could use anywhere in the universe. And all our measurements, as you know, in all the textbooks, they use meters or feet or you name it. And they've got all sorts of measurements which confuse everything. So I had to try and find the measurements which would be applicable to this, and then I could take it somewhere else in the universe or another planet and it'll still work. And I figured the only way you could do that would be to find a geometric type of measure that could be applied to any spherical body. And naturally, the one to use would be degrees, minutes and seconds. And those of you who are yachties and do a bit of navigation or pilots will know that 1 minute of arc is 1 nautical mile, which is a valid measurement. Even though some of the scientists try to talk me out of it and say I was stupid. But, so I decided to use a minute of arc. And I found that once I started using that, well, it looked good, but I still needed something else, and that was time. And even though I used a minute of arc or universal measurement, well, the time didn't come out right. So I had to figure that one out, and it took me a long time. And we had a trial and error to find that the actual time base was on a 27-period base for one revolution of the Earth. And since that time, I've read in other things that is actually an actual time base. And this came up, I think the French put some people down underground, deep underground for a few months at a time, and then found out they'd been down there for a number of days. They started working to a 27-period time base, just naturally, because they didn't allow them any clocks or anything. They wanted to see what had happened. And they gradually worked into this 27 period. So I thought it looked like I could be right. So I called them 27 grid hours, which are slightly shorter in time, and then cut those up into 60 minutes and 60 seconds, grid seconds, 60 grid minutes. And I've used it ever since, and it works. And I've applied that to bomb tests and work that's going on around the world, and it works. Plus the fact that the scientists are now checking what I'm doing and saying it's right. But now we are starting to, if you put on number 5, Bob, that'll just show what it looks like on the world surface. Just have a quick look at that. I'll give you an idea what the... I found there was not one grid, there were 2 grids and then a resultant. And when they plotted, this was done by somebody else actually. Sort of makes a pattern like that. That's just what I call sort of the bare bones of it. But if you tried to really fill it all in, it'd be such a mess that you wouldn't be able to read it. And this is where I started getting the mathematical bits out of it, not knowing at the time what it really meant. Again, I don't even know today how I managed to get the values out of it, because it shouldn't have happened. And I'm wondering whether that grid actually gets rid of one dimension, because when you flatten that out, all the calculations differ to what you get off a computer if you're calculating in great circles. So if you take that polar section out, just imagine it's a square, and that's the North Geographic Pole or the South Geographic Pole. So you've got those coordinates there. Well, when I plotted that on the thing, when I was at the opposite side of the Altanan area on the seabed, I found that the displacement of the grid pole from the North Geographic Pole was 695 minutes. And the actual to the corner aerial positions go roughly around 2636. Well, after more work, trying to find out what these figures meant, I found that this was the reciprocal of the speed of light in geometrics, in minutes of arc per grid second. This is a conversion from 186 to 182 miles per second into minutes of arc value. And this happened to be the square root of that. So I was getting near then to finding out what it means. And then one of the other grids, the actual distance down here was 2695. Well, eventually I found that was the answer to the unified equation. So these values were actually built into the polar segments of it. And another very important value is these to each corner aerial position, main positions here, which was 2545.5844 minutes. And it took me years and years, and it's only recently I found out what that value is. And it turned out it's reciprocal of the value that's directly connected with the Earth's magnetic field. And I read a book in 1950 by a chap called Frank Scully. It was an American book, and it was about a lecture given by the top magnetics expert in the country in the States during the last war. And he evidently gave this lecture at university, and he filled a whole blackboard with all this magnetic material, and there was evidently a great fuss about it. He sort of come and give a lecture, disappeared, nobody even knew who he was. He gave a false name, but they found out later he was this magnetic expert. And he put across at the time that the Earth hasn't got one magnetic field, it's got two. There are two fields, and they're roughly at 90 degrees to each other. But one field, the number of lines of force per centimetre, square centimetre, is 1815, and the other field goes the other way is 1257 lines of force, so they're out of balance. And these two fields are going through, so I thought, well, it looks like what we read as the magnetic field is only the resultant of these two fields that are out of balance. We read the resultant of the field. But to connect that with the work I was doing, I had to find again something that would match the geometric part of it. So I thought, well, I'll have to extend these and work out what the cover is in 1 geodetic inch, which is 1/6000th of a minute of arc. So I calculated what they'd be here, and I found that the difference then between those two values was, I think it was 3928371 harmonic. Now, funnily enough, if you put one over that, the actual answer is 25455844, which was the distance between the poles of the grid and those corner aerials in minutes of arc. So I then found out exactly what that value was too. The spacing was the reciprocal of the difference between the two Earth magnetic fields. And so we worked slowly and slowly, and this is years and years of work, bit by bit. But before this, I started getting flack from the academics and the universities, and I said, Cathie's a nut, because he's using 1 minute of arc as an arbitrary value. The circle was cut up by man, and they cut it up into 360 bits. And it's arbitrary, it could have been 400 if they wanted to. So what I was saying was rather wrong, because it can be disproved. And it took a while. I had to take the flack. I was getting answers, but I couldn't prove it. And then I read a book by John Mitchell called The View Over Atlantis, I think it was. And he had a piece in his book that he was talking about something else. It gave me the exact clue I wanted, and it was based on Pythagoras. Now, most of you would have heard of the theorem of Pythagoras, the square and the hypotenuse is some of the squares on the other two sides. It's a 3, 4, 5 triangle. And in the work I was doing, and the values for the speed of light, the maximum value was 144,000 minutes of arc per second. And I found out again, this is another part of the research, that I could ignore noughts and work harmonically. You could cross those off. And if the noughts this side, you cross those off, and you just use the block number itself. Now, this has been proved, and is now accepted. But if you take a halfway, 72, harmonic, and multiply each one of these sides by 72 in proportion, you get 316, 288, and 216. Well, there are 360 degrees in the circle, there are 21,600 minutes in the circle, and 2.288 is 2c, or twice the speed of light, in harmonics. So I had the proof I wanted. The circle is not an arbitrary figure, it's been cut up to Pythagoras. And the basis is 360, 21,600 and 288, which is twice 144 2c. And the next step was to find out what the actual values I'd found before means and put them into some sort of equation. And this is where the 2c bit come in. Using the values I discovered, I'd worked out the figured that I'd have to work out the mass of the Earth, and then I realised if I was using the Earth as one unit, I wasn't comparing with anything. I could calculate the mass as its volume, and one could be the other. So I used the volume of the Earth and the values 2636 and the speed of light that I'd converted. And I've got a rough round figure of 143,890, or 14389. This is where I started getting into the real mathematics part of it. And I found, see that top lot there? In other words, Earth mass minus the square root of the speed of light reciprocal gave us the speed of light. So you come back the other way, and you could say that m equals c plus the square root of 1 over c. I thought, well, the next step was to put that value of m into Einstein's equation, e equals mc squared, and take the m out and put that bit in. So I ended up with a unified equation. Just E equals c plus the square root of 1 over c by c squared. And found that it worked. But I couldn't find anything really until I thought, well, I'd keep sort of doubling the c value and tripling it and see if I started getting answers. And I found that I only had to double it. And that equation, if I fed a particular value of the speed of light into it, which is being used now in electromagnetic transmission, I got the answer was 3928371, which is a reciprocal of that 2545 figure built into the grid system. So it works out perfectly. And then I went further, and I found that when I took the square root of that equation, I was getting the harmonic, which was from the grid pole to the coordinates at 2695 I'd gotten the first time. But as years have gone by, that's slightly variable. It depends what speed of light value you feed into the equation. It can come from 2694 up to 2695, and just in a slight variation. So now that value is one they use for atomic bombs. I can show you that when I show you how they let the Hiroshima bomb off. So I had a full thing, a full basis in for mathematics, but that give us another step. And I wondered now, why is there a double cycle? What's the double cycle mean? Why do you have to double the C value? And eventually formed a theory, and now it's working, that if you take a wave, let's take one wave, you can put those next ones on with the waves on there, by. If the scientists tell us that they admit now there's such a thing as antimatter, but they say that in our part of the universe it's all matter, but some other part of the universe is antimatter. But they also say that if they touch each other, they annihilate each other. Just an explosion, everything disappears. But they don't say where the boundary is, because there's no such thing as empty space. So if matter and antimatter are two separate things, they must touch each other. Therefore they annihilate each other. Well, it can't be right. I figured there must be some other explanation. Well, and if that double cycle is true, both those cycles must be formed from the same wave motion. So I found, say, this is looking this way, this is spiralling through space. This is the nucleus of the atom, there's an electron here. So it's spiralling around it and going around in a circle. But it's also rotating this way. And if you imagine that rotating this way as well as it's going along through space, well, when it goes through 180 degrees, you've got these there. Well, this is going that way, but this is going that way, which is electron and then a positron, electron and a positron. And you're getting a pulse of matter or a quantum of matter on that half of this cycle. And a negative one on that half of the cycle. But if you measure from that point there to the plus point there, or that vector there, is t, or time. In other words, the frequency rate of that double cycle gives us our time base, and it can be varied. And this is how a UFO works. What they do, that frequency rate can either be expanded and pushed out or brought in with a high frequency. And if you imagine that happening there, that expanding or contracting, that t value is expanding or contracting. And you can actually contract time to damn near zero by using that double cycle. And this is the secret of the UFOs, how they operate. They're using a double cycle, or it is a natural double cycle system. And once you know the secret, you can design electronics that will do that and vary that cycle. I've got a note here. Just found an interesting paragraph in a book called Beyond the Occult by Colin Wilson. Quote, "There is a great deal to be said for this theory of other dimensions. At the very least, it helps us to break some of our bad old habits of thinking. There is an astonishing experiment in modern physics that helps to underline the point. Human beings are accustomed to the fact that if they turn round through 360 degrees through a full circle, they find themselves facing in the direction they started from. Not so an electron. By passing it through a certain kind of magnetic field, its axis of spin can be tipped through 360 degrees, which ought to restore it to its original position, but it doesn't. The electron has to be turned through yet another full circle before it behaves as it did before. We cannot distinguish the difference between the two circles. The electron can, which seems to suggest that the subatomic world, a full circle is not 360 degrees but 720, which backs up the theory of the antimatter cycle. It's a double cycle. But the antimatter cycle is not on our side of reality, it's on the other side. It's on the negative side. And I've likened this sort of theory to a strip of movie film. Our reality is not a constant reality. We live in an intermittent reality with pulses or quantums of energy. But in between each one quantum of energy on our side, there's a quantum of energy on the antimatter side, which explains that double cycle. And we cannot perceive the pulse on the antimatter side. If you think of a strip of movie film, it's exactly the same situation. You've got a whole string of static pictures. Now each one of those is a picture, but each time you just move a little bit. And if you can pick up a strip of that movie film and you can see the past, the present and the future in one strip. But it doesn't move, it doesn't mean anything is not real. But if you pass that through a projector at 32 frames per second, you get the illusion of reality. In other words, this thing starts to move, but all you're watching is a lot of static pictures. Only they flash past you at such a rate you can't realise what they are. It appears to be continuous motion. Well, that's what our reality is. The same thing's happening. And if you think of the antimatter cycle in between those strips, what they do, they bring one picture down, and there's a hesitation, and they bring another picture down. But it happens 32 times every second, I mean. Well, the same thing's happening in our reality, but it's happening at 144,000 frames a second, which makes it more fluid in motion, and we believe that we're living in that reality which is constant, but it's not. We're living in a pulse of reality, and then there's an antimatter pulse, and a pulse of reality and an antimatter pulse. If you're on the other side, it'll look the same as the other side. You're looking from the other direction. So that's the basis of the whole of the science that's being used today. The next step was to completely unify everything. And we found the antimatter cycle, we found the harmonic unified equations. This has been actually admitted by when they tried to buy me. They want to get me out the way. The next thing was to find out how the electromagnetic field fits into this. And, how gravity fits into it first. And this is just the start, and I'll show you the table that eventually got to. And I knew gravity was in there, and I thought it was this 2545 figure, and I said that in my books. And I was right in the way, because it is attached to it, but it's not a direct link. It's an indirect link. So what I did, I checked the textbooks and found out what gravity acceleration was in the textbooks at the Earth's surface. And at the equator, as you see there, it's 9.78039 metres per second squared. So now I had to change all that into minutes of arc values. And I'd already done this in the past, but the answers I got didn't mean much. Then I suddenly thought about it, why don't I go a bit further and find out what the value is if I change it into degrees per second, grid second squared, which you can see all the conversions, they're all textbook figures. And when I found, when I changed it into values that were directly related to degrees, which are 60 minutes of arc, it's just a larger measure, what do I get? 695, which is a reciprocal at the speed of light. And I immediately realised what I got hold of. Gravity actually is a reciprocal of the speed of light. So all I had to do there at that stage was take the reciprocal of the gravity factor, and I got the speed of light gravity on this side of the equation, which is in our reality. And just push it up a wee bit, Bob. If I added the harmonic of the reciprocal onto the actual value of 143,791, I got a factor of 143,860.9, which then changed back into textbook figures in the textbooks, gives you exact figure for the speed of light in air. So I knew I'd got the thing, and it fitted the textbooks. If I added 100 onto that 143,791, I got 143,891, which gave you the textbook figure in kilometres a second for the speed of light in the vacuum. If I added 3 times the reciprocal to it, I got exactly 144,000. So everything fitted, slotted, bang, 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 right on the button. And from that point on, I managed to produce a table which knits the whole lot together in one table. This is only to give you an impression of what it is. Can you read that? Some of you can, I know, in the front. But as you go down to the bottom, when you get to 90 degrees at the poles, you'll see that the actual value of speed of light changes. Up the top there is the gravity speed of light factor on our side of reality, but as you go down, see how it changes until you get to the bottom. The values, as it comes to 143, it changes inversely to the gravity acceleration. It also shows you, if you study that table, that the speed of light is not a constant. It's actually changing per latitude. So it's an acceleration. So you're equating 2 accelerations. But we believe it's a constant because of relativity. Because as the gravity factor changes and the speed of light changes with it, your time base changes and everything else changes and your instruments change. So it doesn't matter what value it goes to, your instruments are compensating all the time. And you always read that top line. And it'll always be constant, where in fact it is varying, but you can't read it. So, well, that is hooking it all in together on matter and antimatter cycle. Well, here is where that 3928371 factor comes in. These are the 2 fields that are out of balance. If you subtract one from the other, you get 3928371, which is the reciprocal of 2545 that's built into the grid system in the poles. If you add them together, the 2 fields, you get this figure here. Now, this is where you'll find the figure. These figures are in my books, variations of them. And if you add the 2 fields together, you get that factor there. And in my books, in using them another, these factors vary as the gravity factors vary. I'll show you. But that's in various up to 4116,636. This goes up to 169444 as the speed of light changes and varies, and that's twice the speed of light. So you get to this part and you split them up again, and that figure there, as you'll see, is the value at the bottom of that table I showed you, where it gets to 90 degrees. The speed of light actually drops till it gets to that factor there. So, and then you can change it back then into the gravity value, which is down the other end, which is again textbook. And it's a fact, it works. So that table combines everything into a table that combines matter and antimatter, the Earth's magnetic field, speed of light, and gravity. This is another variation of that same table. And in my books, you'll find 16944, 26944. Well, this is the table using the 16944 factor there, and the 411,636 there. Well, this one still remains stable. So even though these vary, that is a constant. And as you come back again from the twice the speed of light here, you split it up again into each side, matter and antimatter, when you come back to the gravitational factor, which comes back to your textbook figures. So that actual value, this 16944 value, is actually popped up on Mars, and I'll show that later. And a lot of other things that are happening around the Earth's surface that the scientists are up to. And it's also used for communication, electromagnetic transmission and communication. So now I've shown you roughly the whole system, how it all knits together, how all the factors are there. It all fits the textbooks, and it can be used. And it's a secret of the UFO, because that's the basis of the mathematics of it. This is how the science books used in schools, universities. There's the actual values there of, that's the one that was in the tables there. Meters per second latitude, 0 at the equator. And you find this is right just on that figure at the bottom, because when we've calculated our table on the computers, we've assumed that the world is a perfect sphere, so that we can get a sort of an average factor all the way down. The variation is very slight. It's in the 10 or 100,000s, I think, 10,000. So everything we've got there fits the textbooks. It's only all I've done is converted them into geometrics. And it all goes back to Pythagoras, as I say, which makes it valid. Speed light factors in the textbooks makes it valid. And the work they're doing secretly, they're not telling you about, makes it valid, because they're using the same stuff. Number 21, please. This is what I've done now is just taken out that top line, and I've made it a bit bigger so you can see it probably better. You want that thing. Here's it starting off from scratch, the 9.78 metres per second squared. I've changed it in there to feet per second squared, then grid feet per second squared. What have we got there? That's minutes of arc, I think. Then come to degrees. And then we take the reciprocal of that, which gives you that. And then as you come up here, you find that if you add 3 times the reciprocal harmonic to the gravity factor, well, you get exactly 144,000. If you add the reciprocal to it, you get the speed of light in the air and geometrics, which can be converted directly into a textbook figure. You add 100 onto that, and you get that factor there, which is the speed of light in vacuum, which can be converted directly into the textbook figure. And then the maximum one of 144,000. And that just shows you more clearly that they all fit very well. This next line, I won't go too far into it, it's confusing enough, but when you come to this area here in the gravity part, there's something called the Lamb shift. Now, I don't know whether that, I'm still researching that, we haven't got the full answers yet, but the thing is that there's no such thing as absolute no motion. There's always a little bit of motion, all over the universe. Nothing ever stops, there's always just slightly shimmering. And they found that's around about 1,000 megahertz. Well, I found in what I've been doing that if it was just a fraction over that, they say around about 1,000, I got just over 1,000. And you can trace that right back to the gravity factor again. But in the stuff I'd read on it says that this American physicist, this perturbation is known as the Lamb shift, named after American physicist Willis Lamb. This work carried out in the late 1940s using techniques developed for wartime radar showed that the effect of zero-point fluctuations of electromagnetic field was to jiggle electrons slightly in atomic orbits, leading to a shift in frequency of transmissions of about 1,000 megahertz. Well, I found that if I used 1,000.684, the actual factor come to that gravity value there. And again, so and in the same article, Gravity might be an effect brought about by changes in the zero-point energy of the vacuum due to presence of the matter. So they're saying the same thing, that the fluctuation is caused by a gravitational effect. Well, that's where the gravitational effect comes in on the tables there. So I think we fitted it into the right place, but we can't prove it yet. That's a little bit further on. But again, if we added that 3928 factor to that one, we got 443,909, which if we put into the unified equation here, well, we come back with that 3928371 factor again, which is an electromagnetic field of the Earth itself. So it seems to be fitting all right. I'm working with a computer expert now, and we're actually using computer programs right now. I've got a set and he's got a set that he's produced, and we can swap back and forth instantly from latitude, longitude, normal to grid latitude and longitude energy system just on computer, and we can check everything with it. So we think that will be the positioning we'll put into the computer programs. We're producing them so that we'll eventually put them on the market, and the program will be able to do all sorts of things with it, work out great circle tracks, and you can pick any point on the Earth's surface and find out what the actual grid value is, and the energy vectors, and harmonics, and the light values, and we'll have the tables in there and the whole works, and we're going to let it out. So I don't know if we get away with it, we're going to try. And if we get it on the market, anybody in the world will be able to check all this stuff. All this information I'm telling you today, I'm putting into another book. It'll probably be my last one because I'm getting tired. But I think I'll have enough now to explain the whole thing. So I found, I'm talking about that harmonic of 16944. Now, that's been popped up in all my books. You'll find that value, I think, right from the first book. I stumbled across it but didn't know what it was. And what was 16944 really, but why is it used so much? And in 1928 I wrote in my books about the transmission they found coming in from space. That was on 34 megahertz, on 34. Well, when you turned that into geometric, you got 16944. And with the latest computer work, well, it's more near the gravity figure. But when you come back to phi, which is 1618034 constant, it's a maximum. It varies until it gets to that point, and it stays there. It just varies and goes around that point. If we multiply that by pi, which is 3.1415927, put it over 3, you get 1694.4. Oh, 1242. So it shows that there's probably a direct connection there in mathematics, which is what's classical maths. All we're doing is multiplying the two constants and put them over 3 and you get the answer, which is 16944. And I've been using it for years and didn't even know what it means. Now we come to classical physics, page 24. Now I've had, as I say, this battle with the academics saying, well, it's not classical physics, they don't match, there's nothing there. Well, I found a few little bits and pieces that help apart from Pythagoras. And the smallest unit of measurement in physics is the angstrom unit. It's 10 to the minus 10 metre. Now I found out when I played around with the metre that it is 3.24 geodetic feet, which I use. Now if we multiply by that by 2, take the square root, we get 25455844. So it appears that an angstrom unit is based on that harmonic. And if you process it a bit further, you can get 69444, which one over that is c, or the speed of light. So the angstrom unit is classical physics, but it's also this physics. All you've got to do is know how to convert it. So I'm all in good shape there. And if you go to the Coulomb, the number of amperes tells us how many electrons flow past a given point per second. Experiments show that if 6.25 by 10 to the 18th electrons flow past per second, we have 1 ampere. This number of electrons is called the Coulomb. Now, what we do there is change it into grid time. So we've got to multiply that by 8 ninths. And we get a value of 5.5555 repeating by 10 to the 18. So if we take the square root of 1 over that value, we get 648, which is the same as that. The square root of that is the same as that, which is 25455844, which is the electron magnetic field again. So looks like the Coulomb can also be swapped into that value. And come down to electron mass. You see we start there with a given mass in the textbooks is 9.11 by 10 to the minus 31 kilograms. Now, if you assume a full shell of electrons, total mass is that multiplied by 8, which is 72.88 by minus 31. But you also got to allow for an antimatter cycle and allow for the matter on the antimatter side, because the universe, it's there too. And this is another thing that's coming out. The scientists are admitting now there's a lot more mass out there that they can account for. They call it black mass. They can't see it, and they can't touch it, but it's there. They don't call it antimatter. They just say it's mass out there we can't account for. And they won't admit that there's antimatter there. So you've got to allow for that part of it too, so you double that. And you take the reciprocal, which gives you the 686, and in this harmonic mass you can shift it up and down the harmonic scale by multiplying or dividing by 6. This is all from the circular measure, which is 666. And you get 411,636 near enough again, which brings you back to 169,444. So taking all the bits into account, well, you can come back to that harmonic again. So there is a connection there somewhere. So that's just another thing to try to prove a point. I went into making any monopoles there, but that's a bit deep to go into, I think. So let's have a look at some other things that we can put this to. We take number 28, escape velocity. If you want to leave the Earth, you've got to go at a certain speed before you can break out of our gravitational pull, and they say it's around 25,000 miles per hour in the textbooks. Now I found that if I use 25,045 miles per hour, well, it comes right back to that gravity figure in 143,791. That's just another little pointer that these harmonics are very, very close to textbook figures, if not right on them. So we can reach those figures too all the time. This is showing Auckland City, and I put this map in Harmonic 695, I think it was. And it showed you a map, and I plotted on it the places where there had been two massive explosions in Auckland City. One was by the police station, which is this one here, and there was another one away out our way where I'm living, and it blew a factory up. It was there. And those two exploded on the surface of the Earth. So I got interested when I saw that. So I got the astronomy books out, and we can now go to number 39. And most people don't realise that the actual gravity centre, or what they call the Beery centre, that's the centre where the Moon and the Earth rotate around each other as they're going through the orbit. The Earth's actually going through space like this, on a slow wobble as it goes around the midst of the Earth orbit. And I took the values out of the astronomy books and again turned them into geometric measurement of 1 minute of arc on the Earth's surface, and calculated the distances from the centre of the Earth to the Beery centre, then from there to the surface. And again, when I took the 915 from the 2522, as you see, we go through the same process. As I said yesterday, if you want to increase or decrease the harmonic, in other words, either lengthen the waveform or increase it, you either multiply or divide by 6 to shift it up or down the scale. Well, if we do that with that difference, we again get 69444. So we're coming back again every time to the reciprocal of the speed of light in those tables I showed you. And that will be then traced back to the gravitational effect in the beginning of the table. So it appears that all these things are all sort of based on universal harmonics directly related with light. And if we know now to number 40, So this is something that you'll be able to find in the astronomy books. If you look up the section on the moon and find the diameter of the moon, which gives in the astronomy books in relation to its orbit, what I've done there, I've again changed the mean orbit distance around the periphery, and then I've divided it by that gravitational harmonic 695.45 I showed on the table yesterday. We end up with the diameter of the moon, which is right on the diameter given in the astronomy books. But that again is taken from the value on the Earth's surface. It's pretty accurate to the textbook figure. Textbook figure is 3475.9 plus or minus a fraction, because the moon is not a perfect circle either, it's got a bulge in it. This is from Larousse Astronomy, and we're looking at the inclination of the moon, the axis of rotation, and the mean average distance from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon. So we look at the first one there. That's the average inclination of the moon's orbit from elliptic is equal to 5.1453 degrees. This varies by 0.3 degrees around its average value for the period of 173 days. Now if we take that value off 90 degrees, we get 84.8547 degrees, which equals 5091.282 minutes of arc. Well, in the polar segments of that grid I've showed you, the distance from corner to corner is 5091.116. And you only got to correct that fractionally, and you'll get 2545.5844 again, that harmonic that's directly related to the Earth's magnetic field. So all the little bits on the moon and all the parameters seem to be very, very close to all those harmonic figures. Now if we go to the axis of rotation, it's in the middle of the page there, you square that and you get 6941, which is close to the 6944 thing. It seems to be popping up all the time. And the mean average distance from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon, it's given in minutes of arc there, this transposed. And we come back from there to 1694.786. Now there's a slight variation movement in the orbit, so one or two times during its orbit that will be exactly 16944. And I'm pretty sure if they picked those times, well, they'd have direct communication between the Earth and the moon, because that is a communications frequency that's been used secretly by the scientists. Now, can anybody see the anomaly there? There's something not quite right. The computer's, I think, is telling me. I don't feel easy about it, because I should not be able to calculate that using the parameters on the Earth's surface. If I wanted to check the harmonics of the moon area, I should have to use 1 minute of arc on the moon's surface. It's almost saying the moon is artificial. There's something funny there. I can't figure that one out. So we'll have to wait now to get some more information and see if there's anything going on up there. But there has been other information come through various publications. When they had the astronauts going up there, they after they had some of the hardware still left in moon orbit, they crashed it onto the moon, and they had instruments on the moon to see what the sort of vibration rate of the moon was on the surface. And evidently, instead of just vibrating and dying out quickly as I expected, it kept sort of ringing like a bell for 24 hours sort of. And they said that the speed of transmission through the surface, or just under the surface of the moon, was about the same as you'd expect to go through iron, which again was a bit strange. They haven't answered that one either. So there's a lot of strange things about the moon that we're not sure of. And another thing, in the astronomy books, if you check, you find that there's not one astronomer that will give you a clear reason why the moon is, or why it's there in the first place. There's three different theories, and I'm not sure which one's right, or whether any of them are right. They say if it was a captured body, the moon should have an elliptical orbit, but it hasn't. It's almost circular. And there's, I forget what the three theories are, but there are in there's definitely 3 different sort of theories in the astronomy books, and they don't add up. And there's something strange even to the astronomers that they can't answer. So we'll have to wait to see what the answer is. Rightio, we're going to Mars. Yesterday, Stan showed you that segment on the area in Sedona in Mars. They call the face on Mars. And that's definitely there. It's been photographed by NASA. But in that area where the pyramids are, well, I've got a nuclear physicist friend in England, and he sent me, the scientist sent this information to me because he noticed in this analysis they did of the pyramid, the geometric analysis, that reciprocal figure of the speed of light, 694, was in their analysis in that pyramid on Mars. See this actual value here. That one there? That's that angle. And that value there is the half of that harmonic, 347 or 34722 it would be if it was very accurate. And the top, outside, where that's got 2 face at the top there, that angle, outside angle, will give you 144 in seconds of arc, 144 harmonic, which is a reciprocal of that 694 in the middle. And they give the actual latitude of the pyramid. We come to this area, see where this is the communications one they use. It's right in the middle of the, from the Earth's magnetic field up to the gravity factors here. Now, if we work from the speed of light factor at that latitude on Mars, we can work back the same way to find out what this value is here on the Martian latitude. What I've done, I've looked that latitude up on that full table I showed you at the latitude on the table, and calculated the speed of light value for that latitude. And the latitude on Mars is 40 degrees, 40.868 degrees latitude. So on this table, we take the 40 degrees and 868 we come across here, we can pick out the gravity values between there and 40.8, which will give us around these figures here. This will be the gravity one, and then the air, one for the vacuum, and then the maximum one. And the actual speed of light values for that latitude on the moon come to 143466 for gravity, 143535 for air, 143566 for vacuum, and 143675 for the maximum. Now, if we go through that other table, the antimatter table, up to that middle part, we get 1693.9, 1694.3, 1694.4, and 169.1. So at the latitude that pyramid is, for the actual air on Mars, which is thinner than us, you'll pick out a 16944 value, which is communication. So I don't think anybody could tell me that's an accident, which proves fairly forcefully again that pyramid exists on Mars and it was built there by some intelligence. We're probably some of their descendants. Has any of you heard about the Tesla car engine? Tesla actually built a car with an electric engine in it. This is in the early days. And to get some information on this, I have to send over to Germany for a book called Revolution in Technology in Medicine and Society, just to get one page about this car of Tesla's. And he built this electric engine in a Pierce Arrow car, and he was getting about 90 miles an hour out of the thing. But the thing was, he was getting the energy directly out of the atmosphere, just like Murray did, that Stan was talking about yesterday. But he called it a gravitational motor. He was actually tapping the gravitational energy. Well, if you think about that table then, with all the sort of calculations from gravity through to light and everything like that, well, that's what it was. He was tapping, and he must have had it tuned to that 143791 figure, the gravity figure. But it said the energy receiver gravitational energy converter had been built by Tesla himself. The dimensions of the converter housing were approximately 60 by 25 by 15 centimetres. It was installed in front of the dashboard. Among other things, the converter contained 12 vacuum tubes, of which 3 were the 70L7 type. A heavy antenna, approximately 1.8 metres long, came out of the converter. This antenna apparently had the same function as that on the Murray converter that Henry Murray was experimenting with. Furthermore, 2 thick rods protruded approximately 10 centimetres from the converter housing. And Tesla pushed them in, saying, "Now we have power." The motor achieved a maximum of 1800 RPM. Tesla said it was fairly hot when operating, therefore a cooling fan was necessary. For the rest, he said there was enough power in the converter to illuminate an entire house, besides running the car engine. The car was tested for a week, reaching a top speed of 90 miles per hour. So if you put number 50 on, you've got 50 there. Just out of curiosity, I took the 1.8 metres to see how close it was to any of these harmonics. And as you see there, it's only a fraction difference. And we again come back to the reciprocal of the speed of light harmonic, which will go through that table back to the gravity factors. So it was obvious, I think, that Tesla knew a lot more than everybody ever believed he did. He knew all this stuff, and he knew how to build things and operate, and but like everything else, they closed him up and he died a pauper. So we could have electric cars on the road right from way back, and you don't need anything else but a little thing like a radio box and an antenna, and you're away. And I don't take much if the finance was available to do all this all over again. But of course, I won't allow that. So the next thing we're going to have a look at is the atomic bomb, number 51. I had a hunch that if my theories were right with the harmonic type of approach to things, then the harmonic bomb must logically have some sort of tie-in with that approach. And going back to Einstein, Einstein states that the whole of our physical reality is manifested by the geometrics of space and time. And if you think about this logically, if you want to disrupt matter or detonate it like an atomic bomb, logically you must use a geometric process. But you have to set up a process which is in reverse or in opposition to the normal process of matter production. So just out of curiosity, I started looking more closely at atom bomb tests. The first thing I did was to check where they actually let a bomb off, to see if there's any harmonics in the actual position of the bomb site. And that goes right back to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What most people don't know, before they drop those bombs, they were pre-calculated about 9 months in advance. And that didn't matter because the Americans at the time were the only ones that had the secrets, or the only ones that could do this type of technology. So they could just wait for as long as they liked to work it all out first and then go over and drop the bombs when the time was right. And not only that, they picked the best bomb aimers, the best crews, and everything was the best. They had those crews out in the desert for 3 months dropping bombs into, I think it was 300-foot circles from 30,000 feet to get accuracy. And logically, that's not necessary. Just a normal crew should be able to drop a bomb over the side of an atomic bomb. It didn't have to be right square on the target, within 50 feet or 100 feet. It could have been anywhere over the city and it would have done the same job. But they had to have it accurate, and it was well timed, it had to be timed right. And this is all on public record, but you've got to put all the little bits together. And they had to be over the site at a certain point, and then they're running from that point and timing it to the fraction of a second all the way along. And what they actually did in the end was drop that bomb through a time zone. And I'll explain that more as I go along. But before that, just to show you that what I got hold of, it wasn't an accident. What happened to... I was under a cloud storm with the airline, and everybody was sort of against me. I'd been told I'd be sacked if I carried on and all sorts of things. So when I found this secret, I thought, well, there's only one thing I can do. So I found that I could pre-calculate bomb tests ahead, up to about 2 or 3 weeks. And I'd just wait until the bomb went off and I was usually within an hour of the actual detonation. And I let this be known, just sort of filtered around. And then I was eventually asked by government departments to do one for them. Well, what happened, I'd been asked to give a lecture at the Aeronautical Society in Auckland. And it happened that the president of the Aeronautical Society was the chief of the meteorological department in the government. And they took me out to dinner. And this came up about the bomb, and they were sort of laughing about it. And he said, oh, well, what about predicting one for us? And I said, well, I only know so much, but I'll try. So I did. I gave him some figures. This was about 3 weeks in advance. And with my fingers crossed, because I knew very little. I just knew enough of the method. And luckily, I pulled it off. And I wasn't very far out on the day. So I got a surprise when the chief put a rubber stamp on it and gave it back to me to allow me to have proof of it. And I was told afterwards that that had been sent off to 3 more government departments before the bomb went off. And since that time I've had a lot of sort of help from behind the scenes, and my credibility flipped over the other side, and I've had a fairly lucky sort of a time since then. But how they can detonate a bomb, it took me weeks to sort of figure it all out. First of all, it was the bomb site. The actual position where they detonated the bomb had to be harmonically tuned, or harmonic point. The bomb itself, you can read that in any science magazine, the bomb is made geometrically. It's a geometric device. It's all very well worked out to very precisely. The actual size of the unstable material has to be a certain size and volume and everything else, and it's got to come together at the right time. And everything you look at about the bomb is all geometric. But there was one little bit that it took me a while to find out, and in the end I figured out it must have something to do with the geometry of the solar system. Because it appeared that the whole process was a process of relative motion. In other words, if you think of an atom with an electron spiraling around it, what you have to do is make that electron fly off at a tangent. So you've got to have all the different motions that affect the bomb at the instant of detonation all going in the right direction, so that that will cause, when they push it all together, will cause that electron to fly off at a tangent. We're just taking one atom. And I thought, well, the only thing I can look at is the position of the sun at the time of detonation. And if we take this as the actual Earth and the sun's out here, well, you probably all know that the sun in its orbit, it goes spiralling around from the north down to the south every 6 months, and goes up and down. It's spiralling from up in the area here, it spirals down, goes through the equator, and it's around here sometime. So if we say the atomic site is there, what I had to do was work out the geometric triangle, latitude and longitude between the points. Now, if we got the sun there, what happens if you take this right from the sun? We imagine that's the centre of the Earth. It's all a long way out, I know, but overhead sun at the instant of detonation, if you take it through the point on the Earth's surface to the centre of the Earth, well, it gives you a point on the Earth's surface at that instant of time. Of course, that only happens once in that position every year, because the next revolution around the sun will be just down here fractionally, and as it goes down, the same thing here. So they've got to work out if the particular bomb they're detonating, it's all got to be tuned in. And if, I found that if I calculated that triangle, that's the latitude of the bomb site, that's the longitude going up to the sun site. So you've got a perfect spherical triangle on the Earth's surface. And after checking back on bomb tests, I managed to find out that these actual distances in minutes of arc were harmonic. And in other words, they set the bomb up, everything's ready, it's all armed, ready to go. And I have been told that on these test sites they've got mirrors on the sun, and they're calculating sun angle position instantly all the time. And as soon as the sun comes into position, it's passing through that point on its sort of spiral around the Earth. As soon as it goes overhead there, everything goes. It's all triggered off. And that's the final relative motion between the two things that sets that off, that makes everything fly apart. It's all those different motions all mixed up together, and everything comes to bits. So if you think about that logically, it was all right during the last war for Hiroshima and Nagasaki because nobody else knew this. So it didn't matter if one side knew, because they could wait for the time and calculate it all in advance and then do it. But if you've got two sides to know, so the Russians and Americans and everybody else, well, each side can pre-calculate where a bomb's got to be, when it's going to go off, up to years ahead. So they've got computers going all the time. You can pre-calculate where it's got to go, the time it's got to go, and the whole thing becomes illogical. It's an illogical war. So at that stage, the only thing they could do about it was to stuff submarines with atomic warheads and have them roaming the oceans. So that if one side was stupid enough to start an illogical war like that, well, they could stand off for 2 months, 3 months, or a week, whatever it was, before they could come up with a time and a place to put one of theirs in to the enemy. So the whole thing just didn't work. But they've had those submarines anyway roaming the oceans just in case. But if you again read the records, you'll find that actually in the Auckland Star in New Zealand, there was half a page story about these submarines, and they actually cruise from geometry point to geometry point around the oceans. And they've got to be at those points at certain times all the time. Well, if you think logically about that, the reason they have to be at those points is because if you fire a missile, it's got to go through a parabolic curve. So if you've got to hit here, you've got to be here. You can't be just anywhere when you fire it. You've got to be at a certain point, so the parabolic arc will make the missile hit the other point at the right time. Again, you have to have precise timing. And I would be betting that if they started a war, probably most of those missiles would miss, because they wouldn't be accurate enough to get there right at an instant of time to make it go off properly. You'd probably have a lot of duds, I'd say. So what do they do next? They had multi-warhead missiles. And I think the reason for that is not to hit 10 targets at once, to make sure that one of those out of the 10 are going to do the job. So they scatter them. So it appears to me that the whole atomic scare and everything around the world has been used as a political weapon only. They've used that political part of the atomic sort of process to keep the public in order and scare you and say, well, if you don't do, we're going to annihilate you. But ever since I found this out, well, I've had no worries about an atomic war, because I know nobody in his right mind is going to even start something like that. Now they've got to the stage where they've got all the conventional weapons if they want them, so they're going to dismantle now the atomic warheads. And they're doing that now. If they never use them, they don't want them. It's just a waste of money. If we knew it, the truth, and probably a lot of that stuff's dummies anyway. They've got enough there to do the job. And so they've seen sense at last and going to get rid of them all. But now we'll go back to Hiroshima. I'll just show you the process for Hiroshima, page 52. This is nothing that amazed me. It's when I published the facts as I knew them in one of my books, I thought it's only going to be a matter of weeks when the book comes out when somebody's going to write to me and say, now what about Hiroshima? How did they do that? And I was a bit worried because I didn't know how to work it out. And mainly because I didn't have the information. What I needed was the exact position of the sun at the time Hiroshima went up. And I couldn't get hold of any tables that told me. And eventually, not too long ago, I've got a friend in the United States, and he sent me computer readouts of every bomb test from 1945 up to 1989. I've got the whole series with the time position, sun position and everything. So I eventually got hold of the actual position of the sun for Hiroshima. And as you see there, when you work it out, well, the distance from the sun to Hiroshima at the time of detonation was at 3361 point so-and-so minutes of arc. Now you do that process again with a 6 to hit the harmonic, and the square root of that, which is the same process you do in the unified equation when you take the square root to get 2694444, which is the answer to the unified equation. In other words, I'd hit it right on the button. And the actual, if you take this from this point to that point, which actually is a part of a great circle, I've just shown it as a straight line there, just diagrammatically. Well, that one gives you 16944, the old figure again. That's the harmonic that's right in the middle of the table between the electromagnetic situation of the Earth and gravity. The vertical one gives you 26944. I'm not quite sure how that works. I haven't come across that. It's strange, but the actual 26944 figure is there. So at last I found out just how they did Hiroshima. I've tried Nagasaki. That's a bit of a confusing one because those two bombs are two different bombs. One was plutonium and the other one was uranium. And Hiroshima one came out fairly well. I've got calculations for the Nagasaki one, but they're a bit confusing yet. I'm waiting till I've got a bit more information. But I know I'll crack that one too eventually. I've also checked the first bomb test in Alamogordo, and the harmonics are showing up there, which they have to be anyway. But that one, again, is a wee bit different to this one. This is a straightforward one to work out. But there's so many parameters. The unified equation can be set up in so many different ways geometrically, and I only know just enough to know the secret. And in the early days, they were trying to get me to do all sorts of calculations of bomb tests, and I missed a few. And I knew I was getting into dangerous ground because if I did that too many times, all my credibility would go. All I knew was how to do it. And so I've left it alone. I say, well, if you want to check me, well, what you have to do is wait till I have a bomb test and get the tables out, find where the sun was so you can get sun tables, and work it out. And you'll see for yourself. It's easy to work backwards, but it's pretty hard to work forwards and predict if you don't know all the different combinations and permutations they can use to let a bomb off. And that's again, I suppose, why they have so many bomb tests, because they have to find out that themselves and find out just how far away you have to be from the actual point before one go off. There must be a sort of a area where it's a sort of a grey area. I think if you're a wee bit off the actual exact point, you'll probably get a dirty bomb. You'll only get a bit of it going off and the rest goes up into fallout. So that's the way they do a bomb. But just again to prove a point, we put on 53. Now this is part of those tables I was sent from the States, and these are the readouts from the computer of all the bomb tests in this particular time. This one on 53 is from 31st of January 84 up to the 20th of December 85. Now, if any of you have got a copy of my last book, The Bridge to Infinity, you'll find on the cover Harmonic 371244. Now that's just one reciprocal that you can establish from the unified equation. So 26944 has got 371 something, and that one was 371244 is the reciprocal of the unified equation, just for one value of the speed of light. Now if you look here, this is the actual latitude in Nevada of all the test sites. If you check down, you'll see these 371 figures. Here's one there, 372, 37124. Now, in the front of my book, it's 371244. It's a bit more accurate. And the actual bombs are being detonated on the test site, just straddling that harmonic, back and forth. And there's pages of that, all the Nevada test that we've put on. So if you actually check the bomb test grounds, you'll find that these harmonics are there, and they're sort of straddling the harmonics to see, I think, how far they can go either way before they don't get any results. And testing different types of bomb geometrics and all sorts of things. So never fear an atomic war, it won't happen. In one of my books, I put a little bit about space signals that were coming in 1928. They were Van der Pol and Marconi and around that period. They intercepted signals coming in from space, and I think Tesla said that he was receiving signals from Mars at the time. Well, those signals were coming in on 31.4 meters, and using the conversion value I was using at that time of 6080 feet per minute per arc. Well, when I converted it, I got around 16944, and but since now that I know that conversion value of 6076, I reworked it and found, as you see there, if I use 31.406 meters, they probably couldn't read it that accurate at the time. Well, it comes back to the gravity figure on the tables. So I'm pretty sure that was the actual one. Again, there's no absolute proof, but it looks fairly likely, I think, that logically, I think if you wanted to send signals out into deep space, you'd use the gravitational harmonic because it permeates all space. And it would be the logical wavelength to use for space transmission. And if you check the moon values and all the other things, and I've actually checked a lot of transmitters on the ground that the scientists are actually transmitting from, the transmitters are built to 16944. We've got one in New Zealand that's right on the button, and the latitude and longitude of the station gives you harmonics of 16944, so it appears that that is definitely a communications wavelength they use. And again, if we go right back to ancient days, and I showed you yesterday the Chinese pyramids at Shenzhen, and you check the displacement of that one against the Great Pyramid, the distance between the two geometrically is 16944 minutes of arc, ran the long way. And Chinese and don't know who built the pyramids because it's before Chinese history, and I think their history goes back 5,000 years or around about. And the pyramids were there before then. So who knew way back in those days this advanced science? Because they had to know it to place all these things so accurately in the past. So it's obvious, I think, that way back in ancient times, this science that we're using today has been known by the people in those days. They had if they knew it, they had space travel. Must have. Because this is the knowledge that gives you space travel. So again, there's something there to look at. Do number 58. This is just something I picked up in the paper before I came over here. And they're now getting ready to build one of the biggest atom smashers in the world in the States, Texas. They call it a super collider. It will be 85 kilometres underground loop. A tunnel 3 metres in diameter with a ring of magnets that will smash proton beams with 20 times the force of the world's powerful atoms accelerator. So I just did a quick exercise on it. This is what we're looking at, that 85 kilometres. That's the bit that interests me. The actual circular measurement of when they put these beams around the circle at high speed and then collide them with each other. What they're doing in atom smash is they actually put one beam around one way, one beam around the other way. Well, when they hit, you're getting the effect of matter hitting antimatter because they're both going in different directions and all the parameters are one against the other. So we come back to that matter-antimatter cycle, only they're doing it mechanically. And naturally, when they hit each other, and one's an antimatter, one's a proton, one's a positron, well, they annihilate each other, and then they count all the bits and find out what each one is. They call them quarks and all sorts of things, and mesons, not mesons, they've got different names for them. But I don't think they're really finding it individual particles at all. I think they're just busting it up and really getting random bits. Because the more they do it, the less there seems to be there. They're getting towards a stage where they're admitting now there's nothing there. It's only a wave, and they're just busting the wave up. There's no particle really at all. It's just a quantum of energy, just a little wave packets that they're busting up. But anyway, if we take that 85 kilometres, number 59, and if we just corrected that slightly to 84.99, they'd call it just 85 kilometres. This is a round number. If I had to bet on it, I'd say that's the actual measurement of the place when they built it. Or we can do that again, the old exercise, and come back to 16944 again. I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. And we'll see there, again, that's pi by phi over 3, which is a geometric out of textbooks. So all this is going on. The scientists know. There's no doubt about it. Number 60. I think I might have mentioned yesterday about Tesla. He said that the actual resonance frequency of the Earth was 1 hour and 40 minutes. Did we say that? Didn't. Well, what tested by experiment, he found that if the Earth was resonated, the actual wave harmonic was 1 hour 49 minutes. So whatever the plausibility of his Earth-splitting scheme, the rather precise estimate of the Earth frequency turned out to be close to the mark. As I've demonstrated you in the Great Chilling Earthquake. And when they have an earthquake, they can test these different measurements, and they found it was pretty right. So just out of curiosity, what I did, I divided that 1 hour 49 minutes into 1 year in time to see what I'd get. And the number I got when I divided one into the other was 4825.321. Now if you take a screw to that, you get 69464. And if you correct that to bring it to 6944 and work backwards, well, it come to 1 hour 49 minutes and 3 seconds. So that's pretty well right on it. So that showed me that our term of 365 and a quarter days has always been there. There's been books written and arguments and everything for years and years that we used to have 360 days, and then we got collided with an asteroid or something and we got slowed up, and the Earth has now only got 365 days, or it's got extra 5 days plus. Well, I don't believe that now, because the calculator, according to Tesla, shows that the actual spin of the Earth is actually tuned to the harmonic reciprocal of light. That's the generator. It's the light effect that generates the actual revolutions of the Earth. So we've got another little piece of evidence there that helps. What I'm showing you this morning is all different ways and places where these harmonics are being used, or they can pop up. And, what I'm trying to do is to show you so many different things that it appears that the chance is not involved. It gets past the point where it's just chance. There's something more behind it. This is another little bit of information I got hold of. In Russia, they've got this radar way up in Siberia somewhere in Krasnoyarsk. So I looked up my times index book. We put on 62 now. What I wanted to do was find out the actual latitude and longitude of that station, why is it out there? And just out of curiosity again, just to see if there's anything there. Every now and then I'll just pick up a thing like this and put it in the computer just to see what I get. And every now and then I pick something up. So this is just the rough calculations. And you'll see that figure comes up again, the gravity figure, 143791. And if you take the latitude, 45, where the thing is, well, you get that 25455844 again, which is built into the polar squares. And there's a reciprocal of the difference of the Earth's magnetic fields. So that's, again, tuned in. And it's built there purposely to give that radar more effect and perfect it. So I'd say that's not the only radar station and just plastered around the world that's actually built in and using these harmonics. They get better results and more perfect transmissions, and more reception, better reception. Okay. Have any of you heard about they call it the catastrophe of Kiston? This is another small town in Russia. This leaked out. There was a scientist that was in the area, and he knew what had happened there, and then he went to England eventually years later, and he told the story and it got into the newspapers. And evidently at Kiston they had an atomic plant of some sort, and they dumped great big heaps of waste all around the place. And then they had a massive explosion, and they devastated the whole area. It's about 30 miles. It's all locked off now. You can't drive through it, and it's devastated completely. Radioactive, and it'll be like that for maybe hundreds of years. And that's one of 3 or 4 different catastrophes they've had in Russia. It was like Chernobyl, only worse, I think. So nobody knew that had happened years ago, and until it leaked out. So just out of curiosity again, I checked the position. I thought, well, okay, it must be harmonics in the area. So if we go to page 65. If there's any atomic disruption or atomic explosion or anything like that in any part of the world, you can guarantee, it has to be logically, that you must be able to find the harmonics there, because that's the only way it could have happened. So I'll just zero in on them each time just to get more evidence of what I'm trying to say. And that's some of the workings of that figure, that area there. And I've found, using this type of calculation, that you can calculate, as I said yesterday, a linear measure, square measure, or volume. And you can find that the actual harmonics, you can equate them with volume or square measure just as you can with air. Only to shoot it up and down the harmonic scale with linear measure you multiply by 6, with square measure you multiply by 36, with 6 by 6. There was volume, when you'd say multiply or divide by 216, which is 6 by 6 by 6. And so it took me a while to check everything for the area, and I found that if I took the that segment from the equator to the latitude where that was, well, that was in the top part. There's the figures there just below. Well, that 143909 harmonic for the speed of light was in that table I showed you yesterday too. I can show you again if you require it. But the same old values pop up, and I use the same methods of calculation all the time. This is one method of checking everything. They use this quite often in different things. They'll have a position there, and to find the harmonic you've got to check the difference between the 90-degree points on each side of it. In other words, you've got to take 90 degrees and 180 degrees sometimes, or 0 to 90, that segment, and then take and find out the actual relative difference between these two arcs. Take one from the other, and the difference gives you the answer. And as you see there, 143791 again, which is the gravity figure. So it's pretty obvious, I think, that they were set up for a good accident. That's just another. That's probably a bit confusing if I haven't gone through the method there. But if we work the back method, sometimes I don't use the direct one. You can take that piece off the great circle and get it from the back one. Now, in that case, it was the back piece, which is the 16165, around the back of the great circle. And if you equated that with the 143830, which is in those tables again, and then feed that into the unified equation, well, you get that value at the bottom, 26943, which is the actual value for that particular speed of light factor when you feed it into the equation. So it's just another little bit of extra proof. This is only just another rough calculation. I've sort of spent an hour or so and I pick these places and have a look at them and just make a rough calculation. When I got what I want, I just chuck it in a file and leave it till I need it for something else. But in Russia, they've actually constructed what they call Science City, again out in Siberia, and they picked their brilliant young people and they send them out to the city, and it's a city of young people, young brilliant students, and they're doing all sorts of things, even in psychic type of research and everything that's sort of connected with these harmonic things. And I fed it into the computer and see what I can find. And again, you see up there, 254558 and 143791. They've actually built the city right where those harmonics are. They're tuning into the stuff. So there's nothing new. Everything I've found, there's nothing new. So I'm just sort of carrying along on their coattails, just wondering what they're up to. So that's mainly what I want to show you this morning, just over those bits. I've got one thing left. It's when I show you this, I'll show you the actual facts, but I won't try and analyse. I'll leave that to you. It'll be very controversial, but there's something there I think what eventually has to be known. This traces back to 1100, and it shows that this knowledge again was known way back in at least 1100. And basically, we're talking about a place in the south of France called Rennes-les-Bains. So I'm not sure that's how you pronounce it. Can't speak French, but the basic story is that quite a while ago, a young priest was sent to this area in the church at Rennes-le-Château, and he wasn't there for very long, and then suddenly he decided he was going to refurbish the church and started pulling at the bits on the inside, and he found some documents, and the Vatican come in on the scene, and not very long from then this young priest suddenly became very rich, and he seemed to have money coming from all directions, and nobody knew why and what was going on there, and but he stayed in the area, and he used to visit another priest at Rennes-le-Bains, which is about 3 miles away in the valley, and then he suddenly began getting connections with high society, and there were all sorts of strange things about this guy. But there was quite a few stories about the area itself. During the war, Hitler sent miners into that area, and they were digging holes all over the place trying to find knowledge. And evidently it was the headquarters of the Knights Templars. And this traces back to 1100 when the Templars first come into the area and set up their headquarters there. And the story is that the Holy Grail is buried there, or something to do with the Holy Grail, or knowledge. And these people that wrote the book there, they seem to think it's not so much buried treasure or anything, it's knowledge of some sort. And plus they say that if this knowledge got out, well, it will be very dangerous for the Catholic Church. And there's something that the churches don't want to be known. So I got a bit curious about it. I had a look around the place, and at first I couldn't find much, but then through the post I was sent a book that was compiled by David Wood in England. Now David was, during the war, a photographer and map maker, and worked for the army, I think it was. And after the war he started up his own business in map making and surveying, and he's a very sort of brilliant man in that area. And he'd read about this place too, and so he decided to go down there, take all his surveying equipment and survey the place. And I put on number 68 now. This is one page out of his book. It's all in colour. Actually, it's a beautiful book. It's well done. And this is one of his surveys. And he found on that bottom circle, when he surveyed it, all the churches around the perimeter of that circle, all very well laid out. The top circle is 6 miles in diameter, and from Rennes-le-Bains to the Château is exactly 3 British miles. And they reckon, in the story and everything, that this position had something to do with Jesus. And this is what the churches didn't want to be known. There's some connection there somewhere. So being curious again, I used the values and the diagrams out of David's book, and again turned his measurements into geometrics to find out what was there. And if we put on number 69, I found that if I took a great circle from Rennes-le-Château through Rennes-le-Bains and just carried it on, I found out where it went, and it went straight to Bethlehem on the computer, and that's it. The figures have popped up. I can't tell you why, I can't analyse it, but it's a fact. And then when I checked the position of Bethlehem, what I've done there, I put it in the computer, and I've got these programs specially made now that I can swap from normal Earth latitude and longitude into grid latitude, the energy grid. And what I want you to note is the longitude here of Bethlehem on the energy grid. Not normal latitude and longitude, this is energy grid latitude and longitude. And note that actual value. It's 143.860909 degrees. Now, if we go back to that table again, that top line table that we had before, this is the conversion values at the equator from that big table. And as I said yesterday, we always read that top line because of relativity, because as you go down and the values change, gravity changes, the speed of light changes, your instruments change with it, and time and everything. So you always read the top line. But this is what I want you to look at. that value, that's the speed of light in the air on the table. Now, if we did the same exercise with the latitude, well, if we took the difference in latitude from the position up to the North Pole and the position down to the equator and took one to the other in the same sort of exercise, well, we get a value which will give us 269.486. Now, that's the actual value you'd get if you fed the speed of light in the air into the unified equation and got the answer. So latitude and longitude is connected directly with the speed of light. And as I can't analyse it for you, I've just given you the figures. I'll let you work that one out for yourself. So there is obviously a connection between the Rennes-le-Chateau and Bethlehem and Jesus for some reason. I don't know why. What the answer is, I don't know. But this is just the first calculations, and David Wood and I, he's busy now in England redoing all his calculations and survey. I said I want some accurate figures, and I'm waiting now to get his very, very accurate figures of these churches and all that there, so that I can put it back into the computer and get the absolute accurate figures. And if I can get that all done, I'll put what I can find into the next book again. Because there's a lot of people trying to hide the facts, but I still believe that truth is truth, and if there's something there, well, we should know about it. Have you ever looked at the old maps? Old, what I call them, Tomley maps? Columbus used some of these in his voyages, and there was a book brought out by Charles Hapgood, and he got his university classes to help him analyse some of these old maps, and they put all the parameters into the computers, and they were trying to find out how they produced these maps. You've probably seen copies of them in the shops, and you can get books of these old ancient maps, and they haven't been produced the same way as we do our maps today. We do our maps and we got proper grids to them, but in those old maps, they were in great big circles and sort of interlocking with each other. But when they found out, and they had to really analyse these things because it was difficult to find out where the actual centre of these circles were, but they found one particular one that takes the centre there and project it out, and then they have the circle around, and then they cut it up. They cut it up into squares this way. And they produce pretty accurate maps that way. But the thing that caught my eye in the book is the fact that the actual distance from the centre of there to the outside of the circle on their maps was 69.5 degrees. So it seems funny to come up again, but that's been published by somebody else. So they knew something. They actually started producing their maps using those harmonics. And that's a fact.
You have to take a break there, Bruce.
Sure.
You've got a 25-minute tea break. Just help yourself to morning and teas and biscuits, etc. Go outside, get some fresh air.
So, just before we have the questions, I'll just do two other little things. I can show you how this is being used. How many of you there got my fourth book, Bridge to Infinity? Do you remember I put a chapter in there and said there'd be a good place to put a free energy power station? Did anybody ever check where that was? Now, in that book, I gave you the position which would be a good place to put a free energy station, and there are only 8 of these positions in the whole world. There are 4 in the northern hemisphere and 4 in the south. There are 3 of those positions in the northern hemisphere on land and 1 in the sea. In the southern hemisphere, 3 are in the sea and only 1 on land, and that position is in New Zealand. And I didn't say what it was, I just told you where it could be, and nobody's ever contacted me and said they actually checked it. So you look at that, and that's the position. And that would be a good place, I say, to put a Tesla station. In other words, a station that you can actually resonate the whole world. And then you can, once you've resonated, as Tesla found out, you get, what happens, as I say, I'm not a technician, but from what I've been able to grasp from this, as I said, when it rains, every time a raindrop hits the ground, it splits and it imparts a static charge to the earth. So if you imagine all those trillions and trillions and trillions of raindrops and all the other activity that goes on in lightning and weather, the earth itself is a big ball of energy. You're standing on it, millions and trillions of electron volts. And now that's static, and you can't use it because it's not needed. It's just charged like a battery before you hook it up. And what you have to do, you have to put a station like Tesla did. And you've got to transmit from there in its earth, and you oscillate energy at that harmonic point. Now Tesla knew all this, because the points he picked were these harmonic values. And once you start oscillating, you actually set up a standing wave that oscillates from there, goes back to there and bounces back and starts back this way, and it oscillates back and forth and then sets up, and it's sort of got a wave motion right through there. Once you've done that, to pick it off, all you have to do is put a ground aerial in anywhere in the earth going. You can go into the middle of a jungle in Brazil and put your probe in the ground, feed it through a little box like a radio, and then transmit it back out into the atmosphere again. And it's a full cycle. So you electrify the whole world in one go. And to do that effectively, you would need, say, if you could, have 4 of those stations in the northern hemisphere on those really good points, and 4 of them in the south. But as I say, only one of those in the south fits on land, and that's us, New Zealand. And there's 3 of them in the north. But eventually they'll have the technology to put those other 3 on the seabed, so that they can have 8 of those stations pulsating, electrifying the whole world. And if they want maintenance, they can take 2 out, leave the other 4 going. They could even run 1 and it'll work, but it'd be a better operation. You'd need to be pumping more power than if you had 8 of them all pumping together. But the actual power you'd have to pump in would be negligible to the power that's available once you've got it all oscillating and it's all there. And they've known that for years and years and years. And we don't need oil. You're standing on unlimited energy, and it's never run out. So that's one thing. And that area will give you those numbers. Now if we go to number 34, there's all sorts of things this comes into. Now we talk about temperature. Our frequency and temperature are interrelated. The higher the temperature, the higher the frequency. And that's when it starts to glow. You put a big piece of iron on the fire, it's cold, you bring the rate up, the temperature goes up, it starts to glow, the frequency rate goes up. Now, I base my temperature scale on water, which is the most abundant compound in the universe, I think. And luckily, we use centigrade system for the freezing point and boiling point of water, which gives us 100 degrees, which is a good base to fit into my stuff, because all my values are based on T. Now, if we can look at the textbooks, if you see the bottle, if we use Kelvin, which is the same as centigrade, absolute zero, as far as I can measure it with their instruments, is minus 273.15 degrees. Well, now I'm going to talk theoretical. Now, I can't prove this, but theoretically it makes sense. If we could calculate absolute zero before it goes up the other side into antimatter and the anti-universe and all the anti-bits, well, I'd say that the peak at the bottom there would be minus 274 degrees. Okay, now we go to the top half. Now, if we take from the freezing point, the boiling point of water up to the critical temperature of water, well, it is also plus 274 plus 14 they can measure. Well, I say it's plus 274 from the boiling point of water. Now, if you add all that together and take from absolute zero to the critical temperature of water, you get a value of 648, which is just about right on the textbook figures anyway. So if you take the square root of 648, you get 25455844 again, which is built into the grid system as I've shown you before. So the whole temperature range, if you use Kelvin and you rearrange the temperature fractionally on all the instruments, well, you can tune temperature-wise all the experiments you do. This is what the alchemists tried to do. They used to cook this stuff over and over and over and over again, hoping for a result. They're trying to do it by trial and error. Well, knowing all this and putting it all together, you can actually pick your temperatures, and I'll show you later how it goes into elements. The atomic weight of all the elements, they're all harmonic in steps. And you'll find that the scientists, when they're using elements for certain things, they pick the element which will give you the harmonic that fits. And just one instance, the moonshots, they use lithium batteries. And if you look up the atomic table in your physics book, you'll find that the atomic weight of lithium, one they use is 6.94, which is a reciprocal of the speed of light. So, which makes a lithium battery very, very effective. And they're one of the best batteries you can use. And we've found, as I say, I've got direct connection with scientists now, and we're hoping to use some of this information into doing other things. You can pick elements for certain things. And once you know all the secrets of the harmonics, there's unlimited things you can do electronically, and building things, and all sorts of technology. So this is just another little thing that sort of fits into the theories. But as I say, I can't prove it, but that fractional difference, I think it's right. It's just about there anyway. As I say, that place there that would be a good place for a power station, the actual geometric, so that one point alone, and I'd say there's only 8 of them in the whole world, gives you the answer to the reciprocal of the unified equation, and also that 16944 harmonic, which tunes you in both sides, the electromagnetic in one end and the gravity in the other. So you've got everything all tied up. And you've got to pick those points. The atom bomb is also tuned to that type of thing. Now, I won't go too far into it, but Einstein states that the whole of physical reality is manifested by the geometrics of space and time. That's Einstein's statement. Now, if you take that logically, if you want to disrupt matter or destroy it, you have to set up a proposition which is in reverse, which is geometric. That's the only way you can do it. And this is the secret of the bomb. They have to construct it geometrically, put it over a geometric position and wait for the right time. And they all got to fit before it'll go off. But we won't go into that too far, but that's just a hint.
In one of your books, you refer to the natural grid system and the grid system that was being changed, and you put 5 possible reasons why you thought at that time that it might be being changed, and one of them was the UFOs may have been using it for their purposes. Mm-hmm. And coincidentally, at the same time as I read your book, which was about 1977, I was dealing with somebody with, we were working with extraterrestrial information, and the book that we were writing, this particular person was writing, we were working with, had exactly the same thing, mm-hmm. Of the grid system, but from a totally different source. And of course it said that the UFOs were adjusting the harmonics and adjusting the grid system for their own, as it were, time travel and so on, as we know. Have you come to any conclusion about that?
Yeah. So actually, I corrected that statement in my other books, my later books. In the beginning, I did think that the grid system was artificial, because I was finding gear that was in the grid system, and I thought that they were producing the grid system. And as time went on, I realised that the scientists were not making the grid, and the other UFOs were not making the grid. They were actually building the gear into a natural system. And the system itself is natural, and I'll show you how I believe is sort of put together. We come back to those 2 electromagnetic fields of the Earth, where we taught there's only one, but those 2 interlock with each other. And I gave this analogy in one of my books, I think, that if you imagine a machine-wound ball of string, now it's made out of one piece of string, but you look at that machine-wound ball of string after it's completed, and you'll find that it's got a pattern on it like this. See the idea? Now, if you imagine that one piece of string is one magnetic line of force is 1, and then multiply that by trillions, well, that's the grid. I say, we're taught in schools that the actual field of the Earth comes through like that, passes through. You've got north and south up there and it goes like that. Well, I can't prove it, but I say it goes like this. It actually comes through and loops around, goes like that. And you've got the other one coming in, comes through, loops around and comes out there, like that. And when they cross, and all those trillions and trillions of points, you get a vortex and atomic structures built up. So I said earlier that I had contact with an intelligence officer, and one day he was questioning me about what I thought, and I said, he said, what do you think magnetic field is? And I think it's unmade matter. And he immediately latched onto it and said, what made you say that? And it excited him that I'd sort of latched onto it. And I said, well, it seems logical that a magnetic field, ignore most fields, it's up in there when you put two magnets together. It's the pressure there, it's something solid there, but it's cushy. But if you imagine that if there was two fields and they're interlocking and you're getting a whirlpool action, what you're doing, when it all boils down, there's no matter anywhere, all you've got is a lot of waveforms. And the magnetic field actually is the two fields that make matter. In other words, it's just a little wee energy field. And when I talk about quantums, they say it's a little wave packet. There's no matter there, it's just a wave packet for quantum of energy. And a photon is only a wave packet. So I believe that our whole of reality is like a hologram. There's nothing really concrete there at all. We live in a world of unreality. It's all an illusion. But why things appear solid to you is that they're resonating at the same frequency rate. And it's like two north poles, you're trying to push them together, they won't go through each other. So you take that to extreme, and then something feels solid to you, or other material feels soft to you, and then it gets softer, and then you can put your hand through water, but it's still solid. And then eventually you get steam, and then vapour, and you go, and then it dissipates into just waveforms again if you go higher and higher up the scale. So there's no reality really as you believe it to be. And this is how, again, a UFO works, because it's only working with waveforms. And you're only shifting one lot of waveforms to another part of waveforms. That's, okay, does that answer you?
Bruce, my name is Lee McGiffin. I've been following your books and work for a number of years now, and from what you've presented here today, I'd like to explore the basis for a lot of your harmonics, when you said that you found that some of the harmonics derived from the addition of subtraction of two of the values, which were the Earth's magnetic field values. My question is, what are the dimensions of this, these two magnetic fields? Is it in Gauss, or is it a frequency, or what?
It's in Gauss, I think.
Is it Gauss? Is it
the actual number of lines per square centimetre? I think that's Gauss.
Because I was thinking, if it was frequency, then the addition of the frequencies and the subtraction of the frequencies would make sense in terms of radio theory of superheterodyning.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at.
Yeah.
I'm talking harmonics, where everything is tuned to everything else.
How do you explain then the fact that some of the units you use are in one dimension, then adding them together or subtracting them produces units of a different dimension? How can you get around that?
In the whole theory, we're talking about linear measure, we're talking about square measure, and we're talking about cubic measure. Now, you'll find when you delve into this that you can actually harmonically tune areas to linear measure and linear measure to cubic measure under the same rules. Just by, if you're using linear measure, all you use is 6 for your multiplier or divider. If it's square measure, you use 36. And if it's cube, you use 216. And this is, I can see exactly what you're getting at, because I had the same problem. I had to think about it. Now, why does it fit? And the only thing at this stage is that I'm taking an area of that field. In other words, a square geodetic against which fits my work. And if you're thinking electromagnetic theory in waveform, well, then you'd have to use it in a different way. Fair enough. But I can't answer you fully. All I can say is at this stage, it all fits. And I'm not a technician or electronics expert, so I can't give you an expert's electronic answer. But it does fit because I'm using area. Okay?
Could you explain, it's not so much in the forefront now, pyramids seem to have a function of splitting up electromagnetism, magnetism, etc. Have you figured out any harmonics for the dealing of light and magnetism as far as pyramids were concerned.
Yeah, we come back to that 16944 figure. If we just talk about pyramids. Now, if you go the Western world, how many of you in the room here right now know that there are pyramids in China and where they are? Quite a few. And most of the Western world, I'd say probably 90% of the Western world don't even know they exist. And up Shensi, and the biggest one is over twice as high as the Great Pyramid in Egypt. It's about 1,200 feet high, and the one in Egypt is 486. And it's a monstrous thing. But there are, I was given a satellite map in the United States, what's produced by the American Air Force, and the map's very accurate. And I've got the map of the Shensi area there, and it's got 16 pyramids on the map, so I could get very, very accurate positions off the map. And I checked the Chinese pyramids against the one in Egypt there, and apart from the direct Great Circle tracks between each pyramid, the actual, if you've got the Egyptian pyramid there and the ones in China there, if you measure the distance, it's about 77.6 degrees displaced. If you measure the distance around that way in minutes of arc, it's 1,6,9,4 minutes of arc displacement. Now you tell me that's an accident. Who built them? The Chinese don't even know who built the pyramids in there. It goes before their history. But they are displaced 1,6,9,44 minutes of arc, which fits right onto all those tables I showed you and all my work and all my books. And the actual height of the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid above the base is 16944 or 16944 pyramid inches or something. The chamber in the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, if you check it, measurements, I've got the old books and the more modern pyramid books. I've taken a lot of these measurements out, in them away, but you get the early editions. I've got one in 1918 something edition, and you find the King's Chamber, just rough figures, it's called 111 point something pyramid inches wide and 205, 80 or something, 205.8 pyramid inches. Now we're getting right on to 411,636, which is squared to get 16944. So the King's Chamber is a cavity resonator tuned to those harmonics, and the height of it's tuned to those harmonics. The position of it to other pyramids is tuned to it harmonically, 16944. And that cannot be broken, it's a fact. You can get the positions and check it on your computer, it's a fact. So this technology is not new. I say everything I found here is just, I'm just on the threshold of it. The ancients had all this stuff. And there's always been a group right from ancient times that have had this technology, or the knowledge, but they've never had the technology to go with it. So in our day, we've got our technology back and we're getting more and more advanced technology. So they're now in the position where they can start using the knowledge and creating the stuff to go with it. But those people have always been here. And you look back through all history, the people who had the power and who ran things all the time were the high priests, or all those groups, and all the secret societies, all those people. And the general public have never known the truth, they've never been told. But all the time behind the scenes you're being manipulated by people with this superior knowledge all the time. And the ones we've come up against, I don't say they're all like this, but the ones that I've had particular contact with, the last meeting I told you we were taken to, I actually ended up calling the guy a Nazi. Because I asked him the question when he was trying to pummel me, I said, well, who's telling me? And I asked the question, I said, what about the moral implications of what you guys are doing? And he just looked down at me and he said, we don't worry about morals. We do what's the word? Yeah, something had it. Expedient, yeah. We do what's expedient. And I said, that's what the Nazis told us after the last war. I said, you're a Nazi. And that guy was one of their people. And they're amongst us and they're operating now. And I said, in other words, if there was people in your way, would you kill them or get them in the way? He said, oh, yeah. And they're walking around now. And they're our people.
Bruce, I'd just like to say it's good to see you, Bruce, and looking so well there. I grew up reading your books and ran around my local suburbs looking for particular antenna constructs in the first books. Didn't find any, but Still curious about them. I was just wondering if there was any truth in the stories I heard about your books being shredded originally.
Yeah, that's true.
And for what reasons?
They won't give a reason. That story, I signed a contract for 32 countries, a world contract, with an overseas publisher, and for paperbacks, my first 3 books. And 13,000 copies of those 3 books were taken into New Zealand by one of the major publishers there. I think they've been there about 3 months. I used to go over occasionally and buy 3 or 4 books myself, for people who wrote to me for books, and probably about trip once a week or so. And one afternoon I went over there and there were 2 books on the shelf. And I was trying to find, I want a dozen books. And they hummed and hawed and flustered around, and it took me half an hour going from department to department before I got onto some of them. I demanded to see the manager in there, and I said, what's going on here? And eventually I got to one of the under managers that had taken over from the chap who had actually imported the stuff. He'd been sacked for some reason. And he just sat beside his desk, and I said, well, where are all these books? And he just laughed. He said, I shredded them. He laughed at me. I said, you're kidding? And he said, no, we shredded. And possibly about 11,000 books. Now, those books then were worth about $7 or $8 each, I think. That's a lot of money.
And there was no official reason?
No, I tried to, nobody else had talked to me. And over the next few weeks I wrote letters to the manager of the company and the under manager who had been there, and I couldn't get any sense out of them. Nobody'd answer it. So in the end I wrote to the crowd in England. This is quite a long time after, when I thought I'll have another go. And they said, the people who are doing that, they're all gone there, and we can't give you any answers, and sort of flustered me off. So nobody had admit or say who gave the order to destroy the books. And since then, none of the major publishers will touch my material. I can't get a publisher. So whatever I've got hold of, nobody likes it. And that's why you don't see my books around, because nobody will do them. But maybe we've got a check that will.
Bruce, I've got a question for you. I know in discussions with you, we've discussed different ancient mystery sites on the grid system around the planet, and I was wondering how much research you've done on modern installations. I know you mentioned Pine Gap yesterday, but I wondered if you'd done much research that you're prepared to discuss about places like the Pentagon or Parliament House in Canberra, or if you've turned up any other interesting places on the grid system.
Yep, definitely. But I make a point of not naming anything particularly, because you can go to all probably the major countries in the world and you'll find certain gear that the scientists are using or experimenting with that's got some bearing on this. And this is another way I check what I'm doing. I didn't know this until I found a certain amount, a few years gone by. And then just out of curiosity I thought, well, I'm sure that these guys know. So I started picking certain places and having a look at them. And I found, yes, I did know. It's obvious when you start checking things that there are certain installations around the world that are built bang on those harmonic values. And in America, yes, I have checked them. And they are built on certain positions. Actually, I won't name the place, but there's one particular place, say it's there, and there's grid poles there and south grid pole there. Now the coordinate from there to there, you get 41.1, call it 636, square that you get 16944. And the coordinate to there is 833.333 minutes. Square that is 69444. And that's one of the major places in the world. And it's a scientific place. But that's not the only one. There's things like that all over the place. So well positioned that it can't be an accident that these guys know. But there's, I could probably fill 2 pages of places I've checked that are on it. They know. If what I was finding was not right, or nearly right, or getting near it, I would never have been visited by some of these guys trying to talk me around and joining them and trying to pay me lots of money to shut up. I've been tempted. It took me 2 days to turn down the last one, but I like to think about it, and when they tell you can be a multi-millionaire, well, it's hard to turn it down. But I couldn't live like that. I could use the money. I could use $1 million tomorrow with the things I want to do, and try and bet and stuff. But if you have to live under their rules, no way. Money's worth nothing to you. Once they've got you, boy, you're in it. No, that's a fact. You might like it for a year or so, but after that, no way. Yeah.
Okay. That's it for Bruce Cathie for this conference, so please give him a very warm round of applause.
Well, before I start, I'm a bit uneasy about public speaking, like most people, and I'm far happier working in my back room doing my thing instead of trying to put it across in this way. So I probably need a bit of a kick start. So just to get cracking, has anybody got any questions about anything? That let me know what you're interested in, and we'll start off that way, I think. Anybody want to open it up with a couple of questions? Well, it won't affect it at all. No, in the early days when I started finding out all these things, I thought the grid was an artificial thing. Well, it's not. It's a natural system.
But, does that mean that the Earth and atmosphere overlap, but on certain sort of areas will that?
There won't be any change from what I can see. No, there's a lot of misinformation has been spoken about this grid, and by people who really know nothing about it. And every planet and system in the universe is built the same way. And I finally found that the grid system is actually the magnetic field of the Earth. It creates the grid system. So everything in reality is actually built that way. So no, it won't shift. I'll show you why later. The axis has always been where it was. But there's other stories that say that the axis used to be. They say the axis shifted years ago and it's out of kilter. Well, that's not true from what I've found. It's always been where it is. And if it had shifted, our number of days per year would change, and it would put everything out of kilter.
Let's talk about the reversal.
Well, the actual magnetic field does reverse. I think it's every 11,000 years or something. I'm not sure the exact figure, but they have found magnetic reversals in geology, and I think that's fairly well proved. But it has no effect, I don't think, on the actual planet itself in a big way. In other words, the axis has always been where it is. It won't shift. We've always had 365 and a quarter days, and they'll never change. Because this is why I've got to show you mathematics, because anyway, where I can show you what I mean. The actual number of days is harmonically tuned to the speed of light reciprocal when you see how it all fits in. And if that's so, well, that's the way it was put there in the first place. But that'll come later on during the day, and I'll show you how that fits. But there's a lot of things being sort of funneled out in all directions. But I've found in my research that you can usually dismiss at least 50% of the information that's worldwide, all in this field, because it's not based on fact, and a lot of the information is being pumped out by the opposition, and they mix fact and fiction. And I think most of you have probably become aware of that now, and it's very hard to pick out the truth. And this is the way they hide it, because all they do is confuse people. So
who are the opposition?
Well, it's not one country. Everybody, usually most people pick on America. Well, fair enough, they're the biggest country, they've got the most scientists and the most people to throw into this research. Well, fair enough, they are involved. But we've got people in New Zealand involved, we've got people in Australia involved, and in Britain involved, Japan, China, Russia. It's an international thing. So it's no good pointing the finger in any particular direction and say they're doing it to us. But what I'll try and do, we'll start where I started, with UFOs. And I was like everybody else, or I wouldn't say everybody, but most people in the early days who weren't too sure whether UFOs are real or not, whether it was a story or it was something you had to find until I saw one, and then everything changes.
Can I ask a question, please, Bruce, before we get into
Sure.
this? I'm really enjoying listening to you. Could I ask you, please, you're talking about information and misinformation. Are you assessed what is misinformation? What is correct? Through research or?
Yeah, you get a feeling for it. Yeah, you get a feeling for it and watch, find out yourself. And this is one of the main reason I stick to mathematical things and feet on the ground stuff, because when I find something mathematically, once the answer is there, you can't change it. And if you publish that, other people can check it for a start. And if it's wrong, okay, I say, tell me, and I'll try and find the correct answer if I'm wrong. I have been wrong, sure, I'm not 100% correct. I never can be, but generally along the way I've advanced each time. You know, year by year I find a bit more. But if I stick to that method, nobody can dismiss it. And this is the problem with the people who've been trying to stop me, because they can't dismiss the stuff, and that's what makes them mad, because they can't do anything about it. Once it's out in the public, and in a mathematical form, that's it. So, because I work that way, there's a lot of things that are coming up through the system, you know, through the grapevine, that I can see immediately as wrong, to me. My hard part is to prove it to you. So all I can do is show you what I've been doing today. Don't be scared of the mathematics, because it's not hard. It might look complicated seeing it first time, but if you study this from now on, you'll find it becomes easy, because it's repetitious. And everything I show you, those same harmonics are the ones that are used all the time. Atomic testing and scientific research and space travel, the whole thing was all based on this fundamental, simple mathematics. And the whole concept is not complicated. And this is another thing. Most people think when you get into this realm of things, everything becomes very, very complicated and you can't understand it. Well, that's not right, because I can understand it. And I'm only a man off the street. But it's taken me 27 years to find it. And I think I've managed to get as far as I am, because I've just found a little wee piece at a time, and so I've built it up from scratch. And it's not as if you're thrown it like I'm trying to do today to you and expect you to understand it at all. And I realise that you won't be able to take it all in, but all I want to show you is the method and how I got it and how you can check it. And I emphasise all the time, if you find a mistake in what I'm doing, tell me. And don't be backward about it, because if I made a mistake, I want to know, because I want to fix it. And because that makes it harder for the opposition to break it up again. So this is the method. We've got to work together. I'll try and find things, you try and find things, and we'll try and tell each other what's wrong. And if we keep going that way, I think we're going to get a lot more information over the years. So what I'll do, I'll start off with UFOs. I'll give you a bit of a buzz on what I've happened to me over the years and what's happened in the airways. I'll show you how I started off with that information, and they found a system and they broke it down into mathematics. And after I show you how the maths sort of work, I'll show you how they're applying it. The scientific world are applying this stuff. And once we've got through all that, at the end we'll try and see how this can be used for agriculture, electroculture and things like that, because this is another spin-off. I haven't delved very much into that side. It's only because Robert contacted me quite recently, really, that I've actually taken a greater look at that side of it. I did publish a small piece in one of my books about the ground aerial that Robert's using here. And I had some information given to me about that, so I redesigned it slightly and found I could fit these harmonics into it. And it only took a very, very little alteration in the actual measurements. And it was obvious to me that the people who designed that thing knew. It wasn't something that's been dreamed up willy-nilly. It was a scientific instrument built and produced by somebody who knew all this other stuff. So, then because of Robert's getting me interested, I sat down one afternoon and I designed what I think may be a better one. So we'll leave that to last. And you won't understand that unless I show you this stuff and the maths that it's based on. So we'll start off with my story started way back in 1952, and that's when I saw my first UFO. Everything changed for me. More or less changed my whole life. And once I started delving, I actually got under a real black cloud with the airline, because they didn't like one of their pilots involved in this stuff. And I can understand their attitude, because most people at that time, if they thought one of the pilots were chasing UFOs, well, they'd wonder what who in the heck just bloke up the front trying to drive them around in an aeroplane? So I accepted the fact that I was under a cloud, and I knew I had to get out of it somehow. And it took me 3 years to do it. And it was the atomic bomb that got me out of it, and I'll show you how that worked later and why. But once I proved that, everything changed. And the security people were watching me on you in the country, and everything I did was watched, and the company were watching me in case I made a blue and they had to sack me to get me out of the way quietly, before there was any fuss. And I had to carry on anyway if I wanted to do it, but I was determined I wanted to find out. I'd seen one of these things and I knew damn well that they weren't a vehicle that we were constructing on Earth. They must have come from somewhere else. And that really intrigued me. So anyway, the first one was over the harbour in Auckland. There was just two lights, and there was a gigantic white light. There was rays coming out of them. It was so bright, and there was a red light just like that. And it was sitting about 2,000 feet over the harbour, and I was going to get to the Air so I put the foot down on the car. We got out there, we got 9 people out, and we all watched this for 20 minutes. And that was more or less the start of me getting into it. And as the years went by, in 1965, I was doing a positioning flight in an old DC-3. It was an empty aircraft, and it was just us and one of the ops guys in the front. So I decided not to go up the airway. I wanted to have a sightseeing trip, so I went up the coast. And you can probably see where this map here, roughly. It's hard to see now, isn't it? Whoops. Yep. You can just barely see the outline of the coast there. Well, the airport, we used to fly out of the old Air Force airport here, and I'd come up and I was going to go up this coast up to the top of New Zealand, up to quite high here, and so I went up the coast. I went out here over the Kaipara Harbour, and I kept at low level. I was only about 500 feet. Here we go again. And I was about halfway across the harbour there, and I saw what I thought was a whale stranded. The tide was out, and there was just an estuary there, and there was I don't think it had been more than 30 feet of water. And there was this thing sitting in the bottom of the estuary. And it was a sort of grey metallic colour, and I thought, oh, poor whale, he's got in there and he's got stuck. So I didn't say anything to the other guys, I just sort of went over my side and went over the top and put my wing down and had a look at it, and it was, it looked like a submarine. It was completely symmetrical, sort of a teardrop thing, and very, very streamlined. And it had a little bit on the front of it like that. That's all I could see from the air. It was obviously not a whale, so I didn't say much about it, just kept going. But I mentioned it about a week later, and the Navy found out, and they really got stuck into me. They blew me up. Why didn't I tell them? And it wasn't long after that that a chap that contacted me, I found out later, the CIA, he went up there with a sounder and went over the spot where I showed him on the map. And he found there was a hole in the harbour bed there, 100 foot wide, and a quarter of a mile wide and 100 feet deep. So whatever was there was doing something, and it left a hole behind in the harbour there, and that proved it was there. But at that stage it didn't mean any more to me. I'd seen the thing, and it was what they now call a UFO, and there's been a lot of them seen around the world since. And then that was March the 12th, 65, but March the 2nd, I found out later, there was another similar type of object that had been seen diving into the water down by New Plymouth in this area here. But there was 12 days difference between the one that went in there and the one I saw up here, and I think it was the same object. But it was working up the coast and doing something, and I spotted it there. And more time went on, and there was a chap in Auckland who was studying UFOs, and he had a whole room full of information, but he wasn't doing anything with it. There were piles and piles of the stuff, so I contacted him. I said, I could have a look through and try and get some information, and he was quite happy about that. But then later he said, I've got a lot of reports on a large UFO that have been seen flying down the coast of New Zealand one evening, and could I, being a pilot, could I plot it on a airways map for him? And yes, I did. And that was the first line of the world thing that I'd found. And this is how it all started for me. And this object that we'd seen about from here, going over New Plymouth and going down to D'Urville Island, and then it just sort of flashed out and joined almost great flash in the sky. And that was seen from 11 different cities in the North and South Island. And it must have been at least about 40,000 feet at least, and then probably higher. And it was going at a massive speed, thousands of miles an hour. And by calculation, I reckon that thing was over 2,000 feet in diameter, whatever it was a gigantic thing, whatever it was. But when I plotted it on the map, I looked at the line there and I remembered I'd seen the thing here. So I backtracked the line and I found it went over right over the top of the one I'd seen in the harbour here. And that gave me a clue. And so that was sort of a baseline I found. And just going on with sightings, I don't know, some of you have probably heard about these green fireballs. Well, they're quite common. I've seen 2 of those come in when I've been night flying, going home to Auckland. And they're quite spectacular when they come in actually. Both times there was a pitch black sky, no moon or anything. And then these brilliant fireballs, they appear to be that big, which makes, they're probably 100 miles away when you see them. So they must be gigantic things. And they're sort of a brilliant emerald green, they're beautiful at night. And they don't come down fast, they sort of float down and disappear at low level. And they're really spectacular when you see them come in. But nobody knows why. Nobody knows what they are and they don't know what they do. But they just happen. I mean, that's been happening all around the world. So that's another mystery. We've got to find out what's going on. Another sighting we had when I was coming again from Wellington to Auckland, and I was flying with a co-pilot who didn't believe in any of this stuff. And it was a nice clear night, and there was just a thin cloud layer right across in front of us with a brilliant moon on top. It looked beautiful. We were just sitting there chatting, watching as we were going up. And he just pointed about 50 miles ahead of us, just out to the east. He said, "Oh, what's that?" And there was a great big ring of lights just sitting on top of the cloud. A massive, great big ring. And just sort of dots of lights around there. And he looked at me and said, "Oh, what do we do?" I said, "Oh, let's go and have a look." So we turned about 30 degrees from grid, so we were flying towards it. It was cumulus were going past, and we probably got within about 10 miles of it, and the thing just slowly descended into the cloud and disappeared. I knew we were coming, and he didn't want us to get too close, but it stayed there for a while. So, but years later, I found some activity on the ground right underneath where that thing was. So I think that's one of them that our people were involved in. This is what I found later on in research. I thought I was finding new things, and then suddenly, well, not suddenly, but in a reasonably short time, I found there was a lot of activity going on the ground that had connections with all this stuff. In other words, our people knew a lot more than they were letting on. But that came later. And the last main sighting I had personally was we were again on a ferry. We were on a ferry flight in the Friendship. I was a captain then. I'd got my command, and it was about 10 o'clock at night. And we were the last aircraft in the sky. We were ferrying this empty Friendship back to Auckland. And we were just co-pilot and a hostess on board in the van. And we were flying north towards this area just in here. And there's a place there called Alpha. The Wanganui here, and there's a little township there called Alpha. And we're going up in that direction, and we saw all these lights all bunched up there, and we were still chatting. We thought there was Alpha just coming up, in the dark. And a couple of minutes went by, we suddenly realised they're all coming towards us. Right head on. So we looked at each other, and again, I said, "Well, you tell them." So I didn't want to say anything because the airways knew what I was doing. I didn't want to be too forward. So he picked up the microphone and called air traffic control in Wellington. And just quietly asked, "Is there any other traffic?" And we said we had head-on traffic, which we shouldn't have had, naturally. And we didn't know till we got to Auckland until all hell broke loose, everything. And they were checking all over New Zealand. They checked the Air Force, they checked everybody. Wanted to know what this traffic was. And then they started questioning us. Well, we just sat there. And it was no good us trying to fly this way, that way, because we didn't know where these things were going to go. But they were... something you might have read about the Lubbock lights in the States. They were sort of scattered along the sky like this. Well, this is exactly what these things were. They were sort of big lights, and they were in that sort of pattern. And if it was one vehicle, it would have been about 10 times larger in wingspan than the Friendship. And so we just sat there and looked, hoping the heck there was not going to go through us. and virtually just went underneath us, about 2,000 feet underneath. We're at 17,000 feet, and we think that thing passed underneath us, doing probably for a lot more speed than we were, maybe close to 600 or 700 when it passed us, and our closing speed must have been over 1,000. And it went directly underneath us and disappeared to the south. We don't know where they went after that, but air traffic control was still trying to find out what this was. And when we got to Auckland and landed, we realised what fuss we'd caused, because we'd sort of alerted the whole of New Zealand. They were trying to find out what this was, and we had to put in a report in. So we never got a feedback. It goes in and then it comes out.
Do these things seem to be confined to the grid lines, or they?
No. I think they used the grid in the early days again. I thought the grid, they were taking energy out of the grid, and that was what it was for. But the grid is a natural thing, but the energy's everywhere. They don't have to use the grid for energy, but they use it for navigation. It's a perfect navigation system, because it's a squared pattern, and all you've got to do is just click a couple of buttons on the vehicle, and it'll automatically go where you are. And I liken it now to a trolley bus. A trolley bus has to use the old trolley lines going from here to a town. But when he gets there, he can unhook the thing and wrap around on his battery. And I think that's what they do. If they want to go the other side of the wheel, they hook onto the system and just go there and use it as an automatic positioning system, and then get off and then just tootle around, which they do. They don't always go to one spot. They'll appear in a spot and then they'll start tootling around, and then they'll suddenly disappear again and go somewhere else. So they don't have to use the grid system as such, because the energy is everywhere, because the energy is gravitational, which I'll show you. And this is the latest thing I've found. So anyway, that's how it started. And there was one sighting I forgot to mention. This was in 1956, and I was a co-pilot on a DC-3, and we were flying south from Wanganui to Wellington, which we used to do a lot in those days, and about 100 miles ahead of us was Cook Strait, between the two islands there, and we suddenly saw a great big pale green disc coming from the stratosphere and sort of arced down, and it travelled like that. And it also disappeared over D'Urville Island, where that big one went down the coast, that one there. But they were 11 years apart. And about halfway across Cook Strait, there was two globules come out of it, like that. And they went straight down. Well, I knew immediately it can't be artificial. I mean, it can't be natural, because if it was a natural meteor or something like that, and something come out of it, it would have gone like this. So there's no way anything natural would be able to just come straight over an object going that way and come straight down almost at 90 degrees that way. So it had to be a vehicle. And that's what started me off on the grid. And they gave me 2 track lines. And we had base lines to work from. So naturally, I wasn't sure, but this is what we ended up with here. We've got a thing under the water there, we've got the thing ending here, and I went back to this other chap who had all the sighting reports, and then started collecting them myself, and I figured out all the good ones. The reports that had very, very definite positions, and I started plotting them on a map, and I found I was starting to plot them in here and there, like this. I showed some of them in the books, and I found I was starting to get a system, and I was starting to come up on this one here, like this. And so I just carried on, and then eventually got the system over New Zealand, and I got that map here, I think. That's what it started to look like there. But that come in very handy for years. I used that same map with sightings from then on, once I'd established it and got it into shape. I had to ship this slightly, about a quarter of a mile to make it fit, because I didn't know what the spacing was. I started getting positions, but I had to find out now what's the basis of this thing, what's the mathematical basis. And I had read a book by Amy Michel. Have any of you read his book? He was the first man in the world to look for a grid over the world, and he did the same thing in Europe, and he started pinpointing sightings and drawing straight lines for them. And they call it orthogony, I think. And he got a fair way, and then he backed off and said there was nothing in it. I've got a sneaking suspicion that he's warned off. And they told him to stop because he was right on the verge of finding something. So I pinched his idea. He didn't do anything with it. He just got one of the two lines and stopped. And I thought, well, that looks right to me. So I started measuring these positions here and trying to find what the measurement was. And it took me quite a while until I realised that if this was universal, it wouldn't be miles, it wouldn't be kilometres or usual measurements we use. It would be a geometric system. But you can go to any planet or anywhere in the universe and it would be the same. So I eventually thought, well, the logical one to use would be geometric in minutes and degrees and seconds and things like that. So I found I only had to adjust that slightly, as I said, to get this exactly 300 minutes or 300 nautical miles. And then I started plotting the rest and everything started to fit. So I thought it looks like a mock and it's beginning to look like something. And then I had to stop again for probably a year or two, and nothing came up, and then I happened to see there was a report in the paper that had been an aerial type object sighted on the seabed off South America. And this was a funny looking thing. It was about 3 feet high. It was actually photographed by the survey ship Talon, an Australian survey ship, and they were bouncing a camera off the seabed with a big flash camera thing and taking photos. And on a plain seabed, this thing was just sitting there, and it had a little crossbar on the top and then 6 crossbars like this, and little knobs on the end. And when the ship came into Auckland, one of the scientists gave one of these photos to the Herald newspaper, and that's how it leaked out. And of course the Herald published it, and a little story to go with it. And I saw it, I thought, gee, that's maybe what I'm looking for. Because if there's a world system, I've got to find something to hang it on. I had nothing to hang it on. I had a little section in New Zealand, and I had no computer, I had nothing to help me. So I had to do it, the hard way. So I thought, well, I'll go into the papers. I went in and spent 4 hours in the office going through the microfiles, and I found it. And they'd actually given the position of it off South America in latitude and longitude. So what I did, I got that position, calculated the position opposite, and I spent a week drawing patterns on a plastic ball to see, what sort of pattern I could come up with that this New Zealand bit could fit into. That's the one I chose to use. And I figured that there are these points here. Oops. I positioned those 2 points that are opposite, on the opposite parts of the sides of the world, but hard to see here, on these 2 points here. And then swing it round, that pattern round, and see how that fit into this piece I found in New Zealand. And when I did it, it fitted perfectly, just slotted straight in. So I wasn't perfectly sure, I had to do some more work. But I carried on that method, and found that it was a valid sort of choice. I started finding a lot more things. So there was another couple of years' work went by. And the next thing I knew I had to try was to try and break that down into mathematics. I found a geometric pattern, but it didn't tell me anything unless I could find the mathematics. So we had to find out what all these measurements meant. So what I did, I took out that polar segment. But that seal, I called it a polar square. When you put it on a flat plane, it comes out in a square. And I used just straight mathematics to break it down. We ended up with a sort of diamond shape like this, with 3,600 minutes each side, and a good pole there, and the north and south geographic poles offset. So we ended up with a pattern like that. We joined them all up. But the main measurement that was based on this was this distance from the corner positions, similar to those ones on the ocean bed, to the grid pole itself. That's displaced from the North Geographic Pole or South Geographic Pole. And that figure I want you to remember is 2545.5844 minutes or nautical mile. And it took me years to find out what that meant, what it was. I had a couple of cracks at it, but it wasn't the recent years that I really found out what that applied to. And eventually I found that it's the reciprocal of the magnetic field of the earth in mathematics. And just to explain that little bit, years back in America, scientists gave a lecture at a university on UFOs, and he let out a lot of information. It was highly technical and magnetics and everything else. And a reporter over there called Frank Scully wrote a book, and he quoted in that book the fact that there was not one magnetic field of the earth, there's two, and they're out of phase with each other. And this is what the scientists told the university. And evidently he created a real fuss over there. They're trying to find out who he was. He didn't give his name. And they think they know his name now, but they can't prove it. But anyway, there are two fields, magnetic fields, and Cully gave the number of lines per square centimetre in one field and the number of lines per square centimetre in the other field. But one was around about 12,000 and something in one and 18,000 in the other, which were completely different. And I thought, okay, now I've got to try and use that. But to use it, I've got to turn it into geodetics again. So what I had to do, I had to work out, taking from this, converting it into the number of lines of force for 1 geodetic inch, which fitted into all the geometry, which I did. And once I did that, I found that if I took that one, from the big one, in geodetic inches, and number of lines of force, well, I got a figure which was 3928.371. Well, funny enough, you put one over that, the reciprocal, it's the reciprocal of that. So it ended up that those geometric harmonics are built into the grid system, which is a reciprocal of the difference between the two fields, electromagnetic fields of the earth, which fitted just like a glove, it just slotted straight in. But okay, I got that far and I wrote my 4 books, and I put that in my books, and I showed you know, how it slotted in. And but also, if you added those two fields together, you got another figure which was 205.818 in round figures. But if you double that, you get 411.636. So now these are all permanent harmonics, and it took me a long time to fit this all together. But when you squared that, you got a figure 16944. Now you'll find that in all my books, right in the first book, I didn't know what it was. The harmonic was there, and I had to spend years and years and years to find out exactly how it fitted in all the system. And this is years and years going by. You know, a year goes by, another year goes by, you find a wee bit more, you find a wee bit more. And I had all those basic figures, but I still couldn't match them all together with light and everything else. And I did find that when that was squared, you got a figure around 287, which was twice the speed of light, or 2c. That hooked that up to the magnetic field. But what I had to do from that point was hook it up to gravity. And that was the step that took me a long time. And must have been nearly 10 years before I found the final piece that matched them all together. And once that was there, I could start using it. Time-wise, it would be a bit out of joint. But when I broke down the mathematics of the grid system itself, I found that I could use Einstein's equation, which is E equals mc squared, and slot some of the stuff I found out of the grid and put them together. And by doing that, I found a unified equation. And I didn't know whether it was a fact or not. Looked good. But a lot of years went by before I suddenly realised that they're using the same thing for their atomic bombs. So I'll show you that a bit later. So if you just see that vaguely there, Yeah, from taking the volume of the Earth, taking it as 1 unit in cubic minutes of arc or cubic nautical miles, I found a figure for the volume of the Earth itself. And I found that taking it as 1 unit, I could equate Earth mass with Earth volume, because they're one and the same thing unless you compare it with something else. So I found that if I took the square root of the speed of light reciprocal from that Earth mass, I got the speed of light, which gave me a little equation. In other words, mass equals c plus the square root of 1 over c, which is that part there. And then I thought about it, and I thought, well, if that's valid, Einstein always said that they should be able to take M out of his equation and put pure values of light in there to unify it. But the scientists have never published this, even though knowing now that they knew, because they'd been using this blinking thing without telling anybody. So that's what I did. I took the M out of his equation and put my bit in, and found that I'd unified the equation. In other words, E equals c plus the square root of 1 over c by c squared, which is unified. And then I thought, well, I'll play around with that to try and get some answers about other things I was finding. And I decided to start doubling the speed of light, tripling it, and going up the scale harmonically to see where it fit. And I found that all I had to do was double the speed of light. And then I started really finding things. And then I had to figure, now why is that double? And then I realised this is where the antimatter bit comes in. And do any of you get Time magazine? Nobody? Well, the second to latest, or 2 weeks ago, Time published a 2-page article, and the scientists saying they're very puzzled about all the extra matter that's in the universe. And they call it black matter, dark matter, and they can't account for it. In other words, when they do all their work and equations and everything like that, there's more mass out there and around them that they can qualify, they can do. And I found that what they're not telling the public, they're not taking into account antimatter, which you have to do in the equations. In other words, you have to double the values in the equation to account for the antimatter cycle. Those of you who read a bit on science will know that the scientists now talk about quantums, or quantums of matter, or little pulses of matter. But they never tell you what's in between the pulses. You have a quantum of matter being emitted, and a quantum of, or a photon of light, which is a little particle of, they call it light. It's not a particle, it's a little wave packet. Or a quantum is all the same, it's just a little wave packet. But I found if you took that wave theory, and the scientists can't, they do experiments, and 1 minute they find that reality is a waveform, next minute it's a quantum of matter. It's both, depending what they're doing. But what they don't take into account is the fact that they don't actually allow for that antimatter cycle. Our reality is not a constant reality. It's an intermittent reality. And we are actually manifested in pulses. And in between each pulse of our reality, there's a pulse of antimatter or anti-reality. And this one here is a +1, and that's a -1. Because at the same time, you're getting motion in this way as well, which is that one. And as soon as that goes around and turns 180 degrees, all the signs change, and you get a minus. So, and if you take the peak of that pulse there, the peak of the next plus pulse there, that's a minus, well, that is t, or time. Because if you imagine now, if you're sending out a frequency pulse, if it's a very fast pulse, well, they're close together. If it's a very long pulse, they're out here. Well, as you expand and contract that pulse rate, you're expanding and contracting t, or time, between the pulses. Because I've likened that to a strip of movie film. Now, you all know how a movie film works. You put it through a projector, and you shove about 32 frames a second through the projector. They're static frames, but you get the illusion of reality and time passing. Well, this is how our reality is produced. It's produced with quantums of matter, quantums of antimatter, quantums of matter, and quantums of antimatter. So you've got two realities, one behind the other, and you're going along like an inchworm. But our reality is those static pictures are changing 144,000 times a second, not 32. So to us, we have a constant reality. But it's not true. It's an intermittent reality. And that's why you've got to allow for that double C cycle to allow for that antimatter cycle in between our cycles. And this is how a UFO works, because they can alter that frequency rate. Now, if they alter that frequency rate, they alter T. And they can contract time or lengthen time, or as soon as they start resonating that thing at the harmonic frequency, the machine is built harmonically, well, they can jump time. And if anybody watched Star Trek, that's what they do. They actually jump dimensions. Einstein said that the whole of our physical reality is manifested by the geometrics of space and time. And that's an Einstein statement. So time must be a geometric, it's a part of the system. And time is not a absolute, time is variable, depending where you are, and it's relativistic. So this again is how a UFO operates. And you can contract or expand time or space, and you don't fly through the air with a UFO like we did in an aircraft. You actually jump, and you compress or expand time or the reality you're in. So anyway, I asked this question, and he looked at me and grinned. He says, we work in 15 dimensions. And that was 18 years ago. And he intimated they only worked in 15 because that's all their present knowledge of words and mathematics. He intimated that there are infinite dimensions. But we, at that stage, could only work in 15. So if the scientists are doing that, I mean, what do they know now? And what are they doing?
That was back before computers.
That was 18 years ago. And there was all these things that happened to me that I knew that I was finding things. I knew that they were getting worried about what I was doing. And anyway, when I had all this information, actually I haven't shown you another step yet, I had to tie it up with gravity. All this all fitted into the equation and told me why you had to C values doubled, and why our reality is not a permanent one, it's not constant. Light hasn't got a constant speed, it depends where you are. The speed of light is not the speed of light, actually it's an acceleration, and it's variable depending where you are. It's relativistic again. But in my books I'd shown that the maximum speed of light was 144,000 milliparticles per second, and sort of doubled all the values there, you're getting 1694416. But I'd also changed gravity into minutes of arc per second, per second squared. In my books I'd shown that, but what I didn't go the next step. And I'd already published Harmonic 695 for UFO and anti-gravity, but I didn't know why it caused such a fuss. And when I did this next step I realised why. Because when I did that extra calculation to bring it to degrees per second squared, instead of, in other words, 60 nautical miles per second squared, which is 1 degree on the Earth's surface, I found that I could take the acceleration of gravity out of the physics books, so I think it's around about 9. I've got all exact figures here if anyone wants to check them. If you take that in meters per second squared, gravity acceleration, if you drop something at the equator, and then change it, convert it mathematically into feet per second squared, then into geodetic feet per second squared, then into minutes or nautical miles per second squared, good time. Well, that's what I'd already published, and it comes down around about 25 point something. And then I decided that day to change it into degrees per second squared, 60 nautical miles, and see what happened. And what did I get? I got 695. It was a bit on the end of it. Well, I realised then that 695 that I'd already published and headed it in the book, 695 for UFO and anti-gravity, the authorities must have thought that I knew what gravity was, but I didn't. All I knew was that 695 was the reciprocal of the speed of light. So, in other words, if you convert it, that is gravity in geometrics. That's the gravity harmonic. The 695 harmonic is gravity, that's what it is. And if you take the reciprocal, in the latest computer tables, it comes to 143,791.36. Well, I used 143,795 point something in my books. I was close to it, but I wasn't exact. Computers have fixed that final little piece. And then when you add bits onto it, you come to the maximum 144,000. But when you convert back in the table, you hit the speed of light in air and the speed of light in vacuum in the table. So I had the whole lot then. I had gravity hooked up directly to the speed of light up to the maximum in one table. And gravity changes through latitude. As you come down to 90 degrees, that's at the equator, gravity changes. That's in the textbooks, you can check it. So if gravity changes, the speed of light must change too, reciprocal. So the speed of light proves that it's not a constant, it's an acceleration or a deceleration. But it changes this way as you go down each latitude. These figures change, and that figure changes on our side. This is on the antimatter side. This is why it can never capture jet. They've been trying for years and years in universities to try and capture a gravity wave. And if some of you read there, they can't find one. To them, they don't exist, but gravity is. And they still can't find a gravity wave. Well, according to what I found there, the gravity wave occurs during the antimatter cycle, because that's where it is. So it's never in our reality, it's always on the other side. So they'll never find one. You can't capture a gravity wave because it's not in our reality at all. If you're on the other side, the antimatter side, the gravity wave would be on our side. And there's always two sides to something. There's never a one-sided object, it's always got two sides. And so this was the final thing I had to find. I know what gravity is now, I know it's come from, it's a reciprocal of the speed of light. And this is what they've known for years. If you know that, and you know the exact values, you can start manipulating it, and using it, and doing all sorts of experiments. And this is exactly what they've been doing behind the scenes, and this is why they don't want you to know. Because they've had this for years, and they've known all about it. And a lot of activity is going on that's not all outsiders. Our people are involved, and they've been involved for a long time. So the main reason I don't want you to know is I don't want you to know how far advanced they are. Because everything, if you know all this stuff and can start using it, and you can't use it a heck of a lot in the backyard because it takes a lot of money. So governments do it, and big business and everybody else. But if the public becomes aware of that and they demand that they let this out, well, the whole world changes. Everything we know is obsolete. They'll say I used to fly one of the most sophisticated aircraft in the world, a Boeing 737, which is a beautiful airplane, but it's obsolete. And I knew it was when I was flying. It's probably 100 years obsolete. Logic tells me all the other stuff I've got that they're building what I term the Model T UFOs. They've been in the first steps of building these things for a long time, and they've captured a lot, and they've taken the technology and they've been taught by the outside guys. And that's all being processed, and there's billions of dollars being spent.
What do you know about captures?
Not a lot. All I know is what you know, what you read. I've got no first-hand evidence. I don't know whether it's true or false, or if it's benign, or whether they're really nasty, or all I can say is if the universe is populated, which I believe it is, and I was told in the States by someone pretty high up that they're tracking stuff out there. He said it's like New York on a Friday night. There's so much traffic out there that they're tracking all the time. Well, if that's so, there's a lot of baddies out there and there's a lot of goodies. I mean, everybody out there is not good. So if we're being visited over millenniums, well, some of them will be pulling in here and they'll be the baddies, I guess. And there's probably some of them doing a few experiments and checking over us, and some of them helping us and egging us along. I think that's been happening right through history. They've never been away from the place, and they're not aliens. They're us. We are them, because that's where we come from. That's what I believe. They put us here in the first place. We're a colony of some sort, and then something happened. We got blocked off. But that again, if you want sort of to prove that this goes right back in history. Pardon? I don't know, it's just logic to me. Well, you come back to, I believe you can never have a one-sided thing. There's always two sides to a story. And if you had a one-sided thing right through the universe, you'd have nothing to compare it with. You wouldn't know whether you're good or bad. Pardon?
It's only what you expect from your own personal experience.
Sure, yeah, but what's bad to you might be good for me. And vice versa. It depends on the level of badness and level of goodness. And there's no such thing as absolute badness and absolute goodness. Because, so take food, you might eat something that's harmful to you, but I eat it, it's good for me. And you can go to lots of things like that. But you must have two sides. You can't have a one-sided thing. The universe is not one-sided, it's two-sided. And everything in it is two-sided. And there's always two sides to an argument.
I was just speaking of the story, the hollow earth theory.
Well, I'm not sure. I put something in one of my books and it appeared mathematically that the Earth should be hollow, but I can't prove it completely. It appeared to me that there's some mass missing there somewhere. And but the holes in the poles, if they're there, they're not as big as they've been published. They're only small holes. And because according to the maths, if you take a cross section through the Earth, and this is what I'll show you when it comes back to electroculture, and you find out the actual area of the Earth cross section in minute of arc values, in other words in square minute of arc values, well you get figure it's 371 something. I've got the exact figure, I can calculate any time you like. There's a bit more in there added on. But the reciprocal of that gives you the answer to the unit equation. So the Earth itself is tuned to the unit equation, or the vice versa. That's where all the stuff comes from. And if you feed the values of C, because C is not a constant, as I say, it changes. Well, it depends. There's a C for gravity, there's C at various levels up to get to a maximum 144,000, and feed it into that equation. If you drop the 144,000 by a mathematical 1618.034, which is a mathematical constant in the physics books, and feed that result into that equation, you get 269,444. The reciprocal of that is 371 point something. So the actual cross-sectional area of the Earth is the reciprocal of the unified equation. And again, I'll show you how it fits with a number of years, days in a year and all that. And everything is perfectly balanced. It's all very well created so that everything is harmonised with everything else. And this is how we can get onto atomic bombs, and I mentioned that figure now. Now, before I get there, before I could prove any of this stuff, the academics used to have a great time with me. They say a circle is a circle fair enough, but man cut it up into 360 degrees. And you've based all your stuff on 360 degrees, so okay, it's an arbitrary figure, you're wrong. You cannot prove anything. And I couldn't answer them, I had no answer, because I was using 1 minute of arc, which is 1/60th of a degree. And I was getting answers, but I had no proof. And then there was another chap wrote a book in England, Mitchell. I forget the name of the book, I wrote this in one of my books. But, sorry? Yes, that's the one. And he wrote in his book about the Pythagoras triangle. Now that triangle is taught in all schools. In my day it was theorem 48 in the geometry books. And it says that the square on the hypotenuse is the sum of the squares on the other two sides. But it's a 3, 4, 5 triangle. Now, if we say that the maximum speed of light is 144,000, which is in the Bible, minutes of arc per grid second, so if we take 144,000, now that's a full wave. Now, in all radio theory and electronic transmission, you can take a half wave or a quarter wave. So if we take a quarter wave, a half wave of 72,000, we can knock the noughts off because we don't need them, it's harmonic. And this is the beauty of this stuff, we don't need noughts. And multiply each side in ratio of half C, you get 316, 216, and 288. Now 288 is 2C, that's 360 degrees and 21,000 minutes in a circle. So that was the proof I wanted. Pythagoras has proved it. That triangle gives you the answer that a circle is harmonically tuned to the speed of light, 360 degrees, and the number of minutes in the circle. And it's unbreakable. And as soon as I found out, they backed off. They could not argue with it. And I said, I'll argue with you any time you like on TV, you name it. And none of them would take on me. And they've shut up ever since. Because you can't go against Pythagoras. So that's the basis of all this stuff harmonically. It's a geometric, fundamental harmonic process. Let's have a look at atom bombs. got a lot of other stuff here, but we'll just do that because I mentioned that figure. If Einstein said that the whole of reality is manifested by the geometrics of space and time, if you really think about it, if you're going to disrupt matter, you must use that basis. You must use geometrics, but you must use it in reverse to disrupt matter. You must set up a proposition in geometrics. And it took me a while to figure this one out, but I started checking atom tests. I had a funny feeling that I could find something there that might help me. And page 52. If I could find a tie-up with that, I knew that I was away. And this is what I found. It's a bit hard to see, I'll have to explain it as it were. But just by checking, I started trying to figure out now how their geometrics work. Now they, fair enough, I could find where they detonated atomic bombs, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and all their test grounds. And I started checking those to start with, and I found that they were getting harmonic answers that fit in with this stuff. So obviously they were picking points that were harmonically tuned to these unified equations. But where was the trigger? What was the rest of it? So just had a hunch. I started checking the position of the sun, because I figured now our immediate geometric entity is the solar system. This is our whole thing in one packet. So maybe, and this even goes into probably astrology, that the sun position had something to do with the detonation of a bomb. So I started collecting the times of bomb explosions and checking where they were exploding in, like New Era and other places in Nevada, and then checking where the sun position was at that exact time. And I found that I could actually produce a spherical triangle on the Earth's surface. And say the bomb position was there. Say the bomb position was there. Okay, you've got a longitude line there, and if you put the latitude through where the sun was at that instant, you've got a triangle. And I had a triangle I could put on the calculator and work out. So when I started working them out, I found I was getting these harmonic things. These distances were harmonic, 26944s and 16944s, and so I found the secret. The sun is the final trigger of an atomic explosion. Everything's set up, and when the sun passes through that point, because the sun is never in the one position at any time. It's, if you think of the Earth, looking from an Earth point of view, the sun goes up maximum up there and one there in our winter and summer. But it's always circling around the Earth, appears to be. Gets down there and it goes back again. So in any 1 year, there are only 2 instants of time where that sun is in that exact position, going up and coming down. So they've got two times to explode a bomb that's been set up geometrically for that particular time. And so if you've got the bomb set up, all the things, the bomb is geometric, it's built geometrically, and you can read that in any book. They'll even just about show you how to build it. And at the time of explosion, some of them have got the stuff all around in a sphere around it, and they explode, implode it into the centre. And they say that makes the critical mass and then explodes. Well, but that's not the final thing. When that happens is when that sun passes through that final point. So the sun is there on its trip down. That is the final trigger, and then everything is disrupted. In other words, atomic bomb appears to be a geometric motion device. In other words, they've got to match up all the relative motions of the atoms and electrons, but they've got to work it in an opposite direction and zero all those relative motions. And as soon as they do that, the thing falls to bits, and you've got an explosion. So now that was the secret. And when they found out that I knew that, well, all hell broke loose. I started getting visited by security people and all sorts of guys, you know. And then a CIA member, which was in Auckland, he contacted me. I didn't know at the time he was CIA, but I had contact with him for 18 months. And he started teaching me things. And I started to twig that he wasn't who he thought he was, you know, who he told me he was somebody else. And anyway, in the end, after those 18 months, he said, well, could you work out a bomb test? I said, what bomb test? He said, oh, there's one being carried out from the Aleutians. So I won't tell you when, but it's sometime in a few weeks' time. Can you work it out? And I thought, I don't know, because I only knew so much. And luckily they didn't know how little I did know. I just knew the system. I couldn't work out all the permutations, but I had a go. So I thought, I'll try. So I spent 2 hours, and he'd rung me at 8 o'clock that night, and I spent 2 hours, and I rang me back at 10, and I said, well, I've got one position or a time I think could be it. And said, okay, so he took it down, and 2 nights later he rang me back, and he said, oh, you're wrong. And I said, well, fair enough. I said, that's all I know. I can't do anything else. That's the edge of my limits. And another couple of days went by, and he rang back and said, oh, you're right. And I think he's trying to test me to see whether I back off. So anyway, I said, well, fair enough. And he said, if it goes off, he said, I'll talk to you some more. Well, I knew then who he was. It must have been somebody from intelligence. So 3 weeks went by, and the Saturday came up, and the bomb went off. And I was 2 hours out. I wasn't exactly on time that way, but it was near enough in 3 weeks. And I knew the phone had to. So all afternoon went by, and 7 or I think it was 7:30 that night, the phone rang. It was him. And he started sort of floundering a bit on the phone. And I started chuckling on the phone. I said, boy, you've got a problem. And he said, well, what do you mean? And he said, well, you have the problem. You know, I haven't got a problem. And he said, you know what I mean? I said, well, I think you've got to offer me a job. And this went on like this for a little while. He's hedging, and then he admitted, he said, yeah, fair enough. And this is what they had to do. I knew they had to try and get me out of the way, because there's no way they wanted the public to know this. Because this secret makes atomic war not, means you can fight one, sure, but it's illogical. Because once Russia knows this and everybody else, well, they're pre-calculating years and years ahead to the instant that the bomb can go off anywhere in the world. So it's a standoff. So the only answer they had in those days was to stuff submarines with these things and let them roam the oceans. And if somebody was stupid enough to start a war like that, a submarine could stand off for 3 months if he had to wait for that time to come up in place, and they could land one in, which they could. But what a war! I mean, it's stupid. And I think they realised they can fight the war like they did in the Gulf War, much cheaper with conventional weapons, which are very good, and forget about the bombs, and use the bomb as a political weapon, which they did. And I've told you this for years. I've got atomic cannons, and they can fire these things all over the place, you know, and bomb, but they don't. There's no record that I know of where they've tested one. In other words, it's a lie. Maybe they haven't got an atomic cannon, but it must be a heck of an accurate thing to put it on a spot exactly when the sun's looking. Theoretically can be worked, but practically impossible, I'd say. So I think they've used that publicly to sway world opinion and do all sorts of things, while behind the scenes they've been working together right through. And I've got evidence of that anyway. Because America and Russia have never been enemies. Not up top, they've always been friends. And the best book to read to see that story is George Orwell's 1984. Has anybody read it? Yeah. That's exactly what they do. They make each side think that they're enemies. And by doing that, they can do anything they like. You know, they can arrange suppress things and funnel money off and build weapons and get rid of money and do what they like. And that's what's been happening. But now that they've got through all that phase, well, they're going to dismantle them all now. They've done their job. So they've got better weapons anyway. They've got laser bombs, and they can put them anywhere they like. And they do the job cheaper. And probably more, you know, they've got more of them.
When you talk about they, who do you mean by they?
Well, it's not one country. The people who are controlling all this, from what I've found, they're everybody. I've been approached by Englishmen, I've been approached by Americans, and you can't point at America and blame them. You can't point at England and blame them, or Russia, or they're all together. But it's not government. Because I've made a point right from the start, I've never hidden anything from my government. I work for my government. Not officially or anything like that, but I work for my country. And I thought, if I'm going to survive, I'm never going to be subversive. And that's a stupid thing to do. I'd never do anything that would harm New Zealand. So I decided right from the start that anything happened to me, and actually that connection I had with the CIA guys, he offered me the job and I turned him down. It took me 2 days. I didn't turn him in straight away. I was tempted, sure, because they had. He said to me, he said, if you and your family come with us, he says, materially you'll never want for the rest of your lives. And that was the offer. But he wouldn't tell me what I was going to do, how much they're going to pay me, where I was going to be. I had to say yes first, and then they'd tell me. And I thought, I don't sign blank cheques.
You can see how long the rest of your life is likely to be.
Yeah, to be hounded. I couldn't talk to anybody. And I did. I thought about it for 2 days and I realised I can't live like that. I might be a millionaire, but what can I do with it? You know? So yeah. And so anyway, I went through that sort of process, and that's when I decided what I had to do. I turned them down. But half hour after I turned them down, I rang our security people. And I told them what happened. I said, well, after I thought about it, I told them, I said, I didn't make a decision straight away. I thought for a couple of days and decided it wasn't the thing to do. And I said, well, I had a funny feeling that if I said yes, I'd be committing treason. Because even though we was friendly with the people, I can't work with them undercover. It's against my country. And he said, matter of fact, he said, legally, you're probably right. You're probably creating a treasonable act. So I did the right thing. But ever since that time, I've always given copies. All this is all in government hands. I pass a copy to everything I find. First of all, to our government people. And then I park a lot of it around the place. Everything I find, I always make a lot of copies and spread them around all over the place. Even though I don't know where some of the copies are, because I make sure I don't. So that they can't force it out of me. And
so you feel it's better to let everybody know about it, and then everybody can sort out the history or whatever.
Well, you look over the process, right through history, you don't know what it is. The people who have superior knowledge always control everybody. And good or bad. Sometimes they're good, then you go a bit further in history and they're bad. And that goes on in cycles all the time. Well, that system's no good. I think public opinion worldwide overall is the best way to solve problems. And you've got to sort it out altogether. You can't have one little group of very, very powerful making decisions for everybody else, which is probably 99% of the rest of the world. It's not logical. If they're making a bad decision. Yeah. But anyway, I think you see my point. Good decisions, yeah, fair enough. But they make them in secret. But the bad decisions are also made in secret. And they're the ones that are harming all the world. And this is what Robert's trying to do now, to try and fix everything. And I'm just doing the practical bit. And I think that's better me sticking to this, because if I've got to try and prove this to everybody else, I've got to be fireproof. And what I've published, I've got to do my best to make sure it can be checked and not torn to pieces. And they have to get the same answer, and you have to get the same answer when this comes back. If you get a different answer to me, tell me. And let's work it out and find out what the problem is. But so far, it's all working. And let's go to power stations. Now, in New Zealand, I published this in the Bridge to Infinity, but nobody's taken it up. I gave a position, but nobody's checked what the position is. And if you want to generate electro energy, you can pick a nodal point on the system, and there are only very few of these in the world. In other words, they're not scattered around here, they're not scattered around Australia. But New Zealand just happens to have one of these points. There are only 8 of these points in the world, 4 in the north and 4 in the south. If you've got a planet there, you've got a latitude there, the equator there, and the latitude there. Well, this latitude goes through New Zealand. And the latitude is 37.1, say 244 degrees south. Well, the reciprocal of that is the answer to the unibody equation. Okay, you've got a latitude line through the country here in New Zealand, but then you've got another longitude line that goes through there. Well, if you put that longitude at 174.222, I think it is, degrees east, and then take 90 degrees off it, no, 174 I should say, 174.72 I think. We'll find it. Anyway, you take half of that, take 90 off, and you get, what have we got? 84.7222. Now, if you double that, you get 169.444, which is the harmonic thing, it's a halfway. And you've got to work all these geometrics out in 90-degree arcs. Because mathematics break down if you go 90 degrees, as you know in the tables. And so if you get a figure over 90 degrees, you take the 90 degrees off and do your harmonic calculations in that 90-degree sector. And now that position, see, if you can imagine now, there are only 4 of those 90 degrees apart in the north and 4 of those 90 degrees in the south. Now, 3 of those positions in the north are on land, 1 in the sea. But 3 in the south are in the sea and only 1 on land, and New Zealand's got it. Now, funnily enough, they've already done test drills, and they're talking about putting a power station in. So I think they know. I think it's not just chance. They just happen to pick one of the most perfect positions in the world for the power station. And if they build it, I'd say it'll probably be a normal station. It'll be gas powered or you name it. But for the future, that land is priceless. That can be a Tesla station. And this is what Tesla's trying to do. That's the most active nodal point for that type of thing. And if you put those 8 points in one of those stations on each of those points, you've got 8 stations that will run the whole world in a Tesla system and electrify the whole world. And you put a probe in the middle of a jungle in Brazil and you've got power. And this is what Tesla's trying to do. And they've known how to do that for years, since the 30s. Tesla proved that he did it.
I might just mention we got a video on Tesla's live, shows that research.
It's nothing new. Everything I'm telling you is nothing new. I'm only finding what they know. And I've never found anything that's new.
That transmitter in the northern hemisphere, was that Tesla's transmitting station was actually on one of those?
No, he was on Long Island. He was doing experiments, but he was picking points that were very close to those harmonics. I've published some of that actually. And he had to do what he could do in those days sort of thing. And he didn't have the backup and the technology, but he was very close to those points. And the one in Long Island was just about right on the 26944 thing when he worked it out. It wasn't perfect, it was good enough to do the job. And his California one with a big farmhouse with a thing on top, that was right, just about on the point. And funnily enough, that's where NORAD is, just a few miles away in the mountains. And the holiday at the mountain, they've got NORAD that controls the whole of the defence of the United States. And it's right in Colorado where Tesla was doing his experiments. And they're tuned into the whole world. And they can bring up anything anywhere in the world on the screens there. Anything that moves, they track it. So I think it's based on the Tesla thing and this sort of thing. So, the distance direct in a great circle from Hiroshima to the sun position worked out on the computer, the 3361253. And now, when you're working harmonically in the circular stuff, well, if we want to go minutes, degrees, seconds, up the harmonic scale or down, well, we just multiply, divide by 16. Well, if you want to work harmonically quickly, you don't have to worry about the naught, you just multiply, divide by 6. And it'll give you the same answers anyway. So, if you take the direct distance to the sun for the Hiroshima bomb and multiply by 6 3 times, you get 726 to the square root 2694444, which is the answer to the unified equation. And the distance longitudinally gives you 169444. And there you got your perfect harmonics. And if you read about the Hiroshima and Nagasaki drops, they had the cream of bomb aimers and pilots and everything to fly that aircraft. Now, if this had to be so perfect geometrically, why did they bother? They had them out there for 3 months in the desert practicing dropping bombs into a 300-foot circle, almost into a 44-gallon drum, to get accuracy. Well, they didn't need that accuracy. Any aircrew, competent aircrew, could have gone over Hiroshima and just dropped the thing over the side and would have done the job anyway. It didn't have to be dead centre. So, but what they're doing, they had to get these guys to drop it right on a pinpoint if they could, and they had to practice dropping it on time, because they had to be overhead that position right on a split-second timing, and they had to drop that bomb split-second, so that as the bomb was dropping, the sun was also moving into position, and when both of them matched, the thing went off. Now, again, I think the Hiroshima one, I think it went off a wee bit higher than it was supposed to. In other words, everything happened just a bit higher up instead of right down low where it was supposed to. But it did the job. It did another good job. So that was fine as long as one country knew the secret, nobody else did. But I think Russia knew it anyway, but they didn't have the technology at the time to do it all, but the reason America did. So it didn't matter. They could take all that time. They spent 9 months doing all the calculations, practicing and all that sort of, setting it up. And they make the excuses. They say, oh, they're going to do it on one day, but then they postpone and do it another day. Well, that's all window dressing. The initial bomb in Alamogordo, there was a lot of fuss about weather and all that sort of thing. But funny enough, when they let the bomb off, it was bad weather. And they'd already said they were going to delay it for bad weather. But they didn't delay it when there was bad weather. They let it off, and then it was fine a couple of days later, sort of thing. They could have waited those 2 days, or whatever it was. So it shows that when the time comes up, that's it. And then they've got to make excuses why did they let it off in bad weather, you know.
That doesn't apply to nuclear power stations.
Well, there are two types of stations. There are a breeder and a reactor. Now, a reactor is what they put in the submarine. And all a reactor does is use hot fuel to boil water. A reactor is not, to me, an atomic station, because all they're doing is using hot material or unstable material, which is thousands of degrees to boil water or light metal or whatever you do to make steam, to run a turbine to make electricity. And a true atomic station is one that just sucks pure electricity out of it without going through all those interchanges. And an atomic station is one of the worst thinking things to produce electricity with. It's very costly. It's not cheap.
Isn't the core unstable? The actual cooling in the core that keeps it from basically melting down.
Yeah, everything goes right. Yeah. But you can also read that those cores are made geometrically. All those shafts of graphite and everything else and uranium and all that, they're all packed in long rods, and then they're all put in a geometric pattern. They just shove them in the heater. It's perfectly calculated. And I'm damn sure if you measured all those rods and the distances between each rod and the actual pattern that they put it in, you get all those figures.
Making of the rods, the actual producing of that unstable material.
Well, that's what they do. That's what a breeder is. A breeder station will make fuel, and they can produce plutonium, I think, in a breeder, and then they move that out and then put it in a reactor or a submarine or whatever you like, and they can move it around because it's already been made, and they'll get more in than they put out on a breeder. But from what I've been able to find out, a breeder is actually put on a geometric point to produce fuel. A reactor is they produce the fuel, then they can use it in a reactor and move it around, just to heat something else. In other words, it's not atomic at all, it's a heater. And it's using an atomic process to heat something else with. So? I don't know. It's something I've never been able to find out, because all I know is it's not a big area. I don't know what the real crucial circle is, but I think it's pretty small. But it'll still work if you go out. But I think if they say they dropped a bomb and they weren't perfect on the spot, I think the further out from the dead centre, it becomes a dirtier bomb until it won't go. And this is where you get more fallout and really dirty stuff coming out, because it hasn't been turned into pure energy. It's got there halfway sort of thing, and the rest is dust and ash and you name it. And I can't prove that either, but that's the way I see it. And I think that's why they've got to do all these tests too, because there's not one way of setting up that equation. There's a lot of permutations, ways of twisting it around. You put something in a bomb, you put it in the position, you put it in the time, you do, and there's probably hundreds of different permutations to make a bomb go. So they've got to go on for years and years doing tests, and until they found out all the different combinations, all the times, all the different things. And probably they're getting near that now because they're talking about stopping it all things. Public opinion doesn't stop them. They've stopped because they've probably finished the job and they don't need it anymore. But even then, I think possibly the job had to be done because they have to have that information and get out into space. I think most of the atomic testing is not anything to do with war as such. I think it's all space research. Because if you want to know all about space and matter and everything like that, well, you want to pull out the bits and look at it and do calculations and every time they do tests, all these calculations go on the central computers and it's all computed. They've got all their data on file and it's all filed and it's there forever in data banks. And I'm pretty sure they do need that information to get out into deep space. I'm pretty sure they're out there now. I think they went on the moon well before the first rocket went up. And that's filtering through the grapevine. They were there in 1934. But using this stuff. But what happens, they send the astronauts up there, they make a big fuss about it, and they suddenly stop. Now, can you imagine scientists getting that far and stopping and cutting off? No way. So there's a reason for it. Those astronauts are beginning to talk. And one of the well-known tapes around the world is when they're up there, some hands picked it up. They said, oh, they're sitting around the crater. They were watching, they were parked around the crater up here when they landed. And some of those machines might have been ours or the year before them, but they were using anti-gravity stuff. And so they had to shut the program down and hide all this. And every one of those astronauts, when they go around touring, remember they would come to New Zealand, And who's standing beside them all the time? CIA, intelligence, and they can't move, they can't talk, and everything they say is vetted. And so that's the way it is.
And Armstrong talked in Athens.
A couple of them said a few things. Who was the astronaut that had that thing following me around in the satellite at that time? He photographed it and it was published. That people, the bits leak out. They can never hush everything up. And now I've got all this stuff. Well, there's very little they can do without I can check it. And now this is another thing that's come up. I used to get all sorts of requests over the last 20 odd years there from people saying, well, can you work out a grid for our part of the world, or can you make a map for me, and all this sort of stuff. Well, making a map the way I have to up till now is a long, tedious job. To make a good, accurate map, it might take 2 days, and I can't spend that time for everybody that asked me to do it. And so I just kept saying, look, I can't do it for any part of the world because it will take a computer and spherical mathematics, which is well above me at this stage, to work out properly without a computer. And you just have to wait, hopefully one day we'll be able to do it. And then just over 2 years ago I was visited by an American chap. He's only a young guy. His name's Rod Wolf, and he's a computer expert. He's a programmer. He used to work for Reuters. And he spent nearly a week with me in Auckland. And we kept talking, and he had a pretty good grasp. He'd read my books, and he sort of switched on. He knew what it was all about, and he could figure out what I was saying. And so I thought, well, God, this is the guy I've been looking for. He's an expert programmer. I can give him all the information he wants. And he agreed. Let's work together. So we spent over 2 years until recently to perfect a program that will calculate the grid over the whole world surface, anywhere you like. What you've got to do is put in, if you've got any area you want to look at, let's take it as a rectangle, say, over Australia somewhere, anywhere in Australia. What you've got to do is poke in the latitude and longitude of each corner of that rectangle into the computer, and it will compute every grid point in that area for you, latitude and longitude, and spew it out of the printer with that long, and it'll give you the Earth natural latitude and longitude, grid B latitude and longitude, and grid A latitude and longitude, all on that point. Because, as you can imagine, the poles of the grid are offset to the normal geographic pole, A and B. And so therefore, if you've got a point here, you've got normal latitude and longitude like that. You might have B latitude and longitude like that, and C latitude and longitude just a wee bit out here somewhere. So in that one point, you've got 3 different answers. And this is what I've been using recently. Of course, I've had this program as it's been coming up, and I get a certain use out of it. Now we've perfected it, and it's accurate to within a feet anywhere in the world. So we're marketing those next month. They're all ready to go in the market now. We're going to market them worldwide. And anyone, what you need is an IBM compatible computer with graphics if possible, because this will bring up a map of the world on the screen, and it'll show you the grid you're working out with all the little dots on it. But the thing is, you'll have to plot the points into a survey map and then join them all up to work it, because we haven't got the money to put the mapping stuff in there. It's going to cost us about $23,000 to get the mapping programs to feed into this, and then we'll be able to use maps with little dots on it and produce grids for anywhere we like.
Why are there three different latitude longitudes they've been seen?
Well, if you've got to imagine the way the thing's set up. Again, you take the world, and here's the North Gradient pole, South Gradient pole. The grid pole is there, A, and then the B grid pole is there, sort of thing. And the B grid pole is, funny enough, 695 minutes apart from North Geographic, which is the reciprocal speed of light. So it's tuned into the reciprocal speed of light. But if you're thinking of latitude and longitude, here you've got the North Geographic, you've got latitude and longitude there, but this is the latitude and longitude for them. And that one, and here's the latitude and longitude there for that one. It's all the same point, but they're different.
There's 2 grid systems.
You've got 2 different fields. So you've got one set of fields making one grid pattern, you've got the other set of fields making another grid pattern that are coming through it. And if you've got 2 magnetic lines crossing each other, well, you get vortex action. And I think they come through each other roughly probably like that. Then you have atoms and electrons and that's forming out of the matrix. In other words, the Earth's two magnetic fields are creating matter, and this is how our reality is built up. And if you play with magnets, you push two north together, there's something near. You can't see it, you can feel it now. It's a force, you know, there's something solid there. And they use this to make electric motors and things. But this CIA guy said, what do you think a magnetic field is? I said, I think it's unmade matter. And he said, what made you think that? And he twigged straight away, you know what I'm saying, and he wanted to go on about this. But I hadn't found this thing. But that's what I believe now. Magnetic field is unmade matter. You've got to have those two fields interlock with each other to create electrons, which are not material, they're waveforms. And the same with all matter is only waveforms, but they're interlocking fields. Well, there they are. And that's the pattern it makes. That's the grid. But that extends right from the centre of the Earth, right out the periphery and out to space. And the fields, magnetic fields outside the Earth's surface.
The same principle would apply on that universe,
Right through the whole universe. Yes. Everything is made out of those fields. They're either forming or breaking up, and forming and breaking up. And I don't believe in this Big Bang theory. From one thing comes and makes everything else. We've got things forming and planets forming and planets dissolving and going right through the whole creation. It's a constant thing. It's going on all the time.
With this computer programming, what sort of values do you see for us? What sort of things are we going to be?
Well, I use it to check on what the other guys are doing. Because I don't know where they are. As soon as they pick a point on their surface, all I've got to do is pack that in the computer and give me all the values for the good A and B. And then I can use that on the computer and find out what those harmonics are. And if they come up, well, I say, okay, well, they're working in the secret stuff, so I know what to do. There's one value of light in one of my books, 909.0655. Well, I know where there's a ginormous transmitting station that's on the latitude that gives you exactly 143.909. 0655. And it's right on, exactly on that thing. The broadcast TV signals. Pardon? Yeah, it's been there for years. Yeah. I'll let you find it out. That's a fact. See, I'm not going to tell you everything, you can do a bit of work. But if you search around in places like this and maybe power stations and atomic stations and all those sort of things, and get the exact latitude and do a bit of work on a calculator, you'll start finding these things. You won't do it immediately to get a bit of knowledge, but I guarantee it. This is how I'm finding out. But now we've got the program, we can check anything. And this is why we want to sell it and market it. And we're going to use the money to get more computer equipment and do more research. And I've got to live at the same time. So I've been doing all this for 10, 11 years and I'm getting nothing back for it. So I'm trying to use this now to generate an income, plus all the research money.
When you did your original research on the grid lines, and I remember reading in the book, found aerials.
They're still there.
On roofs. Well, did the individual people who put those aerials up understand what was
I don't think so. Because when you're working in these type of... Yeah, but when you're working in these areas, you'll find that the department collides. In other words, you're only told what you have to know, and this is how they hide it. It goes right down the line, from the top guy right to the guy at the bottom. And they've got little bits of work they want done. Now, if you want a guy to transmit signals and receive them, what you do, you give him some pretty highly sophisticated equipment for free. He signs a secret act. Now, you give him some signals to send, he sends them, and then you get him to receive some signals, he writes them down and hands them in. And he doesn't have to know what it's for.
These people were approached by the government. Was it the government?
Well, I don't know, I presume so. You've got to work it out for yourself. But I published as much as I wanted to, but I kept at least 2/3 back. And before I published it, I was invited by these people to go and give them a lecture. And I took the map out with all these things on it. And I had about, maybe 18 of them on the map, or 7. I pinned it on the wall, and there was at least 30 or 40 guys in that room. And they all had stations. And I said, now you guys know more about this than I do. Now I'm going to publish this. Now if you don't want me to publish it, you tell me right here and now. Stand up and tell me, and give me a reason, moral reason why I shouldn't publish in a way. And not one of those guys stood up. So I published it. And I let the government know I was going to. And I checked it out with the authorities before I didn't ask them, and I found out that they couldn't touch them, because I said, I want you to go and raid one of those stations because he was operating outside his licence. And I want a civilian arrest. So I wanted to test it.
Test it out, yeah.
And he flustered and went on, and in the end he said, I can't touch them. They're protected. And that's all we wanted to know. We walked out. Because I took a journalist in with me. He didn't know who he was. And he just sat there and listened. And so we knew that these guys were dabbling in that stuff. And it's still going on. It's all part of the thing. But at the same time, even though I'm telling you this, I'm not against it. I've told them this. I'm not against what you're doing. I'm against you keeping it secret.
Just the secrecy,
Yeah, because we should know.
That's right. We should know it all.
I was told by the CIA, he said, this wouldn't be good for the people to know. I said, well, I am the people. Yeah. I said, I'm one of the people. And I'm just a guy off the street, and I'm not a brain. I'm not any different to you guys. All I've done is spend a lot of time on it, that's all. It's all simple, as you see. It's only simple arithmetic. There's nothing else. But,
Bruce, how much should one of these programs be?
Well, we've got on the market for 225 American. Now, I realise that is probably $300 to $400 Australian, or a bit more in New Zealand money, but it's an American program. It's selling on the American market, so we've got to make it American-wise. And of course, he's much. Rod's done all the work. He's done over 2 years work on it. And a normal program that he's worked out and taken 2 years would probably sell for about $800. And we brought it right down as low as we can for the market.
Geographical area would one program cover?
You can make it any size you like. As I say, all you've got to do, say you wanted to pick a little area like this, and all you've got to do is find the latitude and longitude of each corner of the rectangle and poke it in the computer, and it'll work it all out for that area. Or you can make it 20 miles wide, 100 miles wide if you like, or square and just put those two corners in the computer will do the rest. And it's a beautiful program. He's made a beautiful job.
Should be a maximum size though, I'd imagine.
No, well, the maximum size is the maximum of the world itself.
The whole world.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, so you can just take a piece out of it, whatever size.
But, well, actually, you could only do it for 90-degree sectors, because it won't go over 90 degrees. Yeah, you'd have to do it in those sectors and get those bits. But you could work out the whole world bit by piece, bit by bit, and put it all together. So I decided to check the moon and all the parameters of the moon, and change all the measurements, diameters and that, into geometrics, and see if I can get any harmonics. And so I picked up an astronomy book in town, and first surprise I got was this is a book called The Exploration of the Universe, and it's got a lot of data on the moon here. And when you turn the page here, there's an equation there. And funnily enough, if you take the diameter of the moon and divide it into its orbit, it goes in 695 times, which is the reciprocal of the speed of light. And it's also the gravity harmonic. So right away, you've got something in the astronomy books here that back up everything I've seen. And it's in black and white. So I went further, and the moon doesn't circulate completely around the Earth, in orbit. It actually circulates around what they call the barycenter, which is inside the surface of the Earth. That's the gravity point there, where the Earth and the Moon are circulating around each other. Now, if you take the astronomy book figures and change them into geometrics, the actual distance from the gravity point within the surface to the surface, come to this harmonic here, and you end up with 69444, which is a reciprocal of 144,000, which is the speed of light max, and also a gravity harmonic. So when you start checking now the solar system and all the other things in the universe, you always come back to these figures. As to say, I'm not using a whole range of harmonics and figures to confuse you. If you check all the stuff, there's only a very few, and they're all derived from the light harmonic itself. And all you're doing is just converting from the light geometric to the gravity one, back again, or up to the magnetic field one, and they're all interlocked. There's only a very, very few mathematical basic bits of knowledge you need to check it. And it's probably going to take you a week if you don't understand all this, because it's not difficult. So I can't do it because I found it.
You've been at it long enough.
Yeah, but it's a heck of a hard to find it from scratch, but once it's found, as I say, it's simple. And if I could have all that information there 27 years ago, I could have swallowed all that in a week. It took me 27 years to find a little piece by piece. And things were very, very simple when you found the answer. It takes a long time to find the answer sometimes. But the, what have we got here?
Excuse me, Bruce, but to me the big question is, why is it being withheld?
Well, if you let one little bit out, it's like the old finger in the dike. You know, you pull your finger out and it starts to squirt. Well, what's going to happen if the dike goes in the end? And it's the same with this knowledge. If they let one little piece of this out, and someone who's a bit of a character like me that gets a bit nosy, well, you're going to keep going. You know, you found a little bit of information, well, what am I going to find next? And it doesn't take long to unlock the whole thing.
Yes, but if it does cause a massive industrial revolution, isn't that inevitable? I mean,
sure, that's why I say why keep it dark. The longer they keep all this dark, the worse it's going to be, because it's going to cost them more in the long run. But so I think the things they don't like, if it's all let out, there's a lot of people in power positions are going to lose them. Yeah. And there's a lot of high positions where it won't be neither, I suppose, if this is let out. There'll be new ones created. And it's a change. It changes a lot of things. Sorry?
Can I make a comment on that question? That you say, why is all this suppressed? Well, you might take the prophecy of in the latter days when money is the god. First of all, the power spots, we could have had free energy, but they want us to pay for it. That keeps a lid on us. Your car, your motor car, we could have had no fuel worries. Just driving on a magnetic system, or a Tesla had a magnetic motor in his car with a 6-foot aerial, 200 horsepower, but free. Travel in the aeroplanes, travel in your ships, free, on the grid line. No pay, no pay. So money is the god on the other side of the coin. Keep the people suppressed, keep them ignorant, you pay. They're the bosses, they collect. And that's been the system, but of course it's coming to an end.
Yeah, that's true. That's the main problem. That's why the suppression is going on. There's a lot of other reasons, but I think the main one is monetary. Because if this was let out overnight, well, there would be chaos. Well, I can see the problem. When I'm sympathised with it, and I wouldn't expect them to let this out overnight and try and change it around in a week. But I've always, my argument with the government people I've talked to, and I say, well, the whole thing is not in government hands. It's in people who are telling governments what to do. And if the governments did have control of this, and if it was made public and the governments had full control, which they should have, and they informed the public and said, look, we'll tell you what we've got here, we've got stuff, we can change the world, we can give you a marvellous world, but let's do it in 30 years. You know, you can do a gradual changeover, and I'm quite sure the public would go with them, because if they explain, the public doesn't want to live in chaos. Nobody does. But you want to know what your future's going to be, and what's offering for the future. And I'm absolutely positive that the public would be happy to wait 30 years, you know, in gradual changeover, and just a bit here and a bit there, until in 30 years' time, you'd have a world you couldn't imagine. You know, free power and instant travel and space travel and energy for nothing. Or it wouldn't cost. It'd cost you something, because you've got to build the gear to use it. But if you just paid a nominal rent, you know, for the gear, that's all right. That's fair. But it'd be hell lot cheaper than it is now. And well, that's my little speech. But there's another thing. You've heard about the place on Mars and the Mars pyramid. Yeah. And the scientist I know in England who checked out my stuff sent me some data on that had been done by a chap in America for NASA. And funnily enough, when he sent me the base diagrams of the pyramid, the main one in Sidonia, just in the same group as that place on Mars, is a you probably can't see this too well because it's a photostat of a photostat of a photostat, but there's the pyramid there. You can see just one face of it. It's a gigantic thing. And but it gives the latitude that the thing's on, and the latitude is 40.868 degrees. But one of the funny things is the actual angle here on the part of the pyramid, 69444, which is the reciprocal speed of light. That's just one thing, but if you take the latitude, and with this computer program that I'm talking about, the speed of light is not a constant. And as I showed you, as gravity changes, the speed of light changes with it, but in the inverse of it. So if you want to find the speed of light for any particular latitude, even a fraction of a latitude, the computer put it in the computer in this program, and it'll read it out for you in a couple of seconds. And so I did that with the data I was given, and I found what do I end up with? We've got the speed of light in the air, speed of light for gravity, speed of light air, speed of light vacuum, speed of light maximum out of the computer. And the speed of light for vacuum gives you 169,444, which is that figure. And that's the latitude that pyramid's built on. So if that's not true, what is? And that can't be broken as a thing. So you've got the harmonic built into the pyramid itself, and you've got the actual latitude is built on giving you the same thing out of the equations. So that tells me that pyramid over there has been built by intelligence. And it's, we might be their descendants for all we know. Mars now is a barren planet, as far as we know. There's probably some people still there we don't know about. But if something happened there, could they have immigrated to where we are and some of the other planets are in the place? So you might have a Martian great-great-great-granddaddy somewhere, you never know. But that shows you that there's not just us, there's a lot of people around and they're out there. One of the major harmonics that's coming up all the time is 16944 figure, and that's built into from the Earth's magnetic field through that thing, through 16944, through the speed of light to gravity in the table. So if we put that on the world, so the Chinese pyramid's there and the Great Pyramid's there, that angle, longitude, is I think it's 77.6 degrees. But if you measure that way, the distance between the two is 16944 minutes of arc. Now, who built them? And that's a fact. And you can't tell me that's an accident. And whoever built the Chinese ones over 5,000 years ago also built the Great Pyramid in Egypt. And they knew this science. And also, if you go to the Great Pyramid in Egypt and take the height of the King's Chamber from the ground there, it's 16944 pyramid inches. That's in the books. You'll find it in, I'm not sure, the Davidson books or one of those books on the pyramid. So, and also the chamber of the pyramid, it's 4116 that way and 2058 something that way. You square that, you get 169,444. And I've got a calculator here if anybody wants to check it all the time. It's in one of my bags.
That's the Egyptian one, that.
That's the Egyptian one, yeah. I don't know what about the Chinese one, all I know about the position. And that one in China, the big one, how I got onto that, I was in America and I was introduced to a guy there, and he used to lecture in the Air Force. And he managed to get me a satellite map of that area of China in Siam. That used to be the capital in China. And this is where they dug up all those horsemen underground. You've probably all heard about that area there. Well, there's 16 pyramids in that valley, all around Siam. And this biggest one is approximately 1,200 feet high. It's over twice as high as the pyramid in Egypt. Cheops pyramid in Egypt. Now, who in the Western world knows about it? And I contacted the Chinese embassy in New Zealand and said, could you give me information on this pyramid in Siam? And they wrote back and said, there's no pyramids in China. No way. So I wrote back again and I said, well, it's funny, I've got a satellite map here and there's 16 of them on it. You know? And it changed, and I published the letter in one of my books. And they said, I didn't call them pyramids, they called them trapeziums. We haven't got any pyramids, we've got some trapeziums. And, but they had to admit it because I had the map.
So are they located on a intersection in the grid?
Well, I can check them recently with the program. I'll get round to it eventually. But, I won't publish that, that's all I knew. But these are all things you can check and see where they are. But it's funny, all the time, this harmonic pops up. And it's the connecting link between the magnetic fields and light and gravity. That's the one that goes through to connect both sides, both ways. So it's a very, very important harmonic. Actually, if you go to the Earth itself and take, the Earth has got two cores, an inner and outer core, you take the cubic content of the inner and outer core together in cubic minutes of arc, so you get 2694444, and the cubic content of the inner one is 169444. So the Earth itself is built to those harmonics. I published that too, nobody's picked it up. So these are popping up all the time, same numbers all the time.
I read an article that was just an old newspaper cutting that it came from, and it was talking about a pyramid that was found just on the coast here, just up from Cairns, behind Mossman.
I've heard about it, but I don't know where it is. So, I mean, people talk about it, but they don't say if
don't know what that means in relation to all that.
But,
since the whole universe seems to be built up out of those certain harmonics, one would expect that maybe the human body fits into the same ratio.
Have any of you read the book called Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain? Look on page 218, and you'll see a paragraph there. Russians invented a light pencil, and they can move it over your body, and as soon as it's an acupuncture point, it lights up. Got a little light on top. And in that paragraph, it said that they found that the number of major acupuncture points on the body is 695. It's in that book, you read it. And I didn't publish that. They did. So there's all these things, you've got to put them all together, you've got to keep searching and take out all these little bits, and you'll find that they come always back today. And that's what I keep doing, and so I concentrate on that side of it. Because every time you find something like that, they can't bust it. You just add an extra little bit to make it more powerful. That's good stuff. We're talking about the Earth, number of days in a year. Well, this is Tesla again. Now, Tesla found that if you vibrate the Earth mechanically, the resonant frequency is 1 hour and 49 minutes. It's a long wave frequency. Now I thought, that must be harmonic because it's an Earth frequency. So what would happen if I divided that time into a day, saying? I tried it for a day and I didn't find anything that was unusual. And I tried to divide it into a month and there was nothing unusual. But then I divided it into 365.25 days out of the astronomy books. It's a fraction there. And what do we end up with? 69444, which is the reciprocal of the speed of light. So one revolution of the Earth is tuned to our year of 365.25 days. And so it must have always been that. We've never had 360 days, as you read in a lot of books. And they say we got swiped by Venus and it's speeded us up and all this rot. That's not true. Because that proves it. It's, the Earth is finely tuned to all the harmonics of creation. And it'll always be that way. If that goes to 365 and they knock the quarter off, the Earth is going to start wobbling, and if it goes with more and more and more, it'll disintegrate. So it's tuned to it. And if you take the area of the cross section right through the centre of the Earth, you get the reciprocal of the unified equation. If you check the volumes of the inner and outer core, you get the answer to the unified equation and the 16944.
What is the unified equation?
Well, E equals square root.
Oh, that one that you
2c, yeah, plus the square root of 1 over 2c. By 2c all squared. Now, to get all these answers, there are different values you can put into that equation. It'll give you E. The speed of light gravity is 143,791.36 minutes of arc per second. Speed of light in air is 143,816.9, I think. Speed of light vacuum is 891.36, and then the maximum is 144,000. But depends what they're doing, and this is what a UFO does. It doesn't use one particular speed of light. Now, I thought that when I wrote my first books, I thought there was one fact. I believe what they told me, that speed of light is a constant. It's not. It depends where you are and what you're doing. And if you want to play around with gravity, you feed the gravity factor in the end of that equation. And the answer to the equation, if you use the gravity figure, is 269,35706. And the maximum will give you 269, 7 something, I think. They're the two extremes, and you've got all the others in between. That 269, 444 figure comes in if you reduce the maximum by that harmonic constant which is in the geometry books and the mathematics books, the 1618034, and which they call the golden section or the golden mean, and that's a well-known constant. That's another thing. Mathematically, if you take phi multiplied by pi over 3, now phi is 1618034 multiplied by 3.141597 over 3. What do you get? You get 16944 something. So you can use prime physics value and get that harmonic. It's not an arbitrary thing. And so I've got a calculator, you can put it on a calculator, that's what you get. So it's once you start delving into it, it's amazing. It's all kind of fixed. Oh, the alpha rhythms of the brain is another thing you're saying, has the body got anything to do with it? Well, when you're in alpha rhythm, well, you're coming right into the harmonic, the 7.82 figure. Do you know about the Earth frequencies? The electromagnetic frequency of the Earth is 7.82 hertz, or around that figure. It's, well, I can give you the exact conversion. And this is the range your alpha rhythms work in, your brain patterns. If you put 6954505, which is the gravity harmonic. This is in Earth in grid time, which is 8/9 of normal time. You've got to convert from one to the other. Now we'd save that. Now we divide it by 8, multiply it by 9 to bring it to normal time. And that's what you get, see? 10.82, which is the Earth frequency. So the Earth is actually, the frequency rate of the Earth is the gravity harmonic, which is 695, just in round figures. And that's what your alpha rhythms band is in. So if you could tune your biofeedback, your alpha rhythm, which they can do, to exactly that harmonic, which is the gravity harmonic, I guarantee psychics would be 10 times more powerful. Now the Russians, I don't know whether you've read that they've set up this, what they call Science City. They've got a name for it themselves, of course, but they put all their brilliant children there and brilliant minds. And there's a whole city. Now I checked it on a computer and they put it on one of those points. And they've got all the brilliant people there. And I'm pretty sure they're using this stuff. And the Russians are foremost in psychic abilities and telepathy and all that stuff. So if you pick these points and use biofeedback and tune yourself into this stuff, well, what have you got? It's another interesting thing too. Gestation period for a human, 9 months, 270 days. For what would the most perfect human be born in time? And what about 269.44 days, which is only half a day? Blood heat, right in your blood range in Celsius is 37.1244 degrees Celsius, which is the reciprocal of a uniform equation. Now I say if you've got the right blood heat, the right gestation period, and you're born on an exact time, and you've got 695 acupuncture points, the DNA cycle, or the DNA spiral, is not a full circle. It's got a gap in it. Now, that gap in minutes, if you take the square root of it, I think you get the reciprocal of the speed of light, 695. Your whole body is tuned to these harmonics. And this is another thing, once you become aware of this, you can search for your top psychics and the people with top abilities and most healthy people. I say, if they went through and did an experiment all around the world and picked out all the people that had all those attributes, checked their blood heat, DNA spirals and their birth dates, times and everything, and put them all together, they'd find the healthiest, the most intelligent, and you name it, they would be the top people of the world. Space transmitters, now I know it is a major transmitter, and it's built right on one of these points. It gives all its harmonics. And they say it for something else, but I'm pretty sure that they're talking to the UFO stuff, because they have to have this tuned to those frequencies, because otherwise they can't break through the ionised layer that's around them. They've got to use gravity harmonics. And it's only the gravity frequencies that will breach them. And I'm sure they're talking out in the deep space for this stuff. And I know where the stuff is. And it's there, and you can walk around it, you can drive around it, but you don't know what it is.
Well, wouldn't it be possible to communicate without any of that if you put yourself in the right place at the right time, tuned your own frequencies to the right level, and then send out telepathically?
Well, if you're a perfect psychic, probably yeah. I mean, the Russians have proved it, the Americans have proved it.
It can be done.
It can be done, but to me, I wouldn't try it because I know I couldn't do it. But I'd use a machine of some sort. There are people that can do it. Actually, the Navy, I read another article on the Navy experiments, and well, one of these parabolic dishes, big ones the Navy's got, they can pick up the signals coming out of your stomach 30 miles away. The actual radiation coming out of your stomach. You know? And you're broadcasting all the time. And whatever you're thinking is being broadcast. You know, and it's some very, very minute frequencies. They haven't been able to unravel it all yet, but they're still doing it. It's still experimenting. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to put a gadget on your head one day and,
very short frequency.
You know, you'll be able to pick it up somewhere else on another gadget on your head.
Bruce, has anyone ever thought about the crop circles in these terms? The frequencies, the crop circles, frequencies picked up there?
Yeah. Again, that scientist in England, he sends me information, and they sent me a whole load of data on the crop circles and positions and stuff. But recently they took some BBC people in with microphones and stuff into one of the circles over there, and they actually taped a frequency that was coming out of the centre of one of these places. And he sent it out to me, and I put it on the computer, and I got these harmonics. And it's being broadcast out of one of these circles, you know, out of the centre of the circle there. So I'll probably put it in another book too. But they're leaving pointers behind. Whoever's doing those circles, they're leaving little bits behind, you know, for you to find. And I don't know what all the different hieroglyphics mean, but they must mean something. Somebody's going to unravel it one day. Do any of you remember the HMS Pueblo incident? Well, here's the map of the incident there. There was, do you remember it was in Time magazine? There was a big fuss, and then they started World War III. The Chinese took an American spy ship out of the water, and no, the Koreans took it out of the water, and they took the crew and they captured the crew, and then eventually they let them go and they went home. Yeah, so the captain's name was Butcher, I think, Butcher. But that was a big fuss, and nobody could understand at the time why the Americans didn't go there, just take them back, you know, or why didn't they do something? They didn't. But the actual latitude in there, and that was published in Time magazine, just given the figures, and you take them back again, and what do? You get 648. The square root of that is 2545, which is the in the polar section of the grid, which is the reciprocal of the Earth's magnetic field. And the 3928.371, which is the reciprocal of 2545. That gives you on that latitude longitude where the boat was flying. They were tuned in. And if you take from the boat to Vladivostok, where the Russians had all this stuff, well, you get another harmonic. You know, the Chinese test grounds with 11 bombs off, you get another one. So that boat was a position. Well, the Koreans, of course, they knew this, and the Chinese knew it. And I thought, well, we're not going to have them listening in. They're right on the spot, so we're going to get them. Actually, I gave that to the Americans at the time, and there was a big fuss.
Bruce, I'm trying to come to a kind of interim conclusion. What seems to be, for you, so far, the most crucial figure, or as a principle? We talk about harmonics, we talk about the reciprocal of the speed of light, and so. Have you come to a kind of conclusion?
About what?
In the sense of have you discovered a principle? What does it have to be? Which of these harmonics is the most crucial number or figure at all?
Well, again, it depends what you're doing. It's you've got an infinite range between the maximum and minimum of the speed of light, depending whether you're at the basic gravity figure, which nobody can read because it's produced on the other side of our reality, and you probably can, if you had the right gear, manipulate that harmonic on this side, which is the 2693507 figure. But it depends again where you are, because it'll change with latitude. But the basis of the whole thing is a unified field theory. That's it.
Would those numbers maybe fit into Fibonacci numbers?
Yeah, they're all part of it. Well, Fibonacci numbers give you that 1610834.
They do?
Yeah, but that's when you get to the trough of 13th step, and that's when you feed it in there, you get 269444, the golden section. And you'll find all mathematics, all classical mathematics are not apart from this, they're all part of it.
And nearly all plants and everything that grows.
Yeah, the spiral of the plant is a Fibonacci theory, and golden section, everything. Yeah, that's why we eventually get to this growing thing. The harmonics are built in there, and I have to show you, let's just show you that the basis is there, everything is there, the scientists are using it, it's being used everywhere. With all that basic stuff. Probably the thing you want to know now is how can you use it for growing things? Yeah. Yes? But I have to tell you all that to give you the basis of it all, as you'll never, it doesn't mean anything. So we come right back to that light and gravity harmonic. And the where I got into this stuff, and it's only a sideline to what I'm doing really, is I read about in a book 4 years ago about what they call a deland aerial that was being used in orchards, orange orchards in the USA. And they built these things through the orchards, and during the cold season, all the orchards had these things, and all the fruit didn't freeze, and they had no problems like that, and they had better growth, and healthier trees and everything like that. So just another hunch again, I thought, well, okay, they must be using some sort of universal energy, so I'll see what the dimensions of this aerial thing is. And basically I just put up a pole about roughly 30 feet high, and I put some insulation discs around it, make it out of galvanised iron, and feed 7 wires around the disc. So this is the Earth's surface there. And they feed the wires underground about 18 inches, 2 feet, and then bring them along, and then up and out, and they face that bit there, and they leave an air gap here. And when it comes out here, they make this into a coil. And from what we were told in the ones in America, they got a magnet inside that coil. And that's all it is. But the interesting part was that this dimension of this one was 144 feet, which was the harmonic of the speed of light that I've been playing with. So I thought, well, somebody knows something. So I checked the geometry of the whole thing, and they had this whole, they said 30-foot pole. Well, they only got to make it 29 point something feet to make it very, very accurate. And then find that angle there, and you come up with 69545 which is the gravity harmonic, and the reciprocal of the light harmonic. So obviously whoever built that thing knew. And why it works, I think, is the fact that the Earth's magnetic field is not static. If it was static, it wouldn't work. But any of you know anything about electronics, if you've got an alternating field, that thing would act like a transformer thing that would create another field, a secondary field in this thing. So I think you've actually got probably a field around it like this somehow. And the fact that it's tuned into the gravitational harmonics and light harmonics must have some reaction on the cells of the plant itself, because a cell is an electric circuit itself. And this is comes back to Lakhovsky's healing and all this sort of stuff, that he found that each cell has got its own harmonic frequency. If you're sick, well, they're out of kilter. So that's what he invented, the multi-wave oscillator, and tuned into all the harmonics of your body. And I think this is exactly what it does to plants and trees and shrubs and anything put in that field. And it's actually tuned into all this thing. So anyway, I published that little bit in one of the books. And one of our co-pilots years ago, he built a quarter-size one in Christchurch in New Zealand and planted lettuce on it and a few other things, and he found that the growth more or less went in a cycle like this, you know, each side. As it was, you got a big lettuce here and goes back smaller, and they weren't as healthy. And outside they did normal. So, which proved that the field definitely has some sort of result on the growth rate and healthier plants. So, pardon? 695, I think.
Yeah.
There's
actually some info on the wall there, I think, about it.
Mm.
And 695's in the tent. And I'd like to mention one little point. Bruce might correct us.
Sure.
This wire coming up here, doesn't the angle actually turn here? Because
yeah, you're probably right there. I'll just do that quickly. To get the exact angle,
yeah,
it should come from there.
Yeah. Copy in it, yeah.
Yeah, right. And it should be like that. You've got to bring it up through the ground like that. Yep, that's right. So anyway, that's basically the theory, that that gadget is acting like a transforming arrangement. And if you're looking down from the top, you got the pole there and those seven radials coming out there. And I've tried to find it on the computer why they picked 7, and I've never been able to find out exactly why there's 7 of them there. And I thought maybe it's because of everything is happening in spirals and not perfect circles. Maybe if those 7 things were divided into the spiral, which is larger than a 360-degree circle. And I still couldn't find the exact sort of time. So when sort of Robert contacted me, and Robert built one, and I thought there must be some other way of improving that initial design. So I thought, well, if they're using that gravity field, if you're going to make one that acts better, or what if we intensify that gravitational field and added a bit more onto this one and made it a bit stronger? So what I decided was to do exactly the same thing, only put 24 radials out around the thing. And where the hole is in the centre here, and you've got all your wires coming down and out like that, well, put a little generator in there, with a 6-volt battery and something in an oscillator, and tune it to that 7.82 frequency, which is the gravitational frequency, because when you convert that 7.82, which is natural Earth frequency, you get 695 again, which is built into the aerial anyway. But enhance it by feeding it into the aerial. And that's only a theory. I'll be interested to see if it works. Maybe somebody will try it. And yeah, I made a diagram for Robert here, and I made some copies if anybody is interested, they can copy it. But I don't say it'll work, but in theory, to me, it should work if you enhance that field and pump more of that gravity factor in there, and possibly it will maybe make them a bit more healthier, or help a bit, or maybe they'll grow a bit better, I don't know.
What about uniformity of the growth factor, like 50% if it steadily grows up?
It seems to be, as you get closer to the centre, it seems to be better. It's sort of like that sort of thing.
Trying to get uniformity as well?
Pardon? I don't know. We're still in an experimental stage. This is a sideline to me. Robert knows more about this. He can probably tell you more than I do. And he's tried it. And, Robert will probably tell you, what his results have been, and whether it does enhance anything, or whether it is better, or do the plants react better in the field. And it's more over to you growers, the ones that grow things. I can only show you what I think. Maybe it doesn't work. The better one, I don't know. But I still think if you pump that and resonated at that 7.82 frequency, it must work. And if you're going to strengthen that gravity field. So,
possible to boost those wires so you get uniform growth.
Pardon?
It's possible to boost that so you get uniform growth from one end to the other end.
Yeah, well, there are probably ways, but you'd have to experiment to find them, because I don't know how to do it yet. Maybe I can find out more later, but this is a start anyway. The thing works, because they've spent thousands and thousands of dollars in the States, and the people who have got them are getting better production than the ones that haven't.
Where's the sweet one in Orange Orchard?
Orange Orchard, yes. But they're quite common over there, evidently.
Those people, did you say?
Well, it was called a DeLand aerial, so it must have been DeLand that designed it. But I'm quite sure that he must have known some of this secret research. And
actually buy them in kit forms now in the States, the aerials. But, you know, remember we're only touching the tip of the iceberg. And,
yeah, it's just a start. But this is called electroculture. But there's another thing you can do, and this is, I've got a copy of the book here, but if you've got a sick plant, say a sick shrub, and all you've got to do is put a coil around it, copper coil, and hook it onto a non-conductor, and just put it around your plant, and then make it a certain diameter, make it harmonic. Well, again, that earth field is not a static field, it's a resonating field. So that, put it here, so the plant's there and the coil around. Well, you've got a field range, which is tuned to the gravity field. And I've tried one at home on a plant that for 2 seasons it was completely dead. I was going to chop it out, and it was dead wood, brittle, and no moisture or anything. And I put one of those around, it took 2 seasons. And the thing had green leaves on it in 2 seasons. And just with that simple little coil around it. And that's another, I think I've got the thing. But he actually put it around plants with cancers on them. You know, there was a plant there and it had great big nodules on it. He put one of the coils around and the thing dropped off and the plant got healthy again. So there's definitely things you can do, and use the alternating field that's all around you. I mean, you're living in it. So enhance it, and you've got better growth and healthier things. But,
30 centimetres is the master measurement to start with those coils. Lavoisier came to that through a lot of experiment, but you take 30 centimetres and then you can double it till you lost it. But
that's diameter, is it?
Yeah, you get cross-sectional areas, and you get that field. And all these types of things, the ultimate one is the one that you tune properly. If you just chucked a coil in it, it'd work. You'd get better growth, but it wouldn't be perfect. It's the one that's tuned. And the thing is, you've got to calculate the best parameters for it. But it's all new stuff. So it's not really new. It's old stuff, but it's not been known. There's only a few people who used it.
Bruce, there's quite a few people, farmers here, and I was just wondering on their behalf, perhaps, if there's any other things in agriculture that might be useful to us to sort of work on.
Well, I'm up to at the moment. There might be other stuff, but I have read other books where they've just strung wire along a post, you know, and grown beans or anything on it, and they electrify that. And even if you did that and pumped electricity in that and alternated at that 7.82 frequency, you'd probably get results on that as well. And probably not as good if it's tuned properly, but I think you'd get some results. And actually, you can make up a grid. Just put posts along and make up a grid network somehow and pump power into it, but you've got to alternate it at the right frequency. Actually, the Americans were going to bury lines under the earth, and I think I put it in one of the books too. And the grid under the ground was 130 miles on it. But again, when you took the square of that, well, you got 169,444, and they were going to use that to communicate with submarines, and they published that, and that's 16944 again. So the Navy's using it, and they're tuned right in. What I needed to check tally was a very, very accurate survey map. Well, this was the map, and here's the tally area here, and I found from the map there that it's right on 18 degrees. Well, the latitude alone is a very, very good latitude to work with. Again, if you're working in harmonics, well, you've got 18 degrees, and you multiply it by 6. If you look at the notes here. Yeah, if you multiply it by 6 twice, not just multiply by 6, multiply by 6, you're pushing it up the scale, harmonic scale, on the circular measurement. Well, you get 648. Well, the square of that is that 25455844 figure built into the grid system, which is the reciprocal of the Earth's magnetic field. So you've got a direct harmonic rotary tally around that area where all this is happening. And Stogel tells me that there's been over 650 ground markings It's not only latitude, the longitude also gives you another one. Right through, this comes right into Tully on the longitude. Right on the edge of the field, 146 degrees. Well, I found 145, 58, 56, which is only 1 mile right in the Tully area. It brings you right into the area there where they all are. And you end up with 269.35706, which is the answer to the unified equation for gravity. If you feed that gravity factor into the unified equation, that's the answer you get. And that's what you get at Tully for the longitude. So you've got the magnetic field on the latitude, you've got the unified equation on the longitude. So it's obviously a very, very active position to work with, and for what they're doing there, I don't know. But I've got a sneaking suspicion it's not all outsiders. I'm pretty sure there'll be other people involved. If they're up to something, well, we're doing experiments or frightening people.
I did send this map to you, it was the last map, wasn't it?
That's the one.
73, I got the degree,
Mm.
and the map was done up. So now I'm still being 99.5% that I'm correct of the sightings in Tully. Bruce has said that I'm 100% right.
Yep, yeah, right. Exactly right.
Thank you
No doubt
very
about
much.
it.
Yes, in the Tully area we've had approximately 650 sightings of UFOs. A lot of these have been daytime craft sightings. People think there's only been 1 or 2. How many would you think have been in Tully? Have you ever heard of it? No. So anyway, we've had over 27 years that I've been reporting on sightings to UFO societies, and they've gone overseas. We've had in the lagoons area, which is about 6 lagoons in the Euromode, we've had 86 markings. So it's just phenomenal and staggering really, and I'm shocked by it all. We've had a lot of Bigfoot sightings. We've had another odd prehistoric creature thing, but this is what's happening around the world, that we are, more or less getting in Bigfoot sightings in these areas. Have you heard of it?
Bigfoot?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yes. So they've been cigar-shaped and pencil-shaped and ordinary garden variety, 30 feet round circular crafts. Have you heard of George Pedley, seen the craft taking off from the lagoon? Nobody? No. Well, he was 25 feet away and saw the craft taking off from the lagoon. So it just did a wobble up, and then it stabilised itself, and it shot off in a southwesterly direction. So, I mean, that was big time around the world, really.
Yeah, they're busy, aren't they?
So we've had in one little lagoon, we've had about 54, and then we've had 5 other lagoon sightings, which adds up to be about 70, and then we've had markings around the town. So in all, it's a giant big picture, and it takes me weeks to tell you all everything.
Has anybody had any experiences with the people in the UFO?
Yes, I've had 6 being sightings altogether. 2 really from Ingham, but the rest in Tully area. And we've had a lot of metaphysical happenings to different people too.
Yeah.
People have sort of kept quiet, but they're speaking out now in the last few years.
If I can, has this got any relationship with the power station project, do you think?
No. They've actually been coming since Aboriginal legend times, and they're called chickabooners. And the lights were seen by the tribes in the Tully area and Juramo and Murray Upper. So they were familiar with them. But we've had just so many, low crafts, and we've had 2 near crashes. So there was a story that one did crash, and the government got onto it very quickly, but I've never been able to find out if that's really correct. But I've seen so many myself because I live on a hill and a wonderful view.
Wasn't the one that menaced a car coming down the highway there just not long ago? Was it there, or was that...
You mean a menace to...
No, one of these UFOs menaced a car.
Yes, we've had quite a few car sightings, yes, and we've had train, we've had a lot of loco sightings, loco men in the early hours, and they've been followed, and we've had one cargo, what do you call it, a freight train.
Freight train.
It was followed from about Tully to Ingham. years ago, but we've had quite a few people that have had their cars followed. And we've had the green lights, the small ones, which are registering our discs. They take ground temperature, the level, whatever, and photograph. We watched for 3.5 hours one night in 1965. We saw them coming out of the sky towards my home, about 6 of us. And my nephew and I stuck it out from 8:30 till 5 past midnight. And 3.5 full hours altogether watching them. And they were working in that UMO area, you know, the lagoon. And the lights were shooting off at tremendous speed and coming back to the mother crafts. They were landed on a grassy hill at the end of Mount Mackay, Tully. And I'm just so surprised at the giant big ones that have been around in the daytime. So at first I was really crazy and round the bend and so forth, but now I think the people are really waking up.
There aren't any photographs? Nobody's...
We did take a film on the lagoon. It was set up with a UFO detector, and when the spacecraft came down and on the lagoon, I would say, it's set up from the detector onto the camera, and so it was photographed. So it was sent away to Kodak's, and they have their agents working there. The film was taken from us. So we had it with the Minister of Defence, or Minister, what was the other minister?
Name's Gerda,
Minister of Air.
Minister of Air.
So, yes, it was a real shock, really. So, to have got so much. But anyway, it's just, it's been going on for a long time, and it will continue going on, I guess. And I'm glad that people are waking up now to the grid, because that's the main issue in it all. We're being uplifted into a higher dimension through the golden grid above.
Going somewhere.
Yes. And so we'll be with it in the 5th dimension pretty soon. So that's pretty good. So anyway, I suppose I'll leave it up to you now. Thank you for letting me speak that little bit. But I could go on for weeks, so I'll leave it at that.
No, I think the main thing is to believe everyone knows there's a lot of activity around. It's obvious that the Tully story hasn't got out as it should. So,
I think that's what Bruce up here mentioned. The authorities know it's a power plot. That's the reason they want to build a power station.
Possibly.
It just seems so sort of out, you know, like it's been such an issue, you know.
Yeah, big issue. And
yeah, well, it's interesting to see where it goes. But anyway, is there any more of electroculture they want to talk about before we drop that one?
Sort of getting back to what you were talking before with your grid modules, I mean, I think we all sort of agree that sort of power, beneficial power at these points. Because it sort of stands to reason to me that there's also negative areas as well as positive areas. Has they been calculated, or
I wouldn't say so much negative areas as areas that are not as powerful. In other words, they're not harmful, but they're not as good. You don't get as good a result. I don't think. I can't.
Are they in the centre of the squares? I mean, from a farming point of view, it's good.
Yeah, but we'll put it this way: I couldn't imagine the creator creating a world where some parts of it you stand on will harm you. It wouldn't add up to me. Because that's all it is. We're talking about gravitational power. It's only gravity.
Yeah, but like in the bush, there's areas where the trees tend to be deformed.
Yeah, but I think that's more what's in the ground. The same in New Zealand. There's an area just south of Auckland, down south a bit, and they have got the highest incidence of cancer. And the story is that it's highest incidence because underground they've probably got a lot of uranium and stuff, like a radioactive material. And this is probably the same with trees and plants and everything else. It's what's underneath the surface. It's nothing to do with gravity or light or anything. It's the other bits, the elements that are involved. So no, I couldn't imagine any harmful place on the earth that just because you're there. I say they're harmful because there's radioactive elements or something else there. It's a different thing altogether.
Just before Smoko, you were saying about this all seemed to be leading to the unified field theory. Do you have anything more to say about that?
Well, I would say that is the unified field theory. But they say that they haven't found it. And they said Einstein never found the unified field theory. He wanted to find it, but he didn't. And well, he did. And that they had that information for years. And those equations are unified equations, that's unified fields. But I haven't discovered anything fantastic. I've just found out what they know. And long ago I thought, yeah, gee, I'm discovering things, you know, excited. And then I found out the scientists all around me were doing the same thing. And I thought, gee whiz, you know, this is not new. It's been right through history, they've known this. And if you go back to those Chinese pyramids, whoever built those pyramids knew this. So they've always been around, right back probably millions of years ago. And if you look at the archaeology and all that, the further they dig down, the higher the civilization. And you check it, it's a fact. And they're finding fantastic things that even they go down. There's one particular place over around Africa, something I read years ago, and they were amazed when they dug to another layer, and the civilization that was about 100 feet further down was higher than the one they found here. And that was on record, it's been written up. And the stuff they're finding on the seabed, you know, and all those great big colossal buildings in Greece, they can't build buildings like that today. You've never seen a Colosseum, or what do they call it, and all that stuff. And how do they get those great big things on the top of those columns and bigger than houses? And they're all ornate and carved and everything. How do you get them up there? You know, and those columns are probably, 100-something feet high. Great big round, monstrous things.
Like those things at Easter Island, isn't it? It's all right saying that Haredale said that they carved them out of the mountain there, but and they walked them. He's given all his theories about walking them. But I've been there, and there's one part there with the top knots. There's some of these idols have top knots on them. Now the top knots are about as big as this, and how the hell did they get the top knots up on top of the things, you know?
So they put the rep up here.
And the top knots, yeah, they're not even in that same area of where they carved out. Different stone altogether. In a different area, and I mean miles away, you know. It's just sort of, I don't know.
The pyramids, they say, oh, they roll those big blocks over there on log rollers. But you put a big block of stone on one of those things on a log roller and on sand and try and roll it, you know. And this is the theory, though. They're supposed to be really serious, you know. And how do they get them up the top? Well, they build great big ramps up, and they have thousands of slaves on rapier rakes, you know, pulling them things up that slope. So where did they put them all, you know?
Well, they wouldn't have had enough people there to do all these.
Well, how do they feed them?
You know? On that island, it's, you know, there's 3 lots of civilizations that evolved there. But even on only the size of that island, they wouldn't have had enough people to have lifted that.
There's no way.
So it's got,
So even construction, those big blocks are big, massive blocks, big as a car, some of them.
Yeah.
And they're joined so accurately, you can't get a cigarette paper between them. And there's no way any stonemason today can make a surface on a block of stone that accurate, and so that you can't see the adhesive in between. They can't do it. With all the technology we've got today, they can't build a pyramid. Remember the Japanese tried it and put those funny looking blocks all on top of each other and walked away? And it looked like a kiddie car compared to that. There's nothing they can do like those things today.
Is there any chance at all that previous civilizations, which are far more advanced than we are, could they have discovered the anti-gravitational forces?
Oh yes, well they would have to know. If they knew this mathematics, they knew the whole lot. Yeah, they would have to know.
Maybe this was the
pyramids, also statues and other things.
Yeah, the pyramids have got all those figures in them. And you can buy the books, and they're there. But I've got 4 copies on the Great Pyramid at home, and I've got one of the old ones. Goes right back to someone mentioned his name. I can't stop putting the tongue. Yeah, the Cheops Pyramid, but the guy who did the original measurements. So very, very smart. But you can't buy those books now. These later versions have got a lot of those figures taken out of them, and they've given you the bare bones. But I've got the ones with the early ones and all the measurements. And when you convert them into all those, with 16944 and 41136 and King's Chamber's all tuned to that, and it's the height of it and where it is and positioning and everything. And there's no way they can be charged. It's so accurate. So it's so new.
Maybe this is the fifth dimensional that Claire was talking about. We might have had it before and we're on our way back again.
Well,
Possible?
I look at it differently because I'm a very practical guy, I think. And I think our reality is always going to be exactly the same as it is right now. But we're getting more knowledge. And knowledge is going to uplift you, from my point of view. And if you go to another dimension, you're going to leave this one, you're going to be somewhere else.
Doesn't explain the pyramids, like how you were building the pyramids, as I was talking about, does it? That doesn't explain how they built the pyramids.
Well, they built them with super science. They built them with science. If they had that mathematical knowledge, they had the knowledge of anti-gravity. And they could lift those blocks and do anything they like with it.
Did it mentally or something like that?
No, machine. It's in some of the writings that the high priest, they had a thing and they used to bong the blocks and it would lose weight. There was some sort of device they had. And they'd touch the stone and it resonated and it would float. And it would float. They said it would float at a bow shot. Or if you slung an arrow, that's about it, half hour it went, they'd give another dong and it would float a bit more. And they shifted along like that. And just lost weight for a little period of time and settled down again. And they had all this stuff. And all they needed was a resonator. And if they cut those blocks to certain cubic dimensions, so they were resonating at the same right frequency, well, all they've got to do is hit the resonator and it works. And that's like a UFO. A UFO is built like a symbol. If you want a certain note of music on a symbol, well, you cut it a certain distance, a certain diameter and thickness and metal. Well, the UFO is the same, and that's why I don't believe that guy in America who says he funneled gravity waves down tubes. The one that's supposed to have worked on them. That chap, and the whole thing's got to be enveloped in that gravity field. And you can't just put it down one little bit of it and expect it to do all the things it does. It's got to be the whole thing. It's got to tune the whole vehicle. That's why they're round, that's why they're circular, it's like a symbol. And they resonate.
So they resonate to a certain frequency, and the frequency that's being amplified from the power line sort of reacts with that and gives you...
They just do a harmonic jump. Just a harmonic jump. As soon as I jump one, we're out of our reality. You can't see them, but they're still there. They're still four-dimensional in that reality. But they're out of our reality. Like I was saying before, it's like in an atom. If you impart energy into an atom, well, the actual electron, you've got the atom here, an electron here, and it's separating. You impart energy, well, that jumps up to the next higher level. And you get different levels. And when you take the energy away, it jumps back, and every time it jumps back, it emits a photon. So you get a string of photons. And, okay, let's go to lasers. Now, you look at a textbook on lasers, it'll tell you that a laser, you have to pump energy and to bring the energy up. But as soon as you hit 694 angstroms, it starts to laze, which is a reciprocal speed of light. So what they're doing, they're pumping the energy up till they hit the reciprocal speed of light. That creates anti-photons. So to maintain symmetry, you must have a flow of photons on this side of reality. So that's what a laser is. It creates photons. And it's very simple, but that's in the textbooks. A laser when it gets to 6944 angstroms. And an angstrom is 1 metre to the minus 31, I think, or something. So, and when you bring that into geometrics, you get 69444. An angstrom is based on that unit. So, science is using this all the time. But it's right in laser theory, in laser working. And one of the best lasers is the gallium arsenide laser. The harmonic mass, I think, of gallium is 69.4. Lithium, they're using lithium batteries, space shops. You look at the tables, on the tables, the actual figure is 6.94. So pick out these elements that give you these different harmonics. And they're the ones that are purely active. Transmission wires made out of aluminium. If you look at aluminium, it gives you 26.9 something to 98. If you pick out the right isotope, you 269444. And you've got a perfect electrical conductor. So if you know these things, you can be like an alchemist and you can pick your elements and combine them and get all sorts of things. And I've talked to a scientist and they're experimenting right now using this information in a superconductor. So just on power, probably a final thing, Tesla car, he built that in the 1930s. And he ripped the motor. It was a Pierce Arrow car. He ripped the motor out of it and put his own design electric motor in it. And he had a gizmo under the dashboard, and it wasn't very big evidently. It was just a box with his stuff in it, and an arrow which was 1.8 metres long. And he was sucking gravitational power right out of the atmosphere, direct, pumping it through the box and into the motor, and he's getting 90 miles an hour out of the car. And that's on record. I've got a copy of the paper there. The page out of the book. It's a German book. It cost me $100 to get a copy. But I just wanted that one page for that all. And now he'd done it all that time back, and it's been all hushed up. And this is what we are trying to do now with this knowledge, is find that information again so we can use direct gravitational power. And Tesla called that a gravitational engine. That's what he said, it's a gravitational motor. He was tapping that gravity harmonic. So there's nothing new. And this is our next step practically. We're hoping to reproduce that box. And I mean, you can build generators and motors and what you like to do those things, but it's a lot easier if you just put a box up like a radio and just get out there. And you don't have to have anything going around or wires or anything.
That's a good idea.
But this is what we're trying to do. This is what we're quietly doing behind the scenes, trying to get that but
then they won't let you use it.
well, they can't stop it. If you don't patent a thing like that, you just build things and sell them.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a real good one.
But it's been done before. Murray did it, Henry Murray. And he was a Mormon, and he was crucified. They tried to kill him, they shot him, they did everything to him. He built his box. The description is exactly the same as Tesla. He did the same thing. But he picked up a bit of crystal rock or something in the desert, and he used that just like a crystal in a crystal set. And he made his little circuit and hooked it all up, and he was doing the same thing. But he had an aerial for about 200 feet long out in the yard, and fed it in, and he was running irons and electric heaters and everything just off this aerial in the backyard. And, Helen?
What was his name again?
Henry Murray. His sons are still trying to reproduce his work, but they can't. But the story is that he was the first man who used a transistor. What he was doing, the thing he picked up acted as a transistor. But he didn't know what it was. And he didn't call it a transistor. In modern day, they're using exactly the same type of germanium crystals, probably as transistors. So, but he managed to put it into a circuit that gave him free electricity. And the story again was that after all his problems, he lost the last bit of the material he had, and he couldn't reproduce anymore because he didn't know the basis of it. He could make it work, but he didn't know anything else. If he could have found another piece of crystal the same, he would have been alive. So it's not new. Again, it's not new. It's been done. And if it's been done, we can do it again. But the thing is now to do the work to find out how. But, so that's the point too. How does a crystal set work? Have any of you ever had a crystal set? Simple radio. There's no batteries, no nothing. It's just a piece of wire, a couple of coils and a crystal. And you can tune into stations all around the place with it. And I've asked several scientists, said, where does the crystal set get its energy from? Because it's got to get from somewhere. And they said, oh, it's broadcast from the station. Yeah, but if you go back into your pure theory, I said the next question is, how many crystal sets can you run off that station? And they can't answer that because you can run an infinite number of crystal sets off it. And if their theory is right, you'd suck the station dry. Mm-hmm. But you don't. The station still pumps out power exactly the same. So all the crystal set is doing is modifying the signal and getting its energy from the universal field, the gravity field. So if you know how a crystal set works, it's not very far to go to the next step and do a Murray machine, but it's only an intensified crystal, a tuned crystal. I don't think there's a lot of technology we've got to find to reproduce that stuff. There's energy all around you, and you can tap it anywhere you like. Go out in the middle of space anywhere out there, and it's there. It's gravity energy. You know, gravity is a reciprocal of light. You've got light energy, you've got gravity energy.
They're trying to grow crystals now in outer space.
Right?
They're having experiments how to grow crystals faster.
Well, that's one of the things they're going to do out in space here with out of a gravity-less environment, zero gravity environment, because that's one of their problems with their high frequency stuff. They can't crystal lock it properly because they can't get perfect crystals. So the only way they get a perfect crystal is to grow it out in space where there's no gravity, where they've got zero gravity. because gravity distorts your crystal as it grows. So that's been in the papers, that's what they're going to do. They don't say completely why. They don't say that they're having trouble with their crystal like high frequency transmitters and receivers. But they have to have this technical knowledge. Actually, there's another thing I asked again, the CRA guy, I said, after I found a lot of this stuff, I said, but why isn't it taught to university? And he just grinned, he said, it is. And I said, you're kidding, no way. He said, how? And I said, yeah, I've spent years finding this. And if I knew it was taught in university, I could have learned it all in 6 months. And he reckons that as all the students come in, they're vetted. And they keep an eye on all the brilliant ones. You know, the really brainy students. And they look at them over the years, through the university life, and when they think it's right, they approach them. And they sign them in, they go and they suck them out and they send overseas and they start working on this stuff. They've got to keep the nucleus going. I mean, all the other guys are going to die after a while. They've got to keep new brains coming in. And so otherwise, okay, the universities are teaching this stuff. They're only to selected people.
Norwegian terms can become UFOs to other life forms.
Well, eventually. We will start going out there and poking around and getting in everybody's way. And causing chaos on another planet, they'll be saying, who are these guys, you know? They'll be us. So it goes on and on and on, and we're going to be just as the same as this in the future. It might be another 1,000 years, but that's what's going to happen.
I noticed this morning when you just on the side, you said something about I forget the exact old area you're talking about. So I noticed that, and our scientists are taught from other fellows outside.
Yeah, there's a lot of interrelationships there. It's just not them out there and us down here. A lot of the stories you don't know if they're truly true, but when you see it all in bulk over years and then feeded into this stuff, well, to me it's obvious that they've got a connection with outside. They have to. They couldn't do everything they're doing unless they had. And it's, I don't know which are the best stories and which are the true ones, truly true, but I know basically the fact that they've got contact with them is a fact, you know, it's a true thing. How much I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they're being taught a certain amount of things. I don't think they're going to teach our guys everything because that would be too dangerous. So I'll teach them enough and watch them and see how they do it. If they handle it right, they might do them a bit more. But I don't think they've read us out in the deep space yet. No, they don't want us out there. We're too brutal and everything, you know, and mad. And if we try to get out there too early, they'll stop us. And that they probably won't do it a bad way, they'll just do it quietly and just mess up their technology somehow. They won't allow us.
We might mention here, to expand your mind a bit more, Trevor Constable's work. Simply through the means of infrared photography, which is a higher spectrum than the eye sees. And we all know the old saying is, I can't see it, therefore it's not there. But through infrared goes up to a higher spectrum. Trevor Constable for many years has been photographing these what he calls critters, or biological UFOs, but these living entities that are there in these spectrums. He photographs them, anyone can do it. In his book, The Cosmic Pulse of Life, tells you how to go about it, the camera, and all this sort of thing. Again, it's like he's starting to travel the world now, give talks on it. Hopefully we'll get him here in the spring. But just like psychics will tell you, why don't we have psychic sight? Well, some of these animals and creatures can be pretty scary. Again, you've got to be ready in consciousness to start seeing these things, or it's withheld for your own good. Sounds logical to me.
Actually, I found that when you get to the level when that knowledge is essential for your next step, it seems to appear somehow. And that's what I said, I use the stuff behind the scenes, because I know how it works now. And when I come to a brick wall, that's happened hundreds of times over the years, I know all I've got to do is stop, not worry about it anymore, pack everything up, walk out, go out in the garden, and wait for a week or so. And I guarantee you that either I go into a library and I pick up a book, I get something through the mail, or I hear a conversation somewhere, and it's just that one little snippet of information will give me another 6 months' work, and we're waiting. But you've got to be aware of it though. If you want to know something and you do things right and you believe you're doing it for the right reason, you're given knowledge and that. It will go away.
Bruce, can you tell us anything about the Philadelphia experiment and teleportation being materialised in a vacuum?
Yeah, well, see, that's another word. When these guys are doing experiments, it's a technological experiment. And teleportation is a different thing again. So I'd say transposition in space-time. This is what they did. Teleportation would be what a psychic would do. So you've got two different areas. But again, I talked to the CIA guy and I asked him, I said, did they do that experiment? Because everything else I've done shows they did. And he said, of course they did. And, but he said it went horribly wrong. Because they only knew a certain amount, and he said a lot of those guys are still in the well. They're still locked up. They were completely crazy. Because all their fields were not perfect. And they carried it out, and I think it appeared in Norfolk, and they got it back again. And they did sort of shift it in space-time. And I did it several times. I went out in the ocean off the coast and I tried it again. And the boats, two boats for each side of it, all I could see was the depression in the water where the hull was, but I couldn't see the boat. And they were the first experiments, I think, in anti-gravity and dimensions. And if this guy had told me in that laboratory that they was working in 15 dimensions, they did it. They knew that the CIA guy put the icing on the cake. He admitted it. He said, yeah, but it was horribly wrong, and they had to go back and recalculate everything, and of course the parts of the ship would not be harmonically tuned and all that sort of thing, and bits and I think one guy, when they brought it out of the field, his arm was sticking out of a wall. He walked into a wall and they brought it out of the field, he was stuck in there, and his arm was sticking out, and he was in there, and he died a horrible death. You know, and I think it was a restaurant. Some of the guys afterwards, they were going in and out of this when they come out of it, and sort of alternating, and they walked in the restaurant, and one guy just walked through the wall, and he's never been seen since. That's one of the stories, or whether that's true, I don't know. But it could happen. When you think what they're playing with. But this is why all this experiments going on. They've got to be 100% correct. When you're dealing with this stuff, it can't be 99% because you're going to leave something behind. And you've got to resonate that thing so that every element in that vehicle is worked on. And if one of them is out of kilter, well, you're going to end up with a hole in your spacecraft and the space behind, you're out there something. So I don't think they have years ago. Yeah. But this was back in 1943 or 43, yeah. But if they could do that in 1943, what do they know now? You know, it's amazing. And they've got high-power computers, the best scientists and best brains, mathematicians. And it's actually a friend of one of the friends of my son has been sucked in, we think, because this sort of thing happened to him. He was brilliant, you know, top and everything, and it was just a brief thing, just hugely interesting. Next thing, he's got a summons, he's sort of overseas and sent off overseas to the States. And, he's been picked in. He's brilliant. They need him. But it's nothing against the guy, I'll pat him on the back. He's in there, he's into the new technology. But he's not responsible for the sections and all that sort of thing. He's a scientist. I know what I'd like to be doing if I was a scientist. I'd like to be in it. Is that it? Bless your sucker.
Can nuclear detonations take place only during certain times and only at special locations on the Earth? Bruce Cathie was born and educated in New Zealand. Prior to his commission as an Air Force pilot, he had only a layman's interest in UFOs. In 1952, he had an encounter with one of these objects that completely changed his life. This experience drove him to study the nature of light and its reciprocal mathematics. He believes that he has found and uncovered an officially kept secret. The secret is that the speed of light, and therefore nuclear fission, is not a constant, but is affected by and very dependent upon gravity. He has published his ideas in many books, which include Harmonic 33, The Energy Grid, and The Harmonic Conquest of Space.
But anyway, my story started in 1952. Like most pilots around the world, I did not believe in UFOs. Well, I heard about them, but I wasn't very sure. And then one evening, going out to the airport in the early days there, we spotted one over the Manukau, and 9 of us watched that thing for 20 minutes, and that changed my mind smartly. And then from that point on, until right today, my life has been governed more or less by things that eventuated from that time. But over my flying period, I've seen probably roughly about 15 UFO sightings. They're quite common amongst pilots. In New Zealand, at least probably 10-15% of our air crews in New Zealand have had close encounters with UFOs. Some of them have had them formatting on their aircraft. But I'll just go quickly the UFO part. We all know they exist. So the main point of my talk is what I learnt from UFO studies. And this first page is just a list of some of the sightings I had. Now, I was on a DC-3, I was a co-pilot at the time, and we were flying south to the capital in Wellington, and we suddenly sighted this thing coming in from the east, away from the stratosphere, and it arced right across Cook Strait in New Zealand and exploded around about a place called D'Urville Island. I'll show you on the next maps. But that gave me one of my first track lines. And there were 2 objects. One came from the north, this one came from the east. It gave me 2 right-angled tracks. We calculated those trigonometry, and we got a rough diameter of about 2,000 feet for both of those. They're about 11 years apart. They come in at right angles, and they both disappeared and exploded in the same spot. So to me, it showed me that they were controlled objects. There was no way they could have been meteors. And also, when this thing was going across Cook Strait, those 2 sort of globules came out. It was a sort of a pale green colour, and it had sort of jet trails from each side. It was so big. And instead of, if that had been also, as I say, a meteor, those objects would have gone on a parabolic curve, as you can imagine, but they didn't. It just come straight, it went straight down and disappeared at low level. Now, I was doing another flight. I was positioning an empty airplane up north, and we decided to do a scenic flight, and with just the aircrew on board. And I was going across an estuary just north of the airfield, and we spotted this thing sitting in the water, about 30 feet of water, just under the surface. And we estimated about 100 feet long, 15 feet wide. It looked just like a submarine without any tail on the thing. But you can see there was just a sort of impression of a hatch just near the front of it. And that was also positioned on the track line that I found from the one that was coming in from the north. This is an object that was taken on a 8mm camera in Australia. The chap who took this, he pointed it at a star at night time and just burst it off, and then forgot it for 6 months. And when it was developed, they had 32 frames of this on board, and he sent it over to me. We chopped it into 3 pieces. I gave him 10, I kept 10. We sent 10 to the States, and it was analysed in the laboratory. And while that 32 frames went through the camera, this object just here, it was like a window underneath it, like a, when you see it on the screen original, it's very clear. It's a sort of comes down in the cone shape with a dustbin-like thing underneath the window in it. and it was actually moved during that 32 frames if somebody was bending down, which proved it was a genuine shot. This is another one taken in Queenstown on the South Island of New Zealand. That's the first track line that I plotted, and this position up here is where I flew over the top of that submarine thing in the waterway there. This is the position here where both those UFOs disappeared in a flash, just by D'Urville Island. Now that gave me 2 track lines, and from that point on I used the work of Amy Michel, the Frenchman, if any of you have read his books. He first went into this type of study thinking he could find track lines, and then he gave it up and said it didn't work. But luckily I carried on with his work, and this is how I found everything I found today. But at this stage I had to find some type of measurement I could use, and I felt that if these characters were using the energies we think they are, they had to have some type of universal mathematical base they were working on. And I tried several different methods, but then I finally twigged it would probably angular measure. So what I did, I checked Amy Michel's measurements down that line and found they didn't fit. But when I used angular measure, or 1 minute of arc on the Earth's surface, which is 6076 feet, or 1 nautical mile, it fit exactly to 300 miles, 300 nautical miles, or 300 minutes of arc. So that gave me my measurement base, and as I got further into the work I found that things weren't fitting, so I had to find a time base. And I eventually found a time base of not 24 hours and 1 revolution of the Earth, but 27 periods, which gave me a shorter period of time, which worked out to be 8 nights of normal time base. And it wasn't until recent years, that I've been using this all this time, that I was told by somebody who is close to NASA that that's the time base NASA uses, so I was in good company. And once I had the time base and the basic measurements, I can then carry on all the work I've done today, and then finally turn it around and start studying scientific work that's going on the ground. In the early days, it was slowly becoming public. I was getting lots of flack from the academics, and I've been called so many names over the years, I think they've run out and they're inventing more. But they're saying that angular measurement doesn't work. The circle was divided into 360 degrees by man. We could have had it 400 degrees, 420 degrees, so I was wrong. And I was getting results, but I couldn't fight them. I had nothing to fight them with until I found this. Now this is directly related to Pythagoras, 3-4-5 triangle, which all you mathematicians will know. Well, eventually I found the maximum speed of light in geometrics was 144,000 minutes of arc per grid second. So we go to Pythagoras. If we take a half wave, or half the speed of light on 72, multiplied each side of Pythagoras' right angled triangle by that value, we get 360, 216 and 288. There are 360 degrees in the circle, 21,600 minutes, and 288 is twice the speed of light harmonic, which is based in all my work today. So in other words, the circle has been cut up geometrically, and it's directly related to the speed of light. So when the academics found I'd found that, they all backed off, and there's been no opposition since. Now this is the first part of the system I found on the world over New Zealand, mainly because I live there and I managed to get all the best sightings available. And eventually, from those 2 track lines, I built it up gradually over a few years, and I felt, okay, I found a section over New Zealand, possibly it's a part of a world system. Now, it took me a long time to find out some sort of a key to hang this thing on. Now that was photographed 13,000 feet under the surface. It's roughly about 2.5, 3 feet high, and a journalist himself, we managed to get on board this ship when it came into Auckland to get ready for its next trip, and we managed to talk to one of the scientists. Now he told us that they believe that was an artefact. The Smithsonian now have got that on the record, and they say it's a plant, but they don't say that there's no photosynthesis that deep under the sea, and no plants can grow there. And it's got 6 crossbars on it, a little one at the top, and they're just 15 degrees, it appears, to each other around there. So I had a hunch that that may be what I was looking for to hang this system on. So I spent a week drawing patterns on just a plastic ball, and I come up with this one, and eventually I thought, well, that looks good. So I positioned that on a globe and then swung it around, and I felt that that piece I found in New Zealand fitted perfectly into it. It was directly lined up. So the next thing was, I thought, well, I'll start studying this section here, which I call the polar segment, and break it down into coordinates and mathematics and see what I can find. And I found that if you took the values in minutes of arc from the pole of the grid to each corner aerial, as I call them now, we've got a value of 2545.5844 nautical miles. Now that is a very, very important value in all this work, and so I'll just write that one down. We'll keep that in mind. So it's 2545.5844, and the displacement from the north geographic pole at that stage I found was just on 695 minutes of arc. I eventually found that 695 was the reciprocal of the speed of light in geometrics, which at that accuracy I had at 143,900, and that 2545 figure I found was directly related to the Earth's magnetic field. Now, this little bit of information I got in a book written by a chap called Frank Scully. I don't know whether any of you ever read the book, but he gave this information that there are 2 fields, magnetic fields on the Earth, not one. And he gave the values, number of lines per force per square centimetre. Now to bring that into the work I'm doing, I had to take it over 1 square geodetic inch. So when I found this, I found that if I took one of those values from the other, I got a value of 3928.371. Well, funnily enough, it was a reciprocal of that one there in mathematics. So in other words, that coordinate built into the northern part of the grid system was a reciprocal of the difference of the 2 Earth magnetic fields. So I had 2 values there. Now I had the reciprocal of the speed of light built into the system, and values directly related to the Earth's magnetic field itself. Now, cutting a long story short, it took me a long time to find this, but I eventually managed to get equations out of it. And I found that if I put my values into Einstein's equation, I'd already found that mass in this system was equal to the speed of light plus the square root of 1 over c, or 1 over the speed of light. Now, Einstein always said that if we could remove that m value, or mass value, it'd unify the equation. So what I did, I put my value out of the grid into his equation and ended up with a unified equation called c plus the square root of 1 over c by c squared. And I felt now I should be able to start using that. But I wasn't getting very far with it. But I thought, okay, well, I'll start doubling up and the c value and just see what comes up. And eventually I got this equation, 2c plus square root of 1 over 2c by 2c squared, and I found that the answer I got from that, if I fed one of the light values into it, was 3928.371, which was directly related to the Earth's magnetic field. A third equation I found, if I took the square root of that, I got a figure there which was related again to the speed of light. And as time went on, I found that I could relate these equations to atomic tests. The fact that we had to double the speed of light value is that now the scientists say that there is now such a thing as antimatter. But their explanation is that there's antimatter somewhere in the universe and matter where we are. But the universe is not empty, because they also say that if these 2 things touch each other, they'll annihilate each other. There'll be an explosion. So that didn't work with me. And I formed a theory that matter and antimatter were actually formed during the same cycle. In other words, it's a cycle of matter and a cycle of antimatter. And this has been confirmed actually by scientists and intelligent people that have visited me, you know, since I started on this work. But in other words, our reality is not a constant reality. It's an intermittent reality. And I liken this to a movie film. Now, you can take a strip of movie film, and it's just a lot of static pictures. But you can see the past, the present, and the future just in one strip of film. And it doesn't mean nothing if it's static. But if you feed that through a projector at a certain speed, you get the illusion of passing time. And this is exactly how our reality works. It appears from the theory now that we've got. In other words, we have a pulse of matter on our side of reality, then a pulse of antimatter on the mirror image of reality. And we're going along like an inchworm. But this is happening at 144,000 frames per grid second. In other words, it's so fast you get the illusion of passing of time. And at the same time, between each pulse of plus matter or our matter, you have a gap, which gives us our time base. Now you can see Einstein also said that time is a geometric. Now if you take from the peak of each of those plus pulses, it gives us a time base. Now if you alter that frequency rate, in other words, if you speed up that frequency rate, you've got T there, or you've got T there, well, you can alter time. You can either expand or contract time. And this to me now is how a UFO is working. It's actually altering the frequency rates of that double pulse. And as it alters it, it is actually altering time. And if this is the way it works, then there's nothing in the universe that we can't reach, because we can speed that frequency rate up to such an extent that you can bring that time damn near down to zero. In other words, the only thing that keeps places apart is time. And we're finding that today. If we're going from A to B in an airplane, it takes us so much time. And the faster we go, the closer those places become. And it's almost looking now, our whole reality is an illusion. And we're talking now about the holographic universe. Well, this is what I think it really is there's no such thing as matter as such. Everything is just pure waveform. And if you manipulate waveform and move from one place to the other, in other words, you're repositioning yourself in space and time, as Einstein used to say. And the whole thing is so simple, it's stupid. It is. It's. I've discussed this with many mathematicians, and they agree that as you get into the more exalted type of areas, mathematics doesn't become more complex, it's beginning to become more simple. And you can do calculations harmonically and get the answers and then change it back into classical physics. And this is what I've found I can do with my work. I can work in geometry and this type of mathematics, harmonic maths, and then turn it back into classical physics, and you can relate it directly to the physics books, which I'll show you as we go on. Well, that's just another explanation of this matter-antimatter pulse. I've likened it now to a strip of film at the bottom there, as you can see the gaps. In other words, they're the quantums of matter in reality, each side of the fence. This is another snippet of information I found in a book called Beyond the Occult by Colin Wilson. I'll just give you a moment just to read that, and that will sort of back up, it appears, the actual theory. This also comes into the atomic side of things. If you have a, say an atom, electron, proton sort of thing, and as you impart energy into it, it's got to extend orbit, and it goes out into orbit. And the books say that the electron actually jumps orbit instantaneously. And I don't think I've never seen an explanation how this happens. But if you think of that double cycle, matter and antimatter cycle, and we can't perceive the antimatter cycle that's in between our part of it, what happens, I believe, is that that electron during the antimatter cycle spirals out and ends up there, and we only see it here in one pulse and we see it there in the next pulse in our reality. And it appears to be a constant reality, but it's not. It's gone through another cycle. It's spiraled out. And when that energy is imparted, in other words, the electron comes back into this position, and creates a photon or another pulse. And also I believe this is when the gravitational value is produced during the antimatter cycle. And this is why they've never captured a gravity wave. It doesn't exist in our reality. It exists and is created during that antimatter pulse. Now, we won't go through all that, but that is the conversions from the physics books into the unified table that I've produced. Now, what I didn't know for years, when I published my second book, I called it Harmonic 695, the UFO and Anti-Gravity. And then I suddenly began to get contacted by intelligence people, the governments, and from various parts of the world, and I'd stirred things up and I didn't know why. I knew that 695 harmonic was the reciprocal of the light harmonic, but that's all I knew. And it was only about 4 or 5 years ago when I had a hunch, so I got out the physics books again and I checked the gravity acceleration rates of the Earth's surface. And I thought, well, I'll convert that gravity value out of the physics books into these geometric values and see what I get. And what happened, when I converted it into minutes of arc and then degrees per grid second, which is 60 minutes or 60 nautical miles per grid second, I got 695. So in other words, that 695 harmonic is gravity in geometrics. It's also the reciprocal of the speed of light. So from what I see, the speed of light and gravity are reciprocals of each other. You won't make head of tail of this whole table. Is the gravity values from the equator up to the geographic poles, north and south. And this is all the conversions. I've converted it into the harmonics that gives us 695 gravity and geometrics. And when you take the reciprocal of that, you get the light harmonic electromagnetic propagation, which goes into radio work and radar, etc., etc. You add the harmonic of the gravity factor onto it, and it turns out you get the actual value for the speed of light in air when it's converted back into classical physics. The next jump along, you get the speed of light in vacuum. The next jump along, you get the maximum speed of light of 144,000 minutes of arc per grid second, which converts back into 300,000 kilometers per second in the physics box. So that table there actually connects gravity, the speed of light, all in one set of tables. It also tells me that gravity is not a constant over the world's surface. And if the speed of light is a reciprocal of gravity, as gravity changes, the speed of light changes inversely. So as gravity goes up, the speed of light goes down. And that also gave me a hint of what a black hole is. Because they say the gravity factors increase in the black hole until the stage that light can't escape. In other words, gravity has got to the stage and the light factor's gone right down to the stage that it can't escape. So this theory also explains black holes. That once I had all this under my plate, I had a hunch that atomic tests, if they are confined to these rules, I must be able to find some relationship between all this work and atomic testing. So I got a set of sun tables. I had a hunch that it had something to do with the geometric arrangement of the solar system, the arrangement between the Earth and the Sun at the instant of detonation. So I started checking sun position at the instant of detonation of atomic tests, and what I did, I calculated the coordinates. Say you got the sun position here, you take a longitude line, atomic test ground there, so you've got a spherical triangle between these points. The sun is moving this way, so that's Muir Island where the French are. You can calculate those coordinates in great circle tracts, and also in quite some other cases in the chord between the 2 points. You've got a great circle and a chord. And check the light values which change. There's one other little point I didn't mention. If that light value is not a constant, and it's a reciprocal of gravity acceleration, light is not a speed. It's a deceleration or an acceleration. But due to relativity, it always appears to us as a constant, because as those factors change, everything changes. Measurement instruments and everything, so you're always measuring the same values. They're just an appearance. Anyway, back to the atomic bomb. When they've got everything set up, the atomic bomb itself is built geometrically. You can read this in any textbook. It's placed on a geometric point, and all those test grounds are geometric points. They cannot detonate certain. Each bomb is programmed for that point. They can't take it anywhere else and it'll go off. And so you've got the bomb on the point. When the sun is a final trigger, when it passes through that point, it completes the system. And it appears as if a atomic bomb is a relative motion device. Now what they have to do is, instead of the electron carrying around a circular path or elliptical path, it's got to shoot off at a tangent and disrupt the whole system. And the relative motion at that instant between the Earth and the Sun, the position on the Earth, the movements of the Earth through space and rotation, all zero all those relative motions, and the thing just falls to bits. And to us, it's a detonation, but what we're doing, we're leaving all those bits behind because we're moving on through space. So I found that once that appeared to be right, that I could then pre-calculate the time of an atomic explosion. And eventually I carried out this process for government departments in New Zealand and also for the CIA. And I was under a cloud when I was flying up to that point. And I was told that if I carried on with this, I'd be sacked. And I stuck my heels to the ground and said, no way, this is my private life, I'll do what I like in my private life. And but they kept me under that cloud for 3 years. And then eventually when I did this for the government, of course everybody knew. And they took the heat off me, and then they started helping me. And the calculation I made come off, and then I had contact with a CIA agent in Auckland for 18 months. I didn't know who he was to start with, but towards the end of that time, he asked me to pre-calculate the test I had in the Aleutian chain. So I said, well, I didn't know whether I could. I knew very little. I just knew enough to crack the secret. So he used to ring me up in the evenings, and he was an alcoholic, and he told me many things he shouldn't tell me, but he asked me to do this. I said, well, I'll try. I don't know a lot, but I'll have a go. And eventually I worked about 3 hours that evening and rang him up again late at about 11 o'clock that night and said, well, I've got some figures, but I can't guarantee it, but I think they're right. And anyway, he took them, and 2 days later he rang me back and he said, oh, you're wrong. I said, well, fair enough, but I don't know anymore. That's all I can give you. And then another few days went past. He rang again and said, actually, he said, you're right. I think they're testing me to see whether I'm back off or not. And he said, if it goes off, we'll have another chat. So 3 weeks went by. I was an hour out in the explosion time because my calculations weren't that accurate those days. And then I waited all afternoon for the phone to ring, which it did at 7:30 that night. And he didn't know quite what to say. And in the end, I was sort of chuckling to myself, and so I said, well, you have to offer me a job. And he said, how do you know? I said, well, I'm pretty sure that you're not what, you must be intelligent, you must be probably CIA, because he had an American or Canadian accent. And he admitted, and in the end, that was the phone call. I knew they had to try and get me out the way because I'd cracked the secret. But anyway, I thought for 2 days about this, and I thought, well, if I did go with them, and the offer was, you come with us, you and your family will never want materially for the rest of your lives. And sort of like where do I go, what do I do, how much are you paying me? So I can't answer those questions. If you say yes, we'll tell you the rest. So anyway, 2 days went by, and Wendy and I had chats about it. And I felt, no, I couldn't live like that. I knew they didn't want me for my knowledge because I didn't have much. All they wanted me to sign the papers for was to get me out the way. And I'd probably be stuck on a godforsaken island in the middle of the Pacific somewhere and given nothing much to do but plenty of money. So I turned it down and immediately rang our intelligence department and told them the whole story. And I said, well, besides not wanting to work that way, I felt in some way that I'd be committing a treasonable act by assigning myself to another country, friendly or not, in secrecy. And I was told that theoretically I could have been had up for treason. So I did the right thing. So anyway, that proved the point. It proved to me that what I was getting was right. People were worried about what I was finding. And as time has gone on, I found that you can actually apply this knowledge and technology to lasers. Now, any of you have studied lasers as well, which I guarantee you have, reading some of your backgrounds. A laser, you have to pump it up to a certain energy level before it will start to laze. And that energy level, which you'll find in the books, is 6943 angstroms. 6944 is a reciprocal of the speed of light, 144,000. 1 over 144,000, 69444. So as soon as you pump that energy level into a laser up to that reciprocal or gravity factor, you'll get a flow of photons from the antimatter side of reality to create symmetry. You've got energy being pumped up this side, so you've got to get energy from the other side, and you get a flow of photons. Also, you'll find that you can apply this to the atomic table of elements. The atomic table is actually a harmonic series, and you can pick out elements, atomic weights, that you can use on their own or combine with other elements and create these different harmonics. Now, lithium, as you know, is one of the most sought after electrical components. Lithium batteries, best batteries you'll ever get, used in the moon shots, and you can buy lithium batteries over the counter. Now, the atomic weight of lithium is 6.94. Gallium arsenide lasers, gallium, 69.4 if you wish, or 69.5, because that varies over a small range. You can actually build it up by doping the metal and getting the exact harmonic you require atomically. You can go to superconductors. I've got a friend who has used my work in his superconductor work. Now, he was fairly new into the field in the university, and he wasn't getting any results on temperature. Now, you can use it. I've got the temperature table there, and they have to cook those mixes at certain specific temperatures before they can get everything to gel, so that it becomes a superconductor. Now, he tried for 3 months cooking and he couldn't get anything to work. He used a harmonic temperature and it worked first pop. So it comes into all things. You can use it in temperature, atomic masses, atomic weights, lasers, communication. Now, I've found communication stations. I've got all this on record. Distance between 509.116 or something minutes. Now, half of that is 25455844, or 254.55, which is that harmonic that is built into the grid and is reciprocal of the difference between the two arithmetic fields. So it all comes into communication. I found communication stations on latitudes to give you that 411.6 figure, which is you square that twice, you get the speed of light harmonics. You take it the other way, you get those figures that go into the Earth's magnetic field. So the whole thing is unified. Now, you can take this to anywhere in the universe and you can get the same answers using angular measurements. You imagine now we've got the Earth here, and just imagine that's 1 minute of arc on the Earth's surface. We're using the 1 nautical mile. Now you go to Jupiter, You've got 1 minute of arc there. And the equations apply to any sized object in the universe, planet, anywhere you go. You can go over the whole universe, and those unified equations will be workable. But the actual physical measurement where you are changes. So in other words, the speed of light changes. If you move away from the Earth, the speed of light's different. And as you come back, it comes back to what we are here, and everything is relative. And the whole concept is different to what you're taught in universities. But this is where all the secrets are. And again, I was told by that CIA chap, unfortunately he died a few years back, being an alcoholic, but he did tell me a lot. And in his own way, he warned me to say no to the offer he gave me. But he told me that this mathematics is taught in universities to selected students. Very, very few of them around the world, but that they pick out the brilliant students, evidently, watch them over a period during your university time, might be 3 or 4 years, and when they feel the time is right, they approach them. And if they'll sign the acts and everything else, they're plucked out, taught this secret mathematics, and then they're fed into the system, but they must keep it coming in from underneath, new people. So at last I found, well, I was in reasonably good company. Even though they won't acknowledge what I've done, I do know they're using it, and it's being used all around you. There'll be equipment that you'll drive past that's attached to this stuff, and we've got a lot of it in New Zealand. There are many scientists from overseas in New Zealand doing work there, in all countries, all the Western world. Russia and America have been working together right through the whole period. They'll never go to war with each other. The whole thing's a sham, because the atomic tests have got nothing to do with warfare. It's pure research, advanced research. They're pulling matter to bits to see how it is constructed. So it all goes into all the computers, into central sources. All the countries that are doing atomic testing in the Western world are combining their efforts, and it's all being collated. And I'm pretty sure that even before the first rocket was put up to the moon, that we were there. Rumours are we were there probably in the 1930s. I wouldn't be surprised if we've already got a base on Mars, because under these conditions, we're pretty certain now that a lot of this UFO activity is our stuff. If they know this, they can build and make equipment that they can do the same as the outside alien types, and distort gravity, distort space-time, and move from A to B in very, very short periods of time. And if they can do that, they're on the moon, and possibly they're already positioned on Mars, and maybe somewhere else we don't know. They've also, it appears, as if they have direct contact with the alien outsiders. And then back to the alien bit, we always say we call them the aliens, but I don't think they're aliens. I think we are. We are them. We've always been them, and they've always been here. There's always been a group, or some, maybe 2 or 3 different groups in the world, right through history, that have had this knowledge. But it's only in present day that we've got to the stage where we've got the technology to reuse this knowledge. And now we're right into it. We're so far advanced in technology that I can see the problem they've got. If this is all laid out just overnight, and they used it overnight, probably in the next few months or years, we'll probably have financial collapse. Because if you think about it, if we use this, you don't need oil, you don't need motor cars, you don't need gas stations, and it goes on and on and on. Because you can go from A to B, you don't need roads. You can use one of these vehicles and just go anywhere you like and build a house on a mountaintop and get there and back to the shops. So I can see the problem, but the trouble is, from my point of view, that the control and authority and all this stuff is not with the governments. And I, right from the start of my work, I made a point, after I first rung up the security department when I had that offer years ago, and I also, in 1965, when I first started to crack some of this stuff, I wrote to our Prime Minister and told him what I was doing. It was a 3-page, full-page letter, and described everything I'd been finding, and asking for a directive. I said, am I doing anything that is going to harm my country. And if I am, tell me and I'll stop. And within 3 days, I got a letter back giving me authority to do all my work and publish what I like. And that still holds to this day. And that period, during that Prime Minister's lifetime, I've got 7 letters from him. It's not knowledge and information I was passed to the government, which I still do. If I find anything new, there's probably a pile that's higher down there of information I've passed to them. So we are lucky, I think, to live in one country in the world where we have open research, and the government will not stop us looking into these things. It's a one-way system. They don't give me anything. All they give me is encouragement. And, well, I appreciate it. So, where do we go from here? I've got to just about to the end of, as far as I can go at this stage. And right through my whole working time, I was also getting to a place where I had to stop. Didn't have any more information. I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a physicist, but I was running out of knowledge all the time. So I had to get books and read up as I went along, and then check back and read up. And I only know how to operate this system as it is. And I've gone into a small area of physics that I know and how to use it, but I wish I had that extra knowledge in classical physics and mathematics that I could carry on. So I've got to the stage now I need more people. I need people who can laterally think, mathematicians, chemistry, go back to chemists. You want all those people in the brains trust, all with good training in those fields, and let them learn harmonic physics. And I'm pretty sure that we could start producing this ourselves. Now, there'll be a lot of opposition from the other people, and I believe that if this was leaked out slowly, or if this could be used in a slow way so that it's not harming the economic system, and so the public becomes aware that they're being conned, well, we'd probably get away with it. And I would not like it to be splashed over the world all of a sudden, because I don't want any chaos any more than anybody else. And it would be harmful for the world to have that happen. But I've explained my thoughts to our own government, and they seem to go along with what I say. Because, again, the fact is the government's not controlling this. If the tail's wagging the dog. Now, if the governments were put back into control, if this knowledge was made public, and this is the only thing that's keeping them quiet, that's not allowed to be made public, well, then the governments can then control what goes on, and they could probably, they could let the public know, okay, we've got this stuff, we can't give it to you tomorrow because it will harm things. Let us work together over, say, 30 or 40 years and bring it in slowly, and from that point on we'll have a world you wouldn't believe. No pollution. Power that's unlimited power. And we'll have everything we want. Yes, David.
Yeah, Bruce, do you think then that governments all over the world have this knowledge, or?
Not every government, but all the Western world, I'd say England, America, Japanese, electronics, Russia, all the major.
China?
China does. Every country that's detonating an atomic bomb must know this, because it's based on it. As soon as you get those secrets, you can make an atomic bomb.
So if you have, okay, if you've made an atomic bomb, then you could make a flying saucer.
Well, the same technology. So as far as I can see, they must have the rest of it or close to it.
In your mind, what would be, let's say you made a craft using your technology, and what do you see as components inside this thing? Some crystals, some amplifiers, and stereo equipment? How do you imagine?
Yeah, I think basically it is technology we can understand it. A UFO, just because it comes from an alien planet or somewhere out there, it doesn't mean to say that we can't understand how it works. And obviously our guys do understand, because I've taken the bits and copied this stuff. And they've managed, it appears, to build some of our own here. I call them Model T UFOs. They're our first sort of delving into this type of transport. And I think that's just pure electronics. Also, you've got to use the atomic tables and combine your elements to get discs that are tuned. You've got to have a tuned disc. The craft itself is tuned.
It has to be a certain size.
It's got to be a certain size. Think of music. You've got a cymbal. When you hit it, it's got a certain note. In other words, it's got to be tuned to those certain frequencies. So, and then you've got to resonate it at these frequencies, and you can vary the frequencies. And when you go up to a certain, a UFO, when it takes off, it looks solid, and it gradually just increases and it disappears. In other words, it just increased that frequency rate. It's jumped into the next higher frequency, which is outside our reality. It's still real to itself in its own space-time continuum, and everybody else inside it, because they're within that field that they're enclosed in. And it probably doesn't move in space-time. It just goes into space-time where it is, comes out and programs the frequency for the place they want to be, and then when they come out of it, they're there. Because I don't think there's such a thing as distance in space. The only thing that keeps places apart is time.
So you program like a frequency of a place on Mars, and then you would just suddenly be...
You'll be there, yeah, when you come out of that particular frequency that you're operating on at the time. And in other words, you're coming back to this holographic universe. The universe, the whole universe is an illusion. All those stars out there, the only thing that keeps them out there is time. If we can manipulate the time base, which you can with this theory, well, you can be from here and you can be there. And the only thing that's kept you from there is that time. You've zeroed time to get there. So distance is only time. Okay?
Yeah, your work corresponds with a lot of work that I've done as far as NASA and things. But the atmosphere seems to be being destroyed right now at a rapid rate. I think it's pretty important to get your work out.
Well, this is part of the problem now. I believe this has to be brought in soon. Not tomorrow, as I say, but over a period. Give it 20 years. We're losing the ozone layer down the south end of the planet, and New Zealand is just on the edge. At the moment, we're all right. But in a few years, if that hole gets bigger, we're going to be right in it. And we're going to get all that ultraviolet, and already they're having trouble with skin cancer and stuff down these areas. So we have to change the whole system. And I mean, I don't know what the authorities or the people who are controlling this, what they have in mind, but Wendy and I, years back there, once I was getting into all this stuff, we started being invited to meetings by very, very top drawer people, money people, and industrialists. And we knew what was going on. Actually, the first dinner they took us to, they said, the guy had me at the head of the table. It was a great big, like an English refectory table in a big manor house, and he sat me beside me and says, well, of course you know why you're here. And I said, yeah, I know why I'm here. I knew that they were going to try and twist us round into their way. And this went on. Then the final time we went out, it was at a dinner party, and there were top industrialists at this house. And the chap who had approached me, he was an Englishman. Actually looked like Agnew, a tall chap, looked like Vice President Agnew, this guy. And he sort of towered over me in my little shrimp way there, and he said, why in the hell don't you knuckle down and do as you're told, Cathie, you know? And I said, well, who's telling me? I'd already written to the Prime Minister. I said, the only person I listen to in this country is the Prime Minister. If he tells me to stop, I'll stop. He hasn't told me to stop, so I carry on. And I said, well, what about the moral situation, about the things you people are doing? And he said, well, we don't worry about morals. He said, we do what's expedient. And I said, in other words, if there are people in your way, you'd kill them. He said, yeah. 500 people? Yeah. And I said, you're a Nazi. You know, that's what the Nazis said during the last war. We do what's expedient. And in a very short time, Wendy and I were out of the house, we're on our way home. And that's the last time we have had any contact with those people. And they're the type of people in some of these areas that are controlling this stuff. And that frightens me. So we have to find a way to use it. Okay?
Bruce? When did you, this is changing subject, when did you first realize when you were working with the natural constants that the raw number itself was what was significant and that you could throw away the decimal point on zeros?
Well, if you come into the harmonic thing, so I said you don't need noughts. You take the block number itself. So it's 143,909, which is one of the magic numbers in light harmonics. 0 something there. Well, if you've got zeros this end, well, you cross them out. But if it's point that number, you've got zeros there, you cross them out. Because you can put the decimal point in afterwards. You can do all your calculations in that block number, chuck the noughts away each side, do all your calculations and shift around your harmonics. And then when you've got the answer, put your decimal point in where it's required. And it makes it so simple. As I say, it's stupid.
You call it a block number, do you? The actual...
Yeah, the actual value, just a block number. And all you have to do, if the other number here is a bit smaller and there's noughts here, well, you have to find out where to put it. Where when you're adding or subtracting, you can put a nought there if you like when you're doing it. Or it might shift this one that way a bit. But you don't have to worry about the decimal point itself.
Well, I can see that you could throw away the decimal or do your calculations and put the decimal back. It's easy calculation. But what interests me is using what you call the block number with the decimal point in different parts of it. In other words, it seems to go up and down in size, and that doesn't affect its significance.
That's right. It doesn't change the value, and that's why it's a decimal system. If it was any other system, now the universities guys used to come to me and say, oh, you're all wrong, we could do that in base 12. I said, okay, let's go on TV, you show me. And I know damn well they can't, because if they use a 12 system, as soon as they change it and shift it harmonically, the value changes. This way it doesn't. It's always exactly the same. And once you've got those values, also you go back to circular measurement or geometric measurement. When you cut the circle up geometrically, you cut it up by its radius 6 times. Now you go right through nature and you'll find every snowflake is different, but it's got 6 branches in it. Every snowflake you look at through a microscope has got 6 different patterns, and they're all different. It all goes back to that 6 harmonic. So you get your basic decimal harmonic, and then you can push it up and down the scale. And sometimes I've gone 8 or 9 shifts harmonically until I hit what the people on the ground here are doing. And this is how they can keep it so secret. It's so hard to find if you don't know the base. So you've got 2 things to think about when you're using harmonic maths. One is the block number itself, how to shift it back and forth, not worrying about decimals, and then shifting it up and down harmonically by base 6. Like a circle, you've got 60 degrees, 60 minutes. You can cut the noughts off, just use 6. If you're using linear measurement in these calculations, you use 6. If it's square measurement, you use 36 for your multiplier, or if it's volume, you use 216 for your multiplier to get the harmonic.
I found in my own work with natural constants exactly the same phenomenon. That's why I was asking you how you came across it, because I don't really know anybody else who's ever talked about that.
Well, they won't talk about it. It's secret in universities. But there's another little pointer. You go back to the old classical numbers, phi and pi. Now, even before I knew any of this, if you look at my first book, when I didn't know much at all, I'd found one of these values is 16944. It varies slightly up and down now, I know, because more knowledge, but if you multiply pi by phi over 3, you get 16944 plus 12 something. In other words, that's 1618.034 by 3.1415927 over 3, 16944. The Chinese pyramids, I put that in one of my books in Shensi. If you look at the longitude, Great Pyramid here, Chinese Pyramid there. If you take the long way around, the distance in minutes of arc between them is 16944 minutes. Now, that's not chance. And nobody knows. Those Chinese ones go back before Chinese history, which goes back the furthest of anybody. The King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, to the base, 16944 inches. All these measurements are built in, I've got it all there. The King's Chamber itself is a cavity resonator. It's built to those harmonics. And you can go to a lot of ancient places, put these stuff through the calculator, and you get these harmonics. This has been known right in our ancient past, passed down through secret societies, and they're still holding it to themselves. And while we're having all our pollution problems around the world, they could fix all this right away, but they won't. Why don't they? And this is the questions I ask all the time. Now, why do they do this to the world public when they know that they could fix it? So, I don't know the reason.
Bruce, I don't mean to be tedious, but if we could go back to my initial question, when was it you first noticed that you could shift the block number up and down the scale?
Well, after about 2 or 3 years in what I was doing. Mainly in the early days, I used intuition and trial and error. I didn't know whether I was right. And it was only I got to the stage where I could apply this to the atomic bomb that I had my proof. And as I said, when I published that second book, I was still working on intuition. And but when I published that number 695, as I say, I didn't know it was gravity. I got all these people knocking on the door and angry academics and what have you, and I knew I'd stirred up something for some reason, I didn't know why. But it took me another 27 years to find what I found actually was gravity. I'd found the actual value for gravity in geometrics, and that gravity was the reciprocal of the speed of light. Well, if you can put those into a table, naturally you can build electronic equipment that is actually tuned to gravity. And Tesla did it. He had a car which he could, and he had a box under the dashboard with an aerial at the back, and he's getting 90 miles an hour over it. He called it a gravitational motor. And I put a bit about this in the last book. I found it in a German book, but the aerial length he used, I transposed it into these, and I found that it was related to that gravity factor in the harmonic. So Tesla knew, and he was positioning that tower in, that he had in, what do you call it, the island there. That was put on a point. It was so close it didn't matter, he knew. And that's why they stopped Tesla, he knew too much. Yes?
Well, Bruce, yeah, the whole atomic detonation thing is so fascinating. You're saying then that it implodes or whatever, but is there still the, does there have to be a chemical explosion like the dynamite throwing plutonium together?
Well, they used a chemical explosion to, you've seen how they construct some bombs, they have all the bits of the plutonium around the periphery. And then at the instant of detonation, they implode that by normal explosives into a central point. And what they're doing is, one, they get critical mass, and it'll give them enough material there, but it's also moving in one direction. And that's why I think a bomb, they're always dirty, they leave residue, because only so many bits of that material is going in the right direction at the instant. And in other words, you're setting up relative motions there. And when the neutrons or whatever start scattering, well, you get a certain amount of them going in the right direction, but otherwise others aren't. So you get a dirty bomb.
So what would happen if it wasn't geometrically placed correctly on your grid and something like that and detonated? There wouldn't be the, it would be the chemical explosion, but
I don't think it would.
activity or what?
If you read the story about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and I've got also the numbers and calculations there, I won't go through it now, we'll just talk about it, but when they drop a bomb like that, first of all, those two places were geometric. They picked out several places they could hit. And they got to drop that through a time zone. In other words, you read the story, they got the top crews, the top bomb aimers, everybody was the top person around the world. And they had them out in the desert there for 3 months dropping dummy bombs into 300-foot circles. Now why? Why did they do that? It was an atomic bomb, they could have chucked it over the side with any reasonable bomb aim, and it would have done the job. Anywhere in that city would have done it. They had to go on a pinpoint. And they also had to come in at a certain time, they had to be overhead at a certain time. And while they're coming in, the sun is moving into position. They drop the bomb, and when it's dropping, the sun's moving, and then it gets at the right height, the sun's in the position, and everything works. It's triggered. And I checked on the computer, and they're pretty well within that 300-foot radius.
Would it go off even without the TNT explosion, or does it still need that?
Well, I think they still have to move the stuff. Same, they got the other one where they got the like a pipe bomb. They fire one into the other, one half sphere into the other, to get that critical mass and movement, I think.
Do you know about the tethered satellite experiment that NASA did about 8 months ago or so?
In a 5 kilometer
So
cable.
the sun was at 90 degrees, that sucker lit up and almost killed the astronauts.
Yeah, it fell off.
Right.
They're actually dragging that wire through the Earth's magnetic field. I mean, it's just like a motor. So, but it's a pretty expensive way of doing it. I'm pretty sure with the right people, it wouldn't take very long, maybe 6 months, to crack the secret of what the same and reinvent what Tesla did. He only had a box that they said was about 20 inches long and about that square, with an area at the back, and hooked up to an electric motor that he built in the front. And he was tapping free power. Back to a crystal set. I always ask the scientists, where does a crystal set get its power from? It's got no batteries, it's got nothing, just a few wires and a coil and a crystal. And they always say, oh, it's coming from the station. I said, well, how many crystal sets can you run off that broadcasting station? And they can't answer it, because you can put unlimited number of crystal sets, they'll still go. And it should be sucking the station dry, but it doesn't. A crystal set is operating on free energy. It's tapping the gravitational field. But it's not tuned properly. What you need is an electronic technician who knows his business, who can create those electronic circuits and aerial systems, coils, etc., that are tuned to these harmonics. And I don't think it'll take very long to crack it. And you don't need power stations, dams, anything you like. Everybody can have free power. You have one in your house, you can probably make one that'll run 100 houses. And it's all free, unlimited, forever and ever. So this is what I want to see before I die. It being used, just generally. But one day it might happen. But there's lots of people who don't agree with what I say. They say, no, it should be kept secret. But this has happened right through history. Every time someone invents something, somebody wants to keep it secret. That happened when they invented the wheel. That they want to keep the wheel secret. If they hadn't, we'd be going to have square wheels today. But when they got the steam engine, what they had, and made a steam car, they had a guy running around in front of it with a red flag, and you can only go 5 miles an hour. And they keep back technology and progress this way. There's always somebody with a bit of power wants to stop it because it's going to hurt him financially. So we've got to break that system somehow, so that everybody's got a piece of the cake, and we've got clean environment, clean air to breathe, and that's the world we want. I think we're over time, are we? Thank you. coming back to the atomic bomb, I'll just give you a quick demonstration of how it works. If you imagine this is the Earth, and that's the equator of the Earth. Now we've got a bomb site here, say Muro or one of the southern ones, and we've got the sun. If you imagine the Earth is circulating, it's rotating, and it appears the sun is crossing across the face of the Earth. Now, if you imagine this sun is moving across, and we've set up here a spherical triangle on the Earth's surface. Now that line there is a longitude line, and that line there will be a great circle track line, which has got a slight curve in it. And now, if the distance from the bomb site, they say, just to make one sort of demonstration, was 269.5766 minutes relative to the equator, and that one was another harmonic in minutes, and that one was another harmonic in minutes, it matched all these values. Now, imagine the sun moving through, and this is all set up, the bomb is armed and ready to go. But they need one more harmonic to detonate it. So imagine the sun, as soon as it hits that point, that whole spherical triangle is harmonically tuned to that site. Now let's apply that to an aircraft with a bomb load on it. It goes through the same situation. In the Nagasaki case, we've got missed out on one of those, so it has to circle to come into that time zone again. So it's circling around a high altitude, waiting for the time to start moving in, to be at their point there where they have to be, where all the mechanisms are all calculated for, and then it's timed in there, and that exact point, that's when the bomb drops over Nagasaki. So this works the same when they do it on the ground or an aircraft. All the timing's got to be perfect. So what they're doing, when they drop that bomb, well actually the bomb will be dropped slightly before that point, because they'll detonate it, and they'll drop it, and while it's dropping down, when it hits that point, that's when the sun has moved there, and all these things have to occur at the same time. So it's all timed from the instant of dropping the bomb to when it will arrive at the point where the sun is directly overhead on that thing. And it's fairly complicated when you think of all. These are all the things I've got to do to detonate a bomb. So if they're thinking about these suitcase things, well, how do they cope with all these different things and all the backups you've got to have to do it? And I don't think it could be done, but it'd be so damn complicated. They'd know all about it, I think, before it ever happened. I've got another table here that connects the magnetic fields of the Earth, both those fields, to the light harmonics, and also directly down to connect with the classical figures in gravity acceleration. Now, if you study this diagram, you'll see there are two fields shown, and the two fields are in lines of force per square geodetic inch. Now, in the higher one, we've got 12245.69798 lines of force per square geodetic inch, and the other one we've got 8317.32698 geodetic inch per square. So the difference between those two is 3928371, which gives you the difference of the fields. It's the same on the antimatter side, exactly the same. Then you add those two fields together, you get the figure of 20563.02495, both sides, matter and antimatter. Now if we combine those two in the equation, we get a value of 4126049 harmonic, square it. You've got 16913511983, square it. And you've got 286067.1536. Now that's twice the speed of light at that particular latitude, which is the pole, which is 0.